Morning, sir.
Sir, please. Please, sir. Sorry. Sir. Hmm. Oi. Oi.
A very good morning and happy Science Day to one and all present. Respected guests, Sri Jadal Payanji, Professor Anil Kumar Anil, Mr. Egrinas, and Dr. Meenakshi, my colleagues, friends, dear students, I'm Dr. Yutika Nachari, coordinator of the genetic area, Indigenous Knowledge System, and welcome you all in Korean International Knowledge Festival 2023. Today is the second day of festival, and may I introduce to you all our invited speakers, Sri Jadav Payanji, Padma Shri awardee, and known all over the world as Forest Man of India. So may I request Sri Jadav Payanji to come on the dais. So please. And request our felicitation team to get ready with Arunai and the Memento, and request our coordinator, Dr. Hemen Sharma, please come and felicitate Sri Jadav Payanji. We are also extremely happy to have amongst us Professor Anil Kumar Anil, Professor of Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. May I request Professor Anand to come on dais, please, sir. And felicitation team, please come over the stage. And I will request Dr. Hemant Sharma to felicitate Professor Anand. We have with us renowned ethnobotanist Professor A.P. Das, retired professor of North Bengal University. Sir, please come upon the dais. Felicitation team, please get ready. I request Dr. Sanjeev Barua to felicitate Professor A.P. Das with ROI and a memento. Now I request Dr. Meenakshi Ji, Department of Sanskrit, Delhi University. Please, ma'am, please come on the stage. And I will request Dr. Barua to felicitate her. Felicitation team, please. So here we have Dr. Meenakshi, Department of Sanskrit from Delhi University. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. Now, to proceed this event, I'd like to request Dr. Hemant Sharma to give his welcome speech, sir.
So, Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. So, today is a Science Day, National Science Day. So, everywhere in 28th Feb, India celebrated Science Day. The Science Day this year top theme is global science, global science for global well-being. So today is a very historic day for us to this event. So once again, with this, my sincere gratitude to Professor C.V. Raman, I'm going to start this session. So again, good morning, and আমি আজি আমাৰ মাজত আমন্ত্ৰণ কৰি অনা আমাৰ শ্ৰদ্ধাৰ পদ্মশ্ৰী এৱাৰ্ডী আমাৰ মাজৰ সকলোৰে পৰিচিত সমল ব্যক্তি শ্ৰীযুত যাদৱ পায়েং ডাঙৰীয়াদেৱ আমাৰ মাজত আছে ছাৰ আমাৰ আমন্ত্ৰণ ৰক্ষা কৰি আপুনি অহাৰ বাবে ধন্যবাদ Our invited guest speaker included Professor Anil Kumar NM, Head Department of Food and Agriculture and Bioresource, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request. Our very own Professor Abhaya Prasad Das, former Professor of Botany, North Bengal University, with us. One of important guest from Delhi University, Dr. Meenakshi, with us. She's from Department of Sanskrit. Invited faculty members and researchers from various central and state universities and college, faculty, scholars, and students from our university, stakeholders, and my team. So, on behalf of the BTR government and Bodoland University fraternity, I welcome you to the first ever Bodoland International Knowledge Festival 2023 under the Indigenous Knowledge System theme, invited talk and paper presentation session. So ITK is significant because it showcases the rich cultural legacy and traditional wisdom passed down from generations to generation. I hope today's discussion and presentations will give us a new idea and approaches for sustainable future through indigenous knowledge-based innovations, especially in the field of food, medicines, agriculture, and bioresource conservations. So with this short speech, once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you. Now, I would like to request our colleague, Dr. Nijara, to come over the dais and read the bio of our Jadav Payeng sir. He is the first speaker, inaugurator of this session. Thank you.
A very good morning. Namaskar, Kulumbai. We will thank you so much, our invited guests, for coming and presenting here, to be present here in this program. I would like to introduce our guest for this session, Sir Sri Jadav Mulai Payeng. Sir Sri Jadav Mulai Payeng is an environmental activist and forestry worker from Majuli. He was born in 1963 in the Indigenous Missing tribe of Assam. He is popularly known as the forest man of India. Over the course of several decades, he has planted and tended trees on a sandbar of the river Brahmaputra, turning it into a reserve forest. The forest called Mulai Forest after him. It is located near Kokilamuk of Jorhat, Assam, India, and encompasses an area of about 550 hectares. In 2015, he was honored with fourth highest civilian award, Padma Shri, in India. In his early life, Payeng went through a great drought flood when he was of age 16 in the Majuli River, the world's largest river island, situated in the Brahmaputra River in India. He encountered hundreds of dead snakes lying on the sand due to excessive heat after floods. In the year 1971, when he was of 16 years old, planted around 20 trees and bamboo saplings in the barren sandbar. In the same year, he started working on the forest and joined in social forestry. He actively worked as a worker in that forest for the 5-year term, and even after completion of the term, he remained there and planted by his own. He not only looked after the plants, but continued to plant more trees on his own in an effort to transform the area into a forest. With his great effort, after 40 years, his plantation covers about 1,390 acres, which is called as Mulai Forest in his honor. The forest, which came to be known as Mulai Forest, now houses of many species of varieties of floras and fauna. This is a brief bio note of Honorable our Sri Jadav Mulai Payeng, but he has been working in making the environment a very beautiful place for all the species diversity to live, and for the art to survive for every species in a comfortable or in a beautiful way. So with the words, with these few words, we cannot explain on the life and the work of our respected Padma Shri Jadhav Payeng, but we have just mentioned only few of the words, but there are so many which are and which cannot be given in just words. So we are very humble and very grateful that Sir has come here, and so for Sir will be giving us giving us the knowledge about his work and encourage us and enlighten us, and he would be talking on the indigenous knowledge of ecosystem restoration. I hope we will be blessed and then enlightened with Sir's words and the presence. Sir, apuni amar programot ahar karone bahut bahut dhonnobad thakil aru I hope that ami apnar pora jiman hikibo lage hito ami sobe student teacher sobe hikibo parim. So, sir, may I request to come on come for the talk, sir.
Namaskar. Bowlen University Knowledge Festival আমন্ত্রণ জনাবে আপোনাক ধন্যবাদ জনাইছো আৰু বিভিন্ন প্ৰান্তৰ পৰা অহা গণ্যমান্য ব্যক্তিসকল আৰু সংবাদ মাধ্যমলৈ মোৰ শ্ৰদ্ধা আৰু বিশেষকৈ মৰমৰ ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীৰ ওপৰত মৰম থাকিল আচলতে মই যিবোৰ কাম কৰিছো ধৰ্ম ৰাজনীতি অৰ্থনীতি আমাৰ এটাই ওপৰত প্ৰকৃতি সেইদৰে ৰাজনীতি অৰ্থনীতি ধৰ্মনীতি আধাৰত মই প্ৰকৃতিৰ কাম কৰিছো মই বেলেগ ধৰণৰ কাম কৰা নাই মই আজি সেই হাবিখন বহু হিষ্ট্ৰিকেল এৰিয়া ভাৰতৰ অন্তিমখন যুদ্ধ অসমৰ শেষ পৰাজয় ব্ৰিটিছ আৰু মানৰ তয়াময়া ৰণ সেই মোৰ হাবিতে হৈছিল মহগড় নামৰ ঠাইত 1826 খ্ৰীষ্টাব্দৰ 24 ফেব্ৰুৱাৰী দিনাখন নৰ্থ ইষ্ট বৰ্তমান নৰ্থ ইষ্ট চেন্নাই বৰঅসম আছিল সেইদিনাই ব্ৰিটিছৰ অধীনলৈ গৈছিল ভাৰতবৰ্ষত 200 বছৰ ৰাজত্ব কৰিছিল কিন্তু উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলত 125 বছৰে কৰিছিল মই তাতে মোৰ জন্ম হৈছিল আৰু তেতিয়া সৰুতে দেখিছিলো মহলৰ সুতি পাৰতে ব্ৰিটিছৰ দিনৰ জাহাজ ঘাট ঢাকা হৈ কলিকতা হৈ বস্তু অনা নিয়া কৰে যোৰহাট ককিলামুখ বৰগুপতে উঠা নমা কৰে উজনি অসমৰ প্ৰথম ৰেলৱে ষ্টেচন যোৰহাট জেপিয়াটো তাতে আছে দুৰ্ভাগ্যবশতঃ 1965 চনৰ পৰা 1970 চনৰ ভিতৰত সেই জাহাজ ঘাট সেই আমাৰ গাঁও সেই মহগড়গুটি সেই ৰেলৱে লাইন সেইবোৰ ব্ৰহ্মপুত্ৰৰ বুকত 10 কিলোমিটাৰ জাহ গ'ল যাৰ বিনিময়ত মানুহ চেদেলবিলে হ'ল মই যোৰহাট জৰ্জ কোৰ্টৰ পেছকাৰ অনিল বৰঠাকুৰৰ ঘৰত থাকি ক্লাছ 3য় শ্ৰেণীৰ পৰা পঢ়িছিলো 90 নং বালিগাঁও প্ৰাথমিক বিদ্যালয় য'ত পঢ়িছিলো এজন বিজ্ঞানী আছিল তেখেত এতিয়াও 93 বছৰ বয়স হ'ল আমাক সৰুৰে পৰা শিকাইছিল গছ পুলি ৰুলেই নহ'ব গছ পুলি ৰুই প্ৰতিপালন কৰি ডাঙৰ দীঘল কৰা গছৰ গুণাগুণ আৰু গছৰ নাম জানিব লাগিব হাতে কামে কৰি শিকাইছিল সেই সময়ত মোক পান পুলি ৰুবলৈ দিয়ে পান পুলি চবৰ হাতত নহয় আৰু তেতিয়া ডাকৰ বচন আছে একে আহিনে ধান তিনি খাওনে পান মোৰটো উল্টা হৈ গৈছিল একেটা খাওনতে পানটো ছিঙি খাব পাৰে সেইকাৰণে তেখেতে মাতি আনি এদিন ক'লে তই এইফালে আছোন তোৰ হাতটো চাই ক'লে তই এইটো কামকে কৰিবি এদিন পৃথিৱীৰ আদৰ্শ বানবি আৰু এইবোৰ কৰোঁতে চাবি কুকুৰে বকি থাকিব হাতীয়ে ঘূৰি নাচায় তোৰ কামটোৱে তই কৰিবি সেইকাৰণে উৎসাহ উদ্দীপনা দি মই 79ত যেতিয়া সেই আমাৰ 10 কিলোমিটাৰ খৰাই লৈ গৈছিল তালৈ গৈ দেখিলো তাত আগত নিজৰ জন্মতি জন্ম হোৱা দেহখনটো কোনো পাহৰিব নোৱাৰে চাই দেখিলো যে শতাধিক সাপ সেই ঠাইবিলাক শুকান বালিময় তাত শতাধিক সাপ পৰিছিল সাপবোৰ মৰা দেখি অন্তৰত মোৰ বেদনা সোমাল আমিওতো এনেকৈ মৰিব লাগিব সেইকাৰণে সাপ নমৰিবৰ কাৰণে কি কৰিব লাগিব কাষতে 5 কিলোমিটাৰ মান আঁতৰত থকা দেউৰী সম্প্ৰদায় আইতা ককাহঁতক উলাই গৈ সুধিলো যে সাপবোৰ মৰি গ'ল সাপ নমৰাৰ কিবা ব্যৱস্থা আছেনে তেতিয়া তেওঁলোকে কৈছিল বিশ্বৰ আটাইতকৈ ওখ গাঁটো ৰুবলৈ কৈছে মই এতিয়া বুজি পোৱা নাছিলো তেতিয়া তেওঁলোক বুজাই দিয়ে বিশ্বৰ আটাইতকৈ ওখ গাঁত হ'ল বাঁহ ৰুলে চাহ হ'লে সাপ নমৰিব আৰু তই গছ পুলি ৰুই গৈ থাক তেওঁলোকে 50টা বাঁহৰ মূৰা 25টা বাঁহ দিছিল সাপ মৰা ঠাইতে 50টা মাটি কলহ কিনি আনি তাত 5 দিনৰ মূৰে মূৰে পানী দি বাঁহ অলপকৈ গৈছিল যিবোৰ গুটি আহিছিল সেইবোৰ গজালি ওলাবলৈ গছ পুলি ৰুওঁতে 30 বছৰত অত্যন্ত অৰণ্যত পৰিণত হ'ল যাৰ বাবে শতাধিক হৰিণা লগে লগে ঢেকীয়া বাঘ আহি গড়াল যাৰ 150কৈ হাতী আহোঁতে বহুত দুখ কষ্ট অনুভৱ কৰিলো মানুহে মোক দেখিব নোৱাৰা হ'ল হাবিখন গঢ়াৰ কাৰণে তই হাতীটো মাতি আনিলি আমাৰ ঘৰ দুৱাৰবোৰ ভাঙি পেলাইছে তেতিয়া এদিন হেজাৰ মানুহে মিটিং পাতিলে যে গছবোৰ কাটিলে হাতী নাহিব তেতিয়া মোৰ বোলে আহিল এদিন কৰত কুটা লৈ তেতিয়া মই কলো প্ৰথমতে গছ কটাৰ আগতে মুখ কাটিব লাগিব তাৰ পিছতে গছ কাটিব পাৰিব মূল গছে কাৰো ঘৰ ভঙা নাই হাতীয়ে ভাবিছে হাতীৰ কাৰণে আপোনালোকৰ ফৰেষ্ট ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্ট আছে MLA আছে MP আছে চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ আছে ভাৰতৰ প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী আছে গতিকে তেওঁলোকৰ লগত যোগাযোগ কৰ তেতিয়া তেওঁলোকে যোগাযোগ কৰি মোৰ কথা শুনি গুচি গৈছিল অসমৰ সংবাদ মাধ্যমক এই কাৰণে ধন্যবাদ জনাও বহুত দুখ কষ্ট অতিক্ৰম কৰি মোৰ এই আবিলে আহিছিল প্ৰথম দিনা আহোঁতে 9টাকৈ গৰু বাকে মাৰিছে 3টাকৈ ঘৰ আছে 150কৈ হাতী আছে হাবিত সোমাবলৈ দিয়া নাই তেতিয়া তেওঁলোকক চোৰাং চিকাৰী বুলি ভাবিছিলো কিন্তু মই তাৰ পৰা উঠাই দিছিলো আৰু পিছদিনা মাঘৰ বিহু আছিল মাঘৰ বিহুৰ দিনাখন আহি মোক এখন ফুলাম গামোচা এখন চেলেং চাদৰ 500 টকা আৰু প্ৰমাণ পত্ৰ দি কৈছিল আপুনি বহুত ভাল কাম কৰিছে কৰি গৈ থাকক আপোনাৰ লগত আমিবোৰ আছো তেতিয়া এই আৰ্টিকলটো লিখোতে 2 বছৰ সময় লৈছিল তেতিয়া 2010 চনৰ 25 জানুৱাৰী জিতু কলিতাই লিখা আৰ্টিকলটো দৈনিক জনলৈ ওলোৱাৰ লগে লগে DY365 দূৰদৰ্শন আহিল দূৰদৰ্শন অহাৰ লগে লগে টাইমছ অফ ইণ্ডিয়া অহাৰ লগে লগে আৰ্টিকল লিখালে জৱাহৰলাল নেহৰু ইউনিভাৰ্চিটিয়ে মোক মাতি 3 দিন 3 ৰাতি প্ৰতিটো গছ গছনি প্ৰতিটো জীৱ জন্তু প্ৰতিটো চৰাই চিৰিকটিৰ বিষয়ে অধ্যয়ন কৰি ভাৰতলৈ প্ৰথমবাৰৰ কাৰণে ৰাতি 3:30 বজাত ফৰেষ্ট মেন অফ ইণ্ডিয়া সন্মান দিছিল যাৰ বিনিময়ত মোক আকৌ তাৰ 3 দিনৰ পিছতে মাতি নি তাৰ চন্দ্ৰ মুখাৰণ হ'ল বম্বেত APJ আব্দুল কালাম ছাৰে মূৰত হাত দি আশীৰ্বাদ দি কৈছিল বিশ্বৰ আটাইতকৈ ভাল কাম কৰাৰ কাৰণে তোমাক 60 কেজি ডায়মণ্ড সেৱাৰ 2 লাখ টকা চেক দিছো বিশ্ববাসীৰ কাৰণে কৈছিল आपका सब्जेक्ट इन स्कूल एंड कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी बड़ा मीटिंग में मौत चाहिए ये नहीं इंडिया में इन्वाइट करेगा जाने पर ऐसे ही नहीं ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड जब इन्वाइट करेगा जाने पर तार 3 दिन पिछते মোক ফ্ৰান্সলৈ আমন্ত্ৰণ কৰিছে ফ্ৰান্সলৈ আমন্ত্ৰণ কৰোতে মোৰ পাছপোৰ্ট নাই ভিছা নাই তেতিয়া ইভেনৰ পৰা ফোন কৰিলে ভাৰত চৰকাৰে যে কেইজন মানুহকে আমাক লাগে গতিকে ভাৰতীয় প্ৰশাসনে তেওঁৰ পাছপোৰ্ট ভিছা কমপ্লিট কৰি পঠিয়াই দিয়ে তেতিয়া জোৰাৰ উপায়ুক্তই সকলোখিনি ঠিক ঠাক কৰি মোক ক'লে যে 2 দিনৰ আগতে যাব লাগিব 2 দিন মানে ভাৰত বন্ধ দিছে আপোনালোকে কলিকতাত সেইটো দিব কলিকতাত যেতিয়া গৈছিল তেতিয়া ভয় লাগিছে কোনোদিন প্লেনত উঠি পোৱা নাই বিদেশত গৈ পোৱা নাই তেতিয়া দেখিছো প্লেনত যেতিয়া ফিটা মাৰি বহিছো তেতিয়া এই প্লেনখনত 550 সিট আছে তেতিয়া দেখিছো ফৰেনাৰ ওয়াইন বহুত খাইছে হয়তো শংকা দিবৰ কাৰণে কলিকতাৰ পৰা আৰবৰ দালৈ 3 বটল আৰবৰ দাৰ পৰা সুইজাৰলেণ্ড জেনিভালৈ 2 বটল খাই যেনে ফ্ৰান্স পাইছো তেতিয়া জিতু কলিতাক কৈছো চা গছে মোক কাপোৰ পিন্ধাইছে চৰাই 7 সাগৰ 13 নদী পাৰ কৰি সূৰ্য উঠা দিশৰ পৰা সূৰ্য পৰা দিশলৈ আহিছে অন্যটো অনা নাই পিছদিনা এতিয়া ইভেনত 195খন দেশে বিজ্ঞানীসকলে ঘোষণা কৰিলে এতিয়া আৰু গছৰ অবিহনে পৃথিৱীক কোনেও বচাব নোৱাৰে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বই ধ্বংস কৰাৰ বিনিময়ত এজন মানুহে সৃষ্টি কৰাৰ কাৰণে মোক তাত সম্পূৰ্ণ এজোপা গছ পুলি ৰুবলৈ আমন্ত্ৰণ কৰিছিল। গছটো যেতিয়া বহুৱাই দিছিলোঁ, পৃথিৱীৰ যিমান ধৰ্মাৱলী লোকসকল আছে অকণ অকণ মাটি দি পৃথিৱীক বচাবৰ কাৰণে গছজোপা জীৱৰ কাৰণে তেওঁলোকৰ নিজৰ ধৰ্মত কিছুৱে দেন দিছে, কিছুৱে বিলাপ কৰিছে, কিছুৱে কান্দিছে পৃথিৱীক বচাবৰ কাৰণে গছজোপা জীয়াই ৰাখিবৰ কাৰণে। তেতিয়া সৰু সৰু বৰষুণ দিছিল। তেতিয়াৰ পৰা আৰু মনটো বৰ ভাল লাগিল। আজিৰ পৰা পৃথিৱীখন এৱাৰনেছ হৈছে। কেইদিন ধৰি আজি 10 বছৰ এৱাৰনেছ কৰিলো। এতিয়া আৰু আপোনালোকৰ আশীৰ্বাদ, ভাৰতৰ 140 কোটি মানুহৰ আশীৰ্বাদ আছে। সেইকাৰণে ভাৰতবৰ্ষত কৰিব লগা বহু কাম আছে। মোক 2014 চনত যেতিয়া স্কটলেণ্ডত জীৱনজোৰা সাধনা বঁটা দিছিল ভাৰতীয় সামৰিক বাহিনী দিল্লীত, তেতিয়া মানে মই কৈছিলো যে বিদেশত সন্মান দিছে ঠিক আছে, পৃথিৱীৰ কামটো কৰিব লাগিব। 2010 চনত 15 চনত মোদীয়ে অহাৰ লগে লগে মোক তেতিয়া পদ্মশ্ৰী পাবলৈ এপ্লাই কৰিব লাগে, মই নাই কৰা। মোক মাতি নি নিজে তেতিয়া এই সন্মানটো দিছিল। তেতিয়া মোক সুধিছিল যে সন্মানটো লৈ আপুনি কেনেকুৱা পাইছে? পৃথিৱীয়ে যদি নাথাকে সন্মান লৈ মই কি কৰিম? কিন্তু ভাৰতৰ 130 কোটি মানুহৰ আশীৰ্বাদ লৈ মই এই সন্মান লৈছো। ভাৰতবৰ্ষত কৰিব লগা বহু কাম আছে। সেয়ে দেশ বিদেশ এতিয়া মোৰ হাবিখনলৈ তাত থাইলেণ্ড, টাইৱান, জাৰ্মান, জাপান, ফ্ৰান্স, USA ছোৱালীজনীয়ে এতিয়া PhD ল'বৰ কাৰণে এবছৰলৈ পঠিয়াইছে। তেওঁ গৱেষণা কৰে, সম্পূৰ্ণ তথ্য শিক্ষা জ্ঞান লৈ তাত PhD ল'বলৈ কৈছো। আৰু নতুন প্ৰজন্মক পৃথিৱীক ভাল পাবলৈ শিকোৱাটো তাইৰ কৰ্তব্য আছে। কাৰণ অল অভাৰ ৱৰ্ল্ড কোনোদিন পাঠ্যক্ৰমত পৃথিৱীক ভাল পাবলৈ শিক্ষা নিদিলেই নাই। ক'ত পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্য হেৰাই গৈছে। সেইকাৰণে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বৰ 800 কোটি মানুহক অনুৰোধ কৰিছো, আমি পৃথিৱীখনক বচাবলৈ হ'লে মেক্সিকো ইউনেস্কোৰ বেন এম্বেচেডৰকো কৈছো যে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্ব যদি বছৰেকত 7 দিন লকডাউন দিয়ে তেতিয়া পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্যটো ঘূৰি আহিব। কাৰণ মোৰ হাবিতে দেখিছো, মোৰ হাবিত যেতিয়া মই দেখিছো যে লকডাউনৰ সময়ত 2020 চনৰ 11 এপ্ৰিলত কুইন এলিজাবেথে এৱাৰ্ডটো দিলে। আহোঁতে মোৰ মানে ঘূৰি আহোঁতে পানী লগা জ্বৰ, এপ্ৰিল মাহত জ্বৰতে মোক আৰু সোমাব নিদিয়ে ঘৰত। তই বোলে বেমাৰ লৈ আছ, কভিড লৈ আহিছ। তেতিয়া পুৰা কভিড। তেতিয়া আৰু গাঁৱতো থাকিব লাগিব। হাবিত যেতিয়া লৈ গলো, টোপোলা টাপলি মানি হাবিলৈ গুচি গলো, তেতিয়া দেখিলো 3টাকৈ গড় আছে, 150কৈ হাতী আছে। তেতিয়া আৰু কাজিৰঙা DFক কলো, ছাৰ লকডাউনটোতো ৱাইল্ড এনিমেলে বুজি নাপায় আৰু চৰাই চিৰিকটিটো বুজি নাপায়, কি কৰিব? তেতিয়া ক'লে বোলে মই এলিফেণ্ট চাফাৰী পঠিয়াই দিছো। 3টা হাতী গ'ল, হাতী গৈ তাতে এমাহ থাকিল। এমাহ থাকি যিটো অধ্যয়ন কৰিলো সেইখন হাতী, তাত থকা গছ গছনিবোৰ আগতকৈ চিৰসেউজীয়া হ'ল লকডাউনত। তাত থকা জীৱ জন্তুবোৰ মুক্ত বিচৰণ ভূমি হ'ল। তাত থকা চৰাই চিৰিকটিৰ মুক্ত বিচৰণ ভূমি হ'ল। তাত থকা জলাশয় যিটো আছিল পানীবোৰ পৰিষ্কাৰ হ'ল। তাৰ মাজতে মোক মেক্সিকো লৈ গুচি গ'ল, পৰ্তুগালৰ মাজতে। তাত লৈ গৈ দেখিলো দিল্লীত যেতিয়া পাইছো, আপোনাৰ বোলে ভিছা 10 বছৰলৈ দিছে, আপুনি তাত বছৰেকত 3 মাহ থাকিব পাৰে। 8 লাখ হেক্টৰ মাটি তেওঁলোকে কিনি লৈছে। তাত 1 লাখ ল'ৰা-ছোৱালীৰ লগত তাত থাকি গছ পুলি ৰুবলৈ শিকাব লাগে। মই পৃথিৱীখন এখনে চুক্তিনামা চহী কৰিলো, যেতিয়া যাবই লাগিব 10 বছৰত 3 মাহ থাকিবলৈ। আৰু সেইকাৰণে মই তাত ইউনেস্কোৰ বেন এম্বেচেডৰ আহিছিল। তেতিয়া তেখেতক কৈছিলো যে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্ব যদি বছৰেকত 7 দিন লকডাউন দিয়ে তেতিয়া পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্যটো ঘূৰি আহিব। আৰু মোৰ হাবিৰ পৰা যিটো অভিজ্ঞতা লাভ কৰি কৈছো, আৰু তাতকৈ মহিলাসকলক 60% সংৰক্ষণ দিব লাগিব। এইকাৰণে দিব লাগিব যে তাত কথা আছে, মোৰ ঘৰতে ল'ৰা-ছোৱালী 3টা নহয়, সেই ল'ৰা-ছোৱালীবিলাক মাকে 3 চান মাৰিলে মা মোক ভাত দে বুলি কয়, মই 1 চান মাৰিলে ঘৰৰ পৰা ওলাই যায়। এনে মানৱ সম্পদ গঢ়া মহিলাসকলৰ ভূমিকা বেছি আছে। সেইকাৰণে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বই মহিলাসকলক 60% সংৰক্ষণ দিলে দেশ এটা জাতি পৃথিৱীৰ ভাৰসাম্যটো ঘূৰি আহিব। আশা ৰাখিছো এই সন্মিলনত আমাৰ অসমত থকা বড়োৱে হওক, মিচিঙে হওক, ট্ৰাইবেল যিসকল আছে সদায় প্ৰকৃতিৰ পৰা লৈ প্ৰকৃতিক দিয়ে। আমাৰতো মিচিং মানুহে 3টা বস্তুৱে কিনে, পাইতো নিমখটো জুই চলাটো গেছ বাকীটো হাবিতেই পায় গতিকে আৰু প্ৰকৃতিৰ লগত গছ থাকিলে প্ৰাণী নহয় আমাৰ গছে আমাৰ প্ৰাণ অন্যটো নহয় সেইকাৰণে নেচাৰ ইজ গড গড ইজ নেচাৰ সেনে ডুবাইত কৈছে যে ৰজাই মাতিলে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মাই নম্বৰটো দিলে বোলে মোক মাতি নি ক'লে যে আপুনি 42 বছৰ হাবি কৰোঁতে লাগিল আমাৰ আপোনাক সহায় কৰিবৰ কাৰণে ডিজিটেল ক্লাছ কৰি পেলাই কাৰ্টুন ল'ৰা ছোৱালীক যদি শিকাম নাই এইটো ভাৰতলৈ আনিব নোৱাৰিব নেচাৰ ইজ গড গড ইজ নেচাৰ আমি কেতিয়াও ডুবাইত চব ভাৰতীয় মানুহ প্ৰশাসনৰ পৰা ধৰি চুইপাৰৰ পৰা ধৰি ড্ৰাইভাৰৰ পৰা চব ভাৰতীয় আৰু যদি ভাৰতে নাথাকে ডুবাই জীয়াই থাকিব নোৱাৰে আমি অক্সিজেনো দিব লাগে খাবলৈও দিব লাগে আৰু চব খাই আৰু শুৱে আৰু হাগে সেইকাৰণে আপোনালোকে নেচাৰৰ লগত কিবা কৰিব পাৰে তেতিয়া আহিব পাৰিব তেতিয়া কৈছে বেম্বো প্লেনিং কৰি চাইকেলো নাই বিশ্বৰ এইটো খুব ভাল কথা আহক তেতিয়া সেইকাৰণে ইয়াত ডুবাই মহাৰাজাক কলো যে সমস্ত ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ প্ৰতিটো ৰাজ্যত ভাৰত থাকিলে ডুবাই থাকিব ভাৰত নাথাকিলে ডুবাই থাকিব নোৱাৰে সেইকাৰণে পৰিৱেশ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি গঢ়িবলৈ যিমান টনা দিব লাগে ভাৰতবৰ্ষত থকা প্ৰত্যেকটো ৰাজ্যত দিব লাগিব এখন টনাৰ ইউনিভাৰ্চিটি গঢ়িবলৈ তেতিয়া ডুবাই জীয়াই থাকিব ভাৰত থাকিলে ডুবাই জীয়াই থাকিব সেইকাৰণে তেওঁলোকে গোৱাত এইটো হ'ল IFS সকলকো ক'লো ছাৰ ডিজিটেল ক্ৰছ কৰিবলৈ নিদিব ভাৰতবৰ্ষত কাৰণ আমি আদিম যুগতে প্ৰথম কাপোৰ পিন্ধা আদিম যুগতে প্ৰথম গছ ৰোৱা তেনেকুৱা এখন দেশৰ শিক্ষা আৰু জ্ঞান পেট ফুটি ওলাই যোৱা নাইতো সেইকাৰণে আমাৰ দেশৰ নেচাৰ ইজ গড গড ইজ নেচাৰ সেইটো মানি পেলাই আমাৰ দেশৰ উন্নতি সাধন কৰিম সেই মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াকো মই নিজে চিঠি দিছো ভাৰতবৰ্ষত থকা ফৰেষ্ট্ৰিকল সংৰক্ষণ কৰিয়ে ডেভেলপ কৰিবলৈ কৈছো এনেই ফৰেষ্ট ধ্বংস কৰি ডেভেলপ কৰিব নোৱাৰিব সেইকাৰণে আশা ৰাখিছো ভাৰতৰ ইতিহাস আজি 60 বছৰৰ পিছত 7 বছৰ যিমান ডেভেলপ হৈছে ভাৰতবৰ্ষত আৰু যদি আমি 5-6 বছৰ যদি আৰু পাওঁ ভাৰতবৰ্ষৰ ইতিহাস এদিন নতুন শিক্ষা নীতি যিটো ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় শিক্ষানীতি 2023 চনত সেইটো এপ্ৰিল মাহ আৰম্ভ হ'ব সেইখিনি ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে নতুন পৃথিৱী কৰিব কাৰণ আগতে নহ'ব আমাৰ আগত ব্ৰেইন এণ্ড ড্ৰেইন ব্ৰিটিছে অহাৰ পাছত ব্ৰেইন ড্ৰেইন হৈ গ'ল তাৰ আগতে আছিল পিতা ধৰ্ম পিতা স্বৰ্গ পিতাহি পৰম তপ তাৰ পিছতে আহি গ'ল ব্ৰিটিছৰ পাছতে আহি গ'ল টকা ধৰ্ম টকা স্বৰ্গ টকাহি পৰম তপ ক'ত আমাৰ দেশৰ উন্নতি হ'ব কাৰণ চব ব্ৰেইন ড্ৰেইন ভাৰতীয় পইচাৰে পঢ়ে লোকৰ দেশ ডেভেলপ কৰে মৰিব সময়ত মৰা হতো যায় এইটো শিক্ষা কি দৰকাৰ আমাৰ বিশ্বখনত দেখিছো 195খন দেশৰ 13খন দেশে ইংৰাজী কয় বাকীবোৰ মাতৃভাষাত কয় সেইকাৰণে মই অসমীয়াতে ভাষা লিখি যাৰ জানিলে জানিবি নেজানিলে ভাষা কলা কৃষ্টি সাংস্কৃতি বিকাশৰ অধীনে দেশৰ আপোনালোকৰ এই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় শিক্ষাটো NGM-ত হৈছিল বৈঠকত প্ৰথম গৰাকী মহিলা ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰ NGM-ত আছে ঔৰংগাবাদ আৰু তেখেতে তেতিয়া মোক মাতিছিল এৱাৰ্ড দিবলৈ কাৰণে মই তেতিয়া মোক কৈছিল মহাৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ গভৰ্ণৰ মহাৰাষ্ট্ৰৰ চিফ মিনিষ্টাৰ কেন্দ্ৰীয় শিক্ষামন্ত্ৰী যি পৰ্যন্ত ভাৰতীয় কলা কৃষ্টি সাংস্কৃতিক বিকাশ নহ'ব সেই পৰ্যন্ত দেশৰ উন্নতি সাধন হ'ব নোৱাৰে আৰু সেইবোৰ শিক্ষা দিওঁতে সদায় মাতৃভাষাত ক্লাছ 10লৈকে শিক্ষা দিবলৈ কৈছো আশা ৰাখিছো আমি এই শিক্ষা নীতিৰ জৰিয়তে এদিন সেইখিনি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীয়ে সমগ্ৰ বিশ্বক মানে নেতৃত্ব দিব কাৰণ দেখিছো বিশ্ব সন্মিলনত APJ আব্দুল কালাম ছাৰে মোক এৱাৰ্ড দিছে বুলি কোৱা নাই তেওঁ ভাৰতক বহু ওপৰত থৈ গ'ল যাৰ বাবে পৃথিৱীৰ মানুহে ভয় কৰে যাৰ বাবে পৃথিৱীৰ মানুহে এতিয়া আদৰ্শ ল'বলৈ বাধ্যতা হৈছে সেইকাৰণে আশা ৰাখিছো ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীসকলক তোমালোকৰ আৰু আমাৰ দুখ এইটোৱে মাচুৰীত IAS IPS IFS 2020 চনত 5 জনে আছে IFS এটাও নাই আৰু IPS এটা নাই আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালী কি পঢ়ে মোবাইল চাওঁতে যায় দক্ষিণ ভাৰতৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে চব প্ৰশাসনত আছে আমাৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালীয়ে কিয় নপঢ়ে ভাৰতীয় প্ৰশাসনত কিয় নপঢ়ে সেইটো খুব ডাঙৰ কথা হৈছে সেইকাৰণে আমি তোমালোকক এটাই অনুৰোধ কৰিছো ভাৰতীয় প্ৰশাসনত যেতিয়া বহিবাতে দেশ যেতিয়া জাতিৰ উন্নতি সাধন কৰিব তেতিয়া আমাৰ দেশখন খুব সুন্দৰ হয় এতিয়া APS-ত যিখিনি পাছ কৰিছে 130 জন মই সিদিনাখন ক'লো তোমালোকৰ ওপৰত বহুত গধুৰ দায়িত্ব কাৰণ তোমালোক মেৰিট বেষ্টত পাইছা মেইন বেষ্টত থেকে দেশ এটা জাতিৰ উন্নতি সাধন কৰা তোমালোকৰ ভূমিকা যিমান আছে ৰাজনীতিকসকলৰ ইমান নাথাকে সেইকাৰণে তোমালোকৰ ওপৰত দেশ এটা জাতিৰ উন্নতি কৰিবৰ কাৰণে আশা ভৰসা আছে সেইকাৰণে আশা ৰাখিছো এই বড়োলেণ্ডৰ পৰা IAS IPS IFS 2013 চনত ইণ্ডিয়ান ইনষ্টিটিউট অফ ফৰেষ্ট মেডিচিন বড়োলেণ্ডৰে এটা ল'ৰা আছে আৰু ক'তো নাই উত্তৰ পূৰ্বাঞ্চলৰ ল'ৰা ছোৱালী নাই তেনেকুৱাবিলাক আমি ছাত্ৰ ছাত্ৰীক এই প্ৰায় স্কুল কলেজবিলাকত গৈ যিটো অনুভৱ কৰিছো তোমালোক এই বিষয়ে যত্ন কৰিবা আৰু তেতিয়া দেশ এটা জাতিৰ উন্নতি সাধন হ'ব বুলি ইয়াকে কৈ মোৰ বক্তব্যটো সামৰণি
ধন্যবাদ স্যার ফর আপনার 40 বছৰীয়া অভিজ্ঞতা আমাৰ আদৰ্শ হোক গোটেই আমাৰ নৱপ্ৰজন্মই আপোনাক অনুসৰণ কৰক আপোনাৰ যিখিনি কাম শ্ৰদ্ধাৰে আমাৰ মনত থাকিব সদায় কাৰণে আৰু আপুনি আমাৰ অনুপ্ৰেৰণা হ'ব so once again thank you sir for your valuable speech now I request Professor Anil Kumar Anil sir for his keynote speaking talk and now I request all our esteemed invited guests to come and take their seat in the front row of the venue. So I request Tanushri, please come and read the Professor Anil's bio.
Thank you, sir. It is my honor that I will be sharing with you the biography of our renowned academic and researcher, Professor Anil Kumar Anil. We've been privileged to have the opportunity to explore his remarkable life, work, and achievements with you. So, Dr. Anil Kumar Anil is the professor of the Food Innovation, Nutrition and Health Program at the Department of Food, Agriculture and Bioresearch in the Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, Thailand. Professor Anil has been featured globally as top 1% scientist in the field of food science. His index is 40 with 6,379 citations. His expertise lies in the field of food and nutrition security, food safety, food and bioprocessing, and preservation and bioeconomy. While at the same time, Professor Anil specializes in the indigenous food systems, especially on traditional and underutilized local food products, green valorization of food waste, and agro residues for high value and nanotechnology-based delivery system for enhancing the bioavailability and bioaccessibility of bioactive molecules. He has authored 7 patents that include US, World Patents, EU, Canadian, and Indian, more than 200 report international journals, 55 plus book chapters, and 1 authored book, 7 edited books, and several in international conference proceedings. Under Professor Anil's direct supervision, 25 PhD and more than 125 master students have been graduated from various nations of Asia and Africa up till now. Professor Anil has supervised more than 25 PhD. He has also been invited as keynote speakers with experts in various food, biotechnology, agro-industrial processing, and veterinary, as well as life science-based conferences and workshops organized by national, regional, and international agencies. Professor Anil has been serving as advisory member, associate editor, members of editorial board of various regional and international peer-reviewed journal publications. Professor Anil has experience on conducting various innovative research and food products development, funding by donor agencies including Newton Fund ADB, European Union, UN Fund, CTCN, USAID, World Bank, government agencies, and various food and biotech industries related to sustainable and separate food production systems, including strategy, development for food safety standardizations, as well as policy implications related to food safety. Professor Anil completed his master's and doctoral degree in food and bioprocess technology at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Professor Anil has also experience working as a researcher and academician at Otago University of New Zealand, Massey University, New Zealand, Kansai University, Japan, and Santiago de Compostela University, Spain. Professor Anil also served as professor and adjunct professor in the top regional universities including India, Nepal, Thailand, Cambodia, and Philippines. So let's give a big round of applause for Professor Anil and their amazing accomplishments. Sir, I feel deeply grateful for the opportunity to learn about the incredible life and achievements of Professor Anil Kumar Anil. Thank you, sir, for your enduring contributions and for setting an example of excellence that will continue to inspire future generations. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, I have 10 minutes presentation. Can you information
Mobile का password
password 1 2 3 4 5 6.
अरे से thank you.
Okay, thank you. 1 2 3 4 5 6.
ठीक है.
Okay, very good morning. Namaste. Thank you very much for your introduction given to. It's quite extensive. Before I start, I would like to say sincere thanks to the co-organizers for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Hammond and all the team, and long way to come here and to share the thoughts or the science what I have been engaged in last 20 years. So it is really a privilege to be here. I think generally I have been attending more than 100 international conferences in the last 10 years, especially in the region, and then in Europe and US as well. But having such a mega event, this is a little bit beyond the conferences, which I feel really yesterday is something not new, but innovative. That's the bringing to community as a part of this knowledge sharing. So again, it's for me also to learning process. So again, thank you very much for all giving me opportunity here to share my thoughts, as well as to the audience, to the students. I hope that my talk will be a little bit more technical as well, beyond try to integrate what we have been doing, and hopefully you are the future, especially for the young generations. Let's see that how the traditional and indigenous things, what in the panel discussions yesterday, I was sitting there as well and listening, how we can move forward with our things, which is really had a lot more value. So when I was asked to share of the indigenous, actually the knowledge is difficult, that in the science based. But when you try to correlate your work, we have been doing a lot of works which need to be now bring to the community, or industry has to be developed in such a way that what we have in our systems, that to be fostered and bring to the globalization. That's the way I think the working in the science, being a local, can promote as well. So with this, I will be. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so my talk will be a little bit bringing to this indigenous, especially on the food systems, food products, what we have been eating, what we have been producing, and how the science can help to make to outreach. Means not like what we have been adopting and eating like the home-based and giving to the neighbor, but beyond that, how it can help in the bioeconomy systems, how we can preserve our natural things, what we have been. We just listened that not like the conservation of the forest and those, but beyond that. So my thoughts will be more giving on some innovations as well. I'll not be giving too much on the technical again because I can understand here the audience from the different backgrounds we are coming. But what I will be trying to make is that to give some examples what can be useful for the future for us. I belong to, basically I'm from Nepal, but I have been working now almost 12 years, 13 years as a professor in Asian Institute of Technology, which is based in Thailand. But we have this institute is only postgraduate, this master and PhD students coming from almost 50 countries students all over Asia and Africa, many more students from India as well, Nepal, all those countries. So where we have is truly international. Don't introduce too much, but anybody would like to know about my institute, would be happy to. You can find me in Facebook, you can find me in LinkedIn, in other social media as well, and you can find our institute somewhere in the websites as well. Talking about why we were looking for this, the first thing we all know that we are facing a big challenges, and the previous speaker already mentioned about this why we need to have deforestation, not the deforestation is needed, or the conserving our natural resources, and those is very important. We talk about the climate change impact and those. At the same time, we are big challenge facing on the food security. But for me, for science, we are looking. It's not only the productions. We need to have more than beyond that thinking, right? How the production has been done. We always say that green revolution was needed in 60s, 70s. What brings a lot of food production to be needed. But then with consequences we are facing now. We have been using so much chemicals in our food systems. We have been using huge amount of fertilizers. We have been using a lot of antibiotics, which is coming another pandemic in 20, 30 years. We are not very far from there, which can kill millions of people. That is the new research. Or we have been facing challenges as well. You know the superbug, if some of you know that. Okay, so it's not like that. Same time we are talking like we are facing hunger days. We are facing malnutrition, undernutrition. But at the same time, we are facing obesity as well. And not very far to go. It's in our country as well. We have the undernutrition, malnutrition problem. At the same time, we are now almost in the top listed country in the obesity as well. Why it is happening? So there is a somewhere the food systems has been, don't say directly culprit, but at least we have been a lot of challenges there which we need to face. Population growth is there, but we need to have not to only try to make the land, but how to utilize that land. I will not give that talk, but the how to utilize that maximally, that is very much important. The food system is changing as well. But overall, the food security or food insecurity, similarly nutrition and those, is due to how the food system has been evolved. That is challenges is making to us the problems, actually. Right? Suppose the food resources, we have, that our culture, we try to adopt something very fast, which is imported. We don't try to look our own systems, which is very rich, and how we can make that rich, rather to somebody, or we should export rather than import too much. But that then has been so much, infiltrated in our community or systems. We can't ignore that one, and we have been adopting, and that is making us to this. The problem is coming: malnutrition, undernutrition, food insecurity. At the same time, we are facing now obesity and other lifestyle diseases is coming a lot more. What we are saying that's so we need to think on that how it is going to not work. So I'll be giving. Now you can see there. I just take example. This is one of the recent data was coming on that. It's showing that where is the problem in the food systems if we talk. And the food systems everywhere feel like how we have been utilizing, right? We try to make cities, big cities, mega cities, do the deforestations, making the lands to be utilized. We don't have land now too much to produce agricultural products, right? In many countries, I'm not talking in one country, India or somewhere, but many of those places, right? So much we are trying to produce the food, but same time, still people are 800, we have the SDGs coming there. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I was not realizing the screen is not. Okay, the previous slide, that's fine, I was already talked twice. And these are the issues will come in. But like, this is the one, what I was now talking, yes, we have the hungerness and those. Now we are producing a lot of food there. But do you know that we have 1/3 of the food, what we produce is wasted. Either at the farm level or at the post-harvest, means we don't have know-how technology. That is before industry going, that is rotten or wasted somewhere. And more than that, the industrialized or the developed countries has a more waste on the table. You know, the table when we eat here, we are losing. So if we can save, that's the data is saying now, if we can save that much, you can easily save the food security problem, at least 33 to 40% can be easily solved. So we need to find out a way how we can manage that. Okay, our food system are very much fragile, right? And that has been making impact a lot. Like I mentioned, we are using a lot of fertilizers. We have been using a lot more chemicals, pesticides, insecticides, which is impacting a lot more on the human as well as the environment. So we need to think how we can make it sustainable. Our system have been already corrupted. How we can make that more, means the science corruption something, not the other type. It's a corruption in the science as well. The technology has been corrupted as well, which need to be improved now. And if you see the right side, the data is showing that how we have been making this food system inefficiently rather. So water resources, almost 70% we use for that, including everywhere, agriculture, right? So we did not have efficient systems either, or we don't too much bother how to make it that here. What we are producing, what we are eating, is it enough or we eat too much, right? So we eat too much means our body has the mechanism. If any students here, biochemistry and those, you can easily understand. Our body has the limited enzymes to be produced. We can't do whatever you eat every time. What happened? The consequences, either we become unhealthy or get a lot of disease to be acquired by that one, even by eating that. So all these things have been helping, not helping rather destroying us as well. So we need to think of how we make. Now coming back to the systems or what we have in 100 years back was not a good enough. Only thing was that how the yield need to be improved, how to make the industry better, rather than thinking suddenly like industry has to be come there and improve and making there as well. So now the time, I think the young generation, we need to think more, right? I'm not the young anymore. We will be giving the science, but obviously the young generations coming either as a scientist coming tomorrow doing the research or looking for, the entrepreneurship. You are going to be there. You need to think of not going to the old model. Try to acquiring those old models, but innovation, modifications are very much needed here. And that's called making the sustainable food systems. Looking for, you are not destroying environment, right? One example is taking how much we are using plastic, simple to think, right? Where there is a necessary, we are. But like I can tell you in the Thailand case, we have been seeing there, one banana, each banana is wrapped in these plastics. And then you are putting in another plastic. We have been discussing with the industry. but it's not easy to convince because they want the shelf life. They think that the shelf life. There are other ways as well, but in the massive scale, we need to give the science as well to think. Each single guava is putting in one plastic wraps, and then you are putting another plastic wraps to increase the shelf life. Even you do a lot of fumigation and those, you know that those are already toxic for human health and environment as well, or for biodiversity as well. So there is a need. Then again, we need to think. That's called the indigenous now here. We need to think over 100 years back. Think about that. How the people have been growing the food. How the people have been thinking about preserving the food, right? That I will give the example some in the future, the next slides. So how the people have been preserving, how we have been, we didn't have too much know-how technology, but if you go to think about our grandfathers, grandmothers, all that before that, then they have been adopting such of things which were making our food systems better. And the life expectancy was much more higher than what we have today. Okay, and that's I put here. We need to have something innovative ideas. One thing is there, we should move a little bit more from the household systems to the industrial ones. And that's the many of the countries have been adopted. Many of the entrepreneurs, they put of these innovative, simple ideas, bringing to the very big society or global it becomes. Let us start with some example. This has been adopted in theory in Thailand as well. So I give example how to utilize and how every household can be self-sufficient itself, just not destroying the environment or not adopting too much on the imported things. Okay, so that's why I put local food self-sufficiency and sustainability. Just for examples how we are making. Now, if you start from the below means the base, you can see here the knowledge. Right, the two things are there. Knowledge, which is appropriate knowledge, need to be there. So if your household, your family doing there, staying in the rural areas or peri-urban areas. Obviously, in urban areas, it's much more difficult. Now, urban agriculture productivities are coming, where we need to adopt that one as well. But think on there. But what we need to have that, we need to think ourselves, are we going to make a good farming systems? That's the one we're there. Second, on this one, there is a methods to use. What you use is that you think on that modernize as well, the technology and those as well, looking. Also, is it reasonable? Means whether your affordability. Okay, that's the coming there. And then it can lead to actually for your society, for yourself, for adopting there. Actually, this a lot long back, almost 20 years back in Thailand, they adopted, and it was given by the late University King there. I mean, once it coming from the king means the people adopted. And this has been adopted in many more villages there, which is very successful. They are putting that's called the self-sufficiency theory. And he has published the book as well himself, as a king there. Okay, and that gives a lot of way to sustainable. And what he adopted, what was given there is this three theory actually one. So one theory is like, you are the household, you have some small land there, you try to utilize it, right? Whatever you make there, but make something for your food productions that you can sufficient yourself. Your neighbor has something else. Suppose you are doing the fish, you have a small pond, neighbor is doing poultry. You get from poultry from them, give to fish. So you see nutrition share as well, not only there. But share means like you are not just share like giving free of cost, but you are charging, and that's why the cooperatives comes there as well. And that I'm telling you. So now that also, and this also makes a lot of cooperation networks. And future, what happened? There is a market there now, and that market is only bringing from those products they are coming, which with the people who are staying in the cities or urbans, they are buying from there because they see that the value that's coming as organic agriculture now you can see here, and also the products are fully. But one thing is here, the science is very much needed. How you can manage those products as a quality and the safety for the people. So the quality there has to be standardized to be followed. That's the policy implications come there, right? So everything product is very much well judged. There is a packaging systems fully developed now there, and that is working. So like I tell you, in the last 20 years, it is quite high reach there. So there are the industries, but a lot of SMEs has been developed now, coming from the rural areas. And that gives a lot of impact. This was the theory was given, but that's moving on different 30%, 30%, 10%, 30% of you making here. And you can see that how we can make environment sustainable as well, and the human health can be impacted here. I'm sure that everywhere the government is looking for this type of things and developing as well. I just take the model from Thailand some way. Then they also came their government make one product from one temple, means one province has one type of product. So you can share again from another province to another. That has been developing as well. Okay. So this is one example there. But I'm moving now next one. We have some products. What we have been doing, we know we eat every day, but how we can make. Now the trend has come. You don't limitize your food products with your community. Let it to go outside. Because we have a lot of valuable things. And those valuable things has to move to the global kitchen. So everybody can eat, right? Then we need what we need. We need to have certain methods, certain technology, how to be, improved or improvised that the people can easily adopt that one. And that's the systems has been developed. There are a lot of things to be still developed. There are new things are coming into the market, new things, new thoughts are coming that we should not away from that as well. We need to think as well. We need to adopt those things as well. And then bringing our own local things, how we can maximize. So all the science, what we are doing, I think I also request all the science here, what we do, we should try to focus first on what is the valuable things we have here. How we can integrate the science there, technology there, and how can move. And then I also request the government as well, how the policy can help to make a better food products, which can be commercialized tomorrow and industry can grow. Okay. So overall objective, like I mentioned, start from there. We have malnutrition, we have undernutrition, same time we have obesity. How we can manage? So what we need to think about our own food. What we have been very balanced. I always remember we have the thal systems where you have all these rice, pulses, vegetables, little bit meat as well, and then you have pickles and everything. If you start eating that one, that's the most healthy things. But slowly, everything has been somehow going, and we have a lot of meat and then rice or something else. A lot of processed food are coming there, which we are taking. So we have convergence of that towards the food, which is called the ultra-processed food, what we adopt, which is very much we know that's not too much healthier. And that is also like industry grow, which is not making this environment as well. So what we need to think is now how we can make these foods more having functional value. That's the bioactive compounds. Every food has bioactive compound. Every food waste has bioactive compound. So you should not throw that one as well. We can get value. I'll not talk here that the waste has a lot of value. Might be different way, different talks, but we can see. I gave example here that every bioactive compound in our food system has value, how we can grasp it. So cooking system might not be good as well, right? What we have been destroying, all those things. You know that vitamin C is very much getting high temperature, gone. We don't have. What we are eating, we just tell that, oh, this contain very high vitamin C, right? So how we can change that? There are technology have been developed on that one as well. Or we can extract and we can make incorporation in some food systems from our own, the indigenous now again fruits or vegetables coming from there. We can make there. Right? The people nowadays, young generation especially, even my students, whenever give a little bit more assignments, exam comes, feeling start, too much stress or too much anxiety. I don't know where the words come from, but that's the way that has been now growing. It should not good. But I always say my students very first class that eat banana every morning, eat yogurt every morning, and you have a lot of everything what you need. You don't have to go. Your mood will be fast, good, you will fresh, and you learn. Probiotics is in yogurt. Banana gives you serotonin and dopamine, which is the happy hormone we know very well. Now, the industry is adopting as well that one. Okay, so that's, you see that tomorrow we have more chances where it comes from coming back here. So I start example of the probiotics. Now, I think, I'm not sure everybody knows, maybe probiotics not, but good bacteria, yogurt, dahi, everybody we eat, which is not a new things, is coming from Mahabharata, Ramayana, every time, we are very much. We are only unfortunate that somebody from other countries who has been promoting this product as a good product and becoming billionaire or making economic growth from there. We have a little bit far. behind on that. Now, if you see that, that gives a lot of values there. Now, I'll not take example of yogurt here, but take other things what we can manipulate and what we can do from there. But if we think in there, the probiotics, which is a good bacteria, is in our systems already in our traditional foods, which we have been eating generation to generations, rather can see from youth coming from there. But we have not been able to commercialize. I don't know how many of you know Yakult. Now Yakult was, as a drinking probiotic yogurt, was introduced by Japan, which become within a year become billionaire because it becomes all over the globe, everywhere. People start adopting, oh, this is good bacteria. Now go back, we have been drinking lassi for a long time, right? But we could not make as a commercial. So that's the way to now generation to change and make ourselves. Okay. Now I don't need to define here, but if you look, all these, some of those are we have. Even vegetables, what we have been doing, we have a lot of from the cereals producing that one, which is fermented products. Now fermented not by the yeast, but by the good bacteria, which is the probiotics, lactobacillus or bifidobacteria. Okay, those are there, and which has been in our gut system. This is a large intestine. These are the reservoir. This is coming there and keeping. Some example. This is very common. The left hand you can see there. I think we all know that product now is in the market. We have been doing in our culture, in our where the vegetables, when it get rotten, after 2-3 days, we start making as a pickup. But now this is kimchi, which was introduced by Korea, South Korea, and the young boy was looking his grandmother, so he learned from there how the grandmother has been doing. But he was smart enough to learn, he studied about this, and then he make an industry, and then he developed the kimchi. Now, if you go every departmental store, if you go any corner of the globe, any kitchen, you can find there. Okay. So that's coming from there. Why we don't, think now, what are the products we have? What do we need to? Right? Like we have Gundruk, I think is developed already from the region and from Nepal and those countries as well. They are still commercialized as necessary. Even you can see from this is from the Thailand, that the fermented pork, which is very popular. All the tourists and those come, they love to have that one in their place and they eat. Okay, this technology is nothing difficult there. But only thing is how we can make in the larger scale, how we can adopt the food what we have been eating and bring into the markets. You can see a lot of fermented fish is coming there, and the value is the word was that trying to preserve it, nothing else. They were not looking for the value. Now what I look and all the science look behind, there are the nutritional values also higher. Not only looking for the preservative point of view, preservance point of view, but more than that. And that I can show you some examples what we have done in our lab as well. So these are the few examples is coming, and along with you can see that how the evolution has changed now. Evolution is bringing the new type of products, okay, which is giving the new value to the commercialize, and that's a learning for us. How we can make our own product, what we have. How we can make a smallest industries from there can be scale up and bring to the market that the people will know. Once the people will know outside the world as well, then the product will have much more value. Otherwise, it will be sitting in household system. So my purpose is here, bring from household, go to the market and show the people. And what is there more? Not only preservative, it also gives more value for the health. We have done in our lab as well research, we show that you can enhance antioxidant activity. You know the anti-aging problems and those are coming. It enhances certain probiotics have the capability to develop vitamins, some vitamins which are lacking, like suppose vitamin B12, our body cannot produce. We cannot synthesize from what we are eating, which is bacteria can synthesize. So if we have the fermented vegetables, from there we can get that one as well. Okay, so we know that probiotics can give certain protein peptides, which is having the antibacterial effect. One of them is already commercialized from the milk already in the market. So we have a lot of potentials to get from there as well. Okay, so these are the few things I just wanted to share with you, and I can say you that some of the works I have done in the lab as well, and you can show. I'm not going to detail. I just show you that, like the papaya, if you do fermentation, and we have seen that the antioxidant activity can be increased by much 3-4 times higher as well, right? So I'll not control group and that. And also it's done in the animal studies to show that how the effect is there, which is not coming in the normal papaya you are eating. That not normal means just eating the papaya, which is but fermented. After, and those fermented is not like, obviously we know that papaya has a lot of good enzymes, a lot of anthocyanins and those things are there, carotenoids, precursors are there. But at the same time, there are certain changes increase and not to let it waste, rather you get from value there as well. Even adding some other components like additional ginger and those, that increase the value as well there. Okay, so some examples, just letting you know. And okay, this is like sauerkraut or kimchi has been well known, and a lot of vitamins have been found there, which is we don't find too much. And like I tell that the vegetables when we cook, we lose many of the active ingredients, what need to be. But when you make fermentation, we are not cooking. That's the bioprocessing techniques where you can inoculating with the good bacteria that can produce rather the better, the vitamins or other type of compounds, especially a lot of amino acids are increased as well. Can give. This is the example here. I take one, two master students. This Masiora, I don't know. This word is coming from the Nepal, which is made from the soybean and all type of cereals they make very traditionally cooked there, using traditional way of making there. Okay. But what we did is we tried to compare the traditional way, what we tried to make optimize the conditions using the good bacteria to identifying from there, using from the soybean and using the underutilized the taro, which is very popular in Thailand and many other regions actually there as well. Only I want to show here that we optimize. We don't need to wait for the 7 or 10 days to make this product. We make within a day the product, and the product has a lot more. Right side you can see there the amino acids, especially which are the essential amino acids, which we generally say that the plant-based has not too much essential amino acids, which has been sharply increased by doing but analysis. So this is giving the value that if you optimize the conditions, not let it to go in for the days and those. That is our traditional process. So traditional process now injecting here some innovation ideas, looking for using that probiotics as well the culture, and you can improve the product much higher than what we have, and that can give the commercial value. Not only that, these compounds, these materials does contain some amount of anti-nutritional factors. So if you do the fermentation process, you are reducing those anti-nutritional factors as well. So that is another benefit what we get from there. This was one project, and this is commercialized already in Thailand. There was organic turmeric is very much in north part of Thailand there as well. They produce very typical type of turmeric. So one of the industry came to us to try to find that because it's bitter, to try to make some product from there or beverage that they know that turmeric is very healthy, but we can't eat, and they don't use as spices in their foods. So they want to have the value from there. So we look for the bioprocessing methods. We use the probiotics, make a product, bitterness to reduce. We know that what bitter compound is there, reduce there, and making and giving the high value now. What are the health benefits? So we look for the especially antioxidant and antibacterial compounds. And throughout the process, we are successful to show that the antioxidant value or total phenolic contents, these have been increased in this turmeric when you make combination with the probiotic. Not like comparing there. You can see they are comparing the database baseline and that was also studies in the animals as well. This is another what I have done, and this is also a little bit success for using the probiotics. That the folic acid, which is very much essential, and that was the idea for especially when the ladies want to conceive or after getting pregnant, the doctor always prescribes to have the one capsules or tablets to eat the folic acid, which is synthetic. Now, if you can find in natural, we know that food materials does have, like many of our green vegetables, but when we cook, it is destroyed. So looking for that to increase in some values, we're looking for yogurt or the cheese making, but they were not because the folic acid is soluble in water, so it goes run away. So we try to make in the drinking, and this came from the soya milk as a plant-based as well to make now. And there we have been increased using some precursors, and that helps to increase the folic acid in that milk, which can give value to always that you don't need to have the capsules and those. Now, so probiotics is not coming in the food, but a lot of products. Recently, the US has produced one spray with the probiotic and, like I mentioned, the parabiotics, which is byproducts coming from the probiotics in the cosmetic systems or as antifungal as well on the screen spray. So a lot of values are coming there. And these probiotics now again come back, which is coming from the indigenous food or the materials where we have a lot of resources we need to identify, right? And when I was talking in this one, I can tell you, very yesterday I was talking with in the Philippines, we started one new project looking on the particular region of Philippines. It started, the government is very happy to develop a project looking for their own probiotics, good bacteria in the food systems and making a functional food or cosmetic products from or nutraceutical products from there. So that way, I think it was one pleasure for me to see that the government also trying to look and our food systems to be enhanced, and the science is also looking there for our own people to make. So we can be tomorrow, the leader for these type of things because we have been rich in these type of products as well. Okay, so these are few of the probiotics based which is coming in the market already there. Okay, it's like that. The second of the last part, I just emphasize here the millets. We should not be, because this year has been celebrating for the millet year, and now you can think of the millet. If I look myself, very young, we have not been eating those products which is abundant in our society or in the villages, right? Not coming from there, giving for animal products, animal feed, or giving for the low people, which is very rich in many things which we don't get in the rice, wheat, or those things. But we have been so that has been underutilized. So a few years back, it was considered as still underutilized. But this year, certainly, this is celebrating, UN is celebrating as the year of the millet in the FAO systems. Why? Because we now see that the value of that products, value of that materials, which contains almost everything or better than what we have been already eating a long back. Is why not adopt there? And I can give you some examples what we have in our systems, especially two things, millets and the legumes. And now you can see that millets and legumes are not too much produced in those European or US or those countries. This region means Asia and Africa is much rich on that. So we need to think how we can make that one more value-added products from there, how we can commercialize, how we can bring this again now this indigenous, because the people have been, like if you go Africa, even if we say ourselves, we have been eating a lot, but that not making able to commercialize. So there are a lot of things we can make there, but what is the thing there, why we have not been eating, that also needs to be fine. So what we got there is that there are a lot of anti-nutritional components, which is giving sometimes not a toxic effect directly, but giving more. So what we need, I don't go into each detail of that, but what I can show you that they do contain a lot of carbohydrates, but at the same time, they have a lot of dietary fibers. And now our industry is moving, or the health conscious people moving more fiber in your food, rather than having more, digestible carbohydrates. That has to be changed. And then more protein, especially COVID-19 has given lesson to us, actually, that we are lacking in our immune systems. And if you see there, whether any countries of the world, they suffer the same. And the fact is that our system has been immunocompromised. We are still weak in immune systems. That's why 100 years back, same COVID, similar type of virus attack and kill such a people, massive such a pandemic came and again. So there is a need of system, and that makes we need some certain things rich in our food systems. One of them is protein. There are certain minerals and some vitamins, which gives the immunocompromise or increase, and that's the value will be coming. And if you can compare to this with the rice and all of cereals, we find that these millets have a lot more value. Similarly, in the legumes, right, the pulses that contain a lot of proteins, a lot of value added, but there are the ways it needs to be, processed, which can reduce the anti-nutritional component, rather increase the nutritional value. So in my lab, we are working on that. At this point of my PhD students are currently working with some projects with the Thai government and other as well. And this is giving high value compounds to high value of these products as a functional value to give there and we know the digestibility and all type of things, how it is going to be improve the systems as well. There are a lot of things coming, the people don't like to eat rice anymore because due to the diabetes and those problems. Same times there is a problem with the wheat, which is called the gluten problems coming there, which is called the celiac disease, which is coming, the inflammatory bowel disease, a lot of diseases are coming. So there is a need of, so these are called now future food systems as well. It's coming in the part of the future food system we give. I just don't give too much detail, but what we are looking is there, how to reduce the anti-nutritional, how to increase the value, which can be easily incorporated to make a better food systems. Like I'm working with one of the largest Thai noodle factory, which is now trying to switch from the wheat-based noodle to make not only rice and wheat, rather millet-based, to look for there as well and increasing. But you know that the making product is not so easy. That's why we have not been using. So you need the systems to be developed, a lot of things to be done, but we are somehow success to make there as well. At the same time, we are looking for this earlier. I saw some of the methods, including bioprocessing and the germination, which is showing that the amino acid value can be increased uplift of plant-based. Plant-based has been some demerits to you that we don't have essential amino acids, but these methods can help to increase the essential amino acids as well. And like I mentioned, this is obviously tomorrow will be coming as a more food systems, and we are lucky. We have a lot of resources ready to utilize it to make how to commercialize a lot of high value there. And one of the things I can tell you that's also working with the plant-based meat analog is coming. A lot of burgers is in the market coming, which is similar like a chicken burger, but no more chicken is coming from the plant-based. And millet can be, or pulses combination of that can be substituted by using this type of things as well, which is giving similar taste, similar flavor, and similar essential amino acids as well, where we can be winning situation for the industries and for the, now coming back again for those the traditional foods, and those can have there as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anand. So in his talk, Professor Anand illustrated about sustainable agriculture, indigenous food system, traditional fermented food, and different type of indigenous food. So, like in our area also, we have lot of traditional food, sir. Indigenous fermented food. I think Sir is also one of the editor of Journal of Ethnic Food. So, and one of my paper is in your journal, sir. So I have written about the indigenous fermented food in your paper, and I'm very like. So I'd like to say that here also we have a lot of traditional food, but what is happening is we are forgetting. We are forgetting, and we do not know the like what are the benefits of our traditional food. And here, and I think your talk or your collaborative work will help in like processing the technological innovation in such fermented food. So so in future, I hope that BTR or Bodoland University will have collaborative work with Professor Anand so that we can develop our own traditional food, fermented food like napalm. Okay, sir talked about the shortening of the cooking. So, like napalm, it is a fermented one. And what happened in ancient time, they used to, many people, all they were agriculture based. So they had very little time to cook. So what they used to do, they used to just cook for a while and it can be cooked. This was the thing. So, and it could be preserved in a time when there was scarcity of such fish, because it is, so the ecosystem is like that. It is available in only one season. So I think the collaborative work will certainly help our area to develop such indigenous food like napalm, narji. Narji is also there, which is a dried jute, and it has been found that it enhances the nutritional value of jute. So all these things may be possible. I think the students may also take up this as a entrepreneur level also. So thank you, sir, for your such a nice deliberation. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Abhay Prasad Das. So, Dr. Abhay Prasad Das is a former professor and head Department of Botany, Tea Science and Biotechnology at North Bengal University. In 2017, he joined as visiting research professor DBT at the Department of Botany, Rajiv Gandhi University, Arunachal Pradesh, and now working there as a adjunct professor. His research area includes floristics, nomenclature, conservation, medicinal plants, palynology, and ethnobotany. He is an elected fellow of the Linnean Society of London, a learned society dedicated to studying and disseminating information concerning natural history, evolution, and taxonomy. He published about 249 full research papers and notes, 16 books, 22 popular articles, and over 40 radio and TV programs. He got many awards and fellowships like the V.V. Shiva Rajan Gold Medal of IAAT in 2001, the S.K. Seth Prize of ICFRE in 2004, Bharat Jyoti's Award of the Indian International Friendship Society, New Delhi, and Fellow of Indian Association of NGOs for Taxonomy, Fellow of West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology, Society of Ethnobotanists, etc. Now I'd like to invite Sir on the dais to give his talk. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this gala program to say something. But at the beginning, I made a close because of my throat condition. My throat condition is extremely bad, so I shall try to speak less. And another thing, my lecture will be very simplified. I never use gloves, use data, or whatever in my lecture. I never do it. It may be a small or a big lecture. My lecture is for everybody from almost illiterate fellow. So it is for all. It is not for just learned society. So this is my short CV. So Madam has already mentioned it. I like to start with this quotation. I don't understand why when we destroy something created by man, we call it vandalism. But when we destroy something created by nature, we call it progress. Actually, this development I don't like. This is not development. This is negative development. However, let me proceed. And if you don't mind, I shall read 2 lines from Bangla, from Rabindranath. তোমার নির্দয়তার ভিত্তিতেই উঠেছে সভ্যতার জয়তোরণ, ত্রুটি ঘটলে তার পূর্ণ মূল্য শোধ হয় কিনা। If you do something wrong, you have everything will be destroyed. But we are doing everything wrong. So as most of the data will come from Arunachal, so I welcome you to the dinner of traditional knowledge, and this photo is from Arunachal Pradesh. Today is Science Day, so my greetings for the National Science Day. Try to think and analyze everything logically and scientifically. Remember, faith in this. This may be the title of my lecture: Survival through Sustainable Utilization of Resources, Lessons from Traditional Life. I shall try to enter, but you know it's a huge subject. I shall try to touch a few points on it. That's all. Remember, natural vegetation provides everything for the survival of all animals. Man is also animal. You cannot ignore that man is not animal. You cannot say. So man is also animal. I am neither a student of anthropology nor of sociology. But anyhow, trying to touch that subject a little bit. What we need for survival, for our survival, what are the basic 3 needs? Basic need. First one is oxygen in the air, second one is water, and the third one is food. These are the basic things without which we cannot survive. And then medicines, nest or accommodation, your palace is not essential, and cloth for protection from cold. Cloth is not for fashion. Cloth is essential for protection from cold. And in that way, cloth is. So, for our survival, we need food. We have selected. Okay, let us take this 3 common food. I don't think this presenter will work. I don't think on this screen it will work. It will not work. So, rice, mango, and banana, suppose these are very popular. Who selected them? That these are edible. From any laboratory? Any scientist did it? No. This is the paper, traditional paper. Our predecessors, long back. Our ancient predecessors, they did. So, the bulk of the food is coming from rice, wheat, etc. These are big plants from which we collect this bulk of the food. And you see, 150 species. 150 species, they are actually actively cultivated for man and for man's plate. So these are most important, and only 30 species provided more than 90%, 95% of our energy and protein requirement. But what from we observe, when man originated, man has not originated de novo. Suddenly one day man was created. It is not this way. Man was originated slowly, and after the origin of man, far from the learned that this is edible, far from a child learned that this is edible. The child learned it from its parents. So anyway, so you look at this picture. Same animal, chimpanzee, but just due to some skin disease, that chimpanzee lost its body here. Now we look at its body. Is there any difference with the human body structure. Same structure. That means chimpanzee is too close to us. Is it not? So chimpanzee are 98.6 to 99% similar DNA, common DNA. That means they are too close. So accepting chimpanzee as our parent, man's parent, is there any difficulty? And which I have no difficulty. That man originated from chimpanzee. So two other animals you see, not two other group of animals you can see. The bonobo and the gorilla, they are also too close with us. You can see the similarity of DNA, how much DNA is similar with us. Then remember, all these animals, our relatives, they are all vegetarians. They are all vegetarians. Then how can I say that man is one omnivorous animal? Now we are adapted to that. Otherwise, basically, man was also one vegetarian. So, even the earliest man, as we believe today, that Homo habilis, they are also vegetarian, and sometimes they are scavenging the dead animal species. You can say that was the start. That was the start. So, man started learning everything from their parents, chimpanzee parents or primate parents. Man was basically herbivore. Now look at this. See the family hominidity. Under family hominidity, all are vegetarians. Only Homo sapiens man is taking some part of protein, meat. So otherwise the entire group is vegetarian. So our system was actually developed for vegetarians. So early man, see at this stage you say now they started hunting. They started hunting, they are prepared for weapons. So now they are advanced. In the meantime, maybe more than a million years have passed and they are learning it. Remember, man is one African animal. You see, you are not India or you are not a global animal. You are basically African. Because first, man first evolved in Africa long back, maybe 2 to 6 million years ago, because fossil evidence, old fossil evidence, what we are getting, those are only from the eastern part of Africa. So this is the region which is generally referred as cradle for human. Human originated there, they have grown up, and then they migrated gradually. So man is the most important migratory animal. Remember, you are not India, you are not in Bodoland. Huh? You are actually an African animal. You are African animal. And from Africa, you started migrating. So you are the most important migratory animal, and you migrated this way. You migrated this way, and they migrated out of Africa over 1 million years ago. And what they carry, when you move from one place to another place, the main thing you like to carry are the knowledge, it is there, knowledge, and of course the plant property. What you like to grow there in your new home. And sometimes, of course, we like to accompany our pets. So they migrated in different ways, in different parts of the world, different directions, different species of man, and sometimes again there are some return journey. Anyway, that is a different issue. So at the beginning, man was a gatherer hunter. So they were trying to identify the useful plants. From Iran, people entered India. The flora of Iran, flora of India, different. So how they will recognize the useful plants in India? Isn't it? That means they need to study some taxonomy. So taxonomy was not initiated in Indian laboratory. It was not initiated in Linnaeus laboratory. Remember, even birds practice taxonomy, even amoeba practice taxonomy. So you have to understand. So this thing that they were finding out the structural similarity, maybe the aromatic similarity, taste similarity, etc. So using all these things, they were identifying new useful plants. Interestingly, during this long 2 years lockdown in Arunachal Pradesh, so many villages, they were completely cut off. There was no outside supply, food or anything. Do you think they died out of hunger? No. They survived nicely. They were using only local resources, local wild plants. So when my children or grandchildren of Arunachal, they bring their traditional cooked food for me, I become very happy. And I find those are not bad to taste. And of course, their food value is quite high. So anytime they bring such food, I always accept that. That maybe with protein added or without added protein, everything. You know what they eat. And I can also eat everything. So at that stage, man was fully gathered around that. Anyway, and now we take non-veg just as supplement. Our main food is one grass seed, that is rice or wheat like that. So we are grass eaters, we take grasses, and then with some other vegetables, and then maybe little bit of fish or some meat. So fish and meat is just supplement. So main food is vegetable. So we are grass eaters. And you see, these are all grasses, these nuts. These are all grasses, all from the family Gramineae. I have taken only from the family, and this is only a small part of edible grasses. So these are the main grasses which is used as food. So when man started domestication of plants, maybe around 13,000 years ago, and around 7,000 species are in cultivation, and those are mainly for edible purpose or as medicinal. How many types of organisms or species, how many species are there on this planet? About, this is one very, it's a conservative estimate. Over 8.7 million species are there on this planet, and man is just one of those 8.7 million. Remember, man is just one of the 8.7 million. So our presence is just insignificant, but we want to make it significant. That is the problem, and with that we have to die. Remember. So while the crops were first, I mean the grain crops were first domesticated in that trademark area. That area is called Fertile Crescent area in Middle East. In that area, most probably these major grain crops were domesticated. One wild Asian grass. Those who botanists or biologists, maybe you know Oryza sativa is the scientific name of our paddy. So this Oryza was one wild genus. That genus was slowly domesticated, and gradually the Oryza sativa, this species, sativa means it is in cultivation. This species was domesticated in our area, and it was actually domesticated in parallel in three areas, in Asia, Africa, and in South America. So the wild Oryza rupipogum and Oryza nivaga turned into Oryza sativa, that species will cultivate. So this is a very old Chinese picture where that thousands of years ago Chinese people were cultivating Oryza sativa. See, this food production is sometimes related to our cultural processes even to our religious processes. So this picture is from Jammu. It's from Jammu, you see, it was published in my journal, Pure, last year. Last year, no? Yeah, last year it was published. You can see the reference there. This journal, I published this journal, Pure. So anyway, so here you can see this drink. This is one kind of drink, alcoholic drink. But with that, some religious practices are linked here. If you remove this religious part, it will be produced. But somehow socially it is linked. So you cannot forget it. Even they use some dangerously poisonous plant to modify and to consume the product. Suppose the last plant, Erishima, Erishima propinqua. Erishima is very common in Eastern Himalaya. In Eastern Himalaya, more than 20 types of Erishima, that is snake lilies, are there. But you see, this rhizome of Erishima is very rich in acicular raphides. Acicular raphides means immediately you eat, it will pitch. Remember, within few seconds it will swell up. It is so dangerous. But they prepare pickles out of it and they consume nicely. I am yet to consume it. Certainly next time when I shall visit Jammu, I shall eat it. Certainly I shall test it. Some of these are from our Eastern Himalaya. These are from Darjeeling, you can see. And suppose this Sisnu and Bhange Sisnu. Sisnu, Bhange Sisnu. Yeah, I think you can remember Sisnu, Bhange Sisnu. It is in your language. Sisnu, Bhange Sisnu. You see, we eat it. Even I tested it. When I was in Darjeeling, I tested it. But you will certainly think twice before touching this plant. They are dangerous. You just touch with your soft skin, you will immediately you will sprung up. What I have touched. Dangerous plant. So we can eat this dangerous plant also. So this lower one, Angiopteris vector, there is one very primitive form, and Gynopodia odorata present in our forest. So seeds of Gynopodia odorata is poisonous. Even the Angiopteris rhizome is also not edible. But these people, suppose the cancers of Arunachal, some communities in Assam, they consume these things. And they have developed the procedure how to process these things and make it edible. So knowing how to make it edible. So this is from Bangla, from my state. Who said that Oryza sativa dham is edible? Is it from any laboratory? Who developed the method of parboiling? This in South India, North India, they consume raw rice. But especially in Bangla and Odisha, we consume parboiled rice, Siddhata. Parboiled rice. Who developed the method of parboiling? Scientifically, parboiled rice is more proteinaceous, more vitaminaceous, and it can be digested more easily. So who developed the method of parboiling? These people developed. Certainly they are not from any laboratory. Or different other programs, Bhat, Muri, Hoi, etc. Who developed this method? Are these from any laboratory? No. These are all traditional. So anyway, these are some traditional methods in different parts of our country, how they have. So at this present juncture of development and danger, I cannot say man's present day activities are good for society. What we are doing, even we are discovering these instruments, we are establishing industries. I cannot say this. You will say, sir, we are doing PhD, we are studying MSc, so what should we get job? That's a different case. But if we continue this type of so-called development, remember, it will invite only death, not survival. So, different species, you remember, I think you understand. different species together at a place is always in perfect natural balance. If you remove it, you see just behind the guest house, university guest house, I find suddenly the forest started. And we can understand the forest from this part has been removed. This is one artificial modification. Do you think this artificial modification is good? No, this artificial modification cannot be good. All these have some demerits on our environment, on our life. So we have to be careful. Remember, man is just one of the 8.7 million species, and it is neither special nor favorable to the nature. Nature do not favor man. Otherwise, while man is changing our thinking process, bringing or inviting us to the fights, very soon there will be atomic attack. Will you survive? We have discovered atomic weapons. Will you survive out of its attack? So remember, man is neither special nor favorite to the nature. That means our activities are not good. Remember, previously we are thinking all resources are for man only. Again, that was a wrong idea. Because man is just recently evolved animal. So all resources cannot be for man. You know, try to think all these things seriously. And man is now ready to destroy this biosphere. Very soon. We are at the brink. We are at the brink of destruction. So try to remember, and we are not yet serious. Maybe if we still give weightage to traditional community, traditional knowledge, then it may recover something. But I don't believe our advanced science or our advanced technology can save us. And only if we can go back to traditional knowledge, that can save us. There are over 53.8 million traditional people in this country. You see, they utilize biological resources without disturbing the delicate balance in the ecosystem. Our ancient literature, I am not so selfish that I shall mention only Indian things. So this Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, Tripitaka, Bible, Iliad, Odyssey, etc. All these ancient literature, or very old literature, recorded so much of our traditional knowledge. This is one very old version of Rig Veda, the Tripitaka, the first printed version of Bible. So, so from those we can collect some knowledge. But again, some refinement is essential. There are differences in understanding. Knowledge has changed. Their status of knowledge, our status of knowledge, there is differences. They are having less equipment to study or no equipment to study, only mind. We are having many equipments to study. So there are differences. So anyway, those knowledge, even today the traditional society practice, those we refer as indigenous knowledge or local knowledge or traditional knowledge, whatever it is. From those, we can harvest something for our survival. Those knowledge can be classified in many ways. This is just a part of the classification. And traditional people use plants. I am a student of plant science, so I can think only about plants. I don't have any idea about the animal or the rock science, so I cannot explain all those things. So at least for these aspects, traditional society can use plants in different ways. So we collect or they collect plants from their nearby vegetation, and sometimes they collect something from market, but previously there was no market. So this is one recent addition. During migration to a new place, I like to repeat, we try to recognize some new plants for our use. So in that way, we try. Previously, medicinal plants were kept in some different gardens. Nowadays, we are trying to develop with the assistance of NNPV and SNPV, we are trying to develop some medicinal plants garden. But long back there are medicinal plant gardens. Those were generally referred as physic garden. So this is one very old physic garden from Cambridge. You can see it is very old. This is painting, of course. Very old physic garden. So there they are growing plants. So our traditional society. Upper two pictures are from my own district, Midnapur. The upper two are the Lodha community. Lodha, they are very primitive. When they live inside the forest, they do not use any dress, but they were not living in houses. When I first interacted them in 1976, that time they were not living in houses, they were not using any dress, but now they are learning to live in house, learning to use dress, and even coming to school and college. Now they are improving, and lower two photographs of Santals. Their culture is so much attractive. We always, even Rabindranath wrote so many poems on Santals. They are the left charge of Sikkim, left charge of Sikkim. In Sikkim area, that they are the most primitive group. So their culture, they are also maintaining very old culture. I love them, I visit them. This is one very degenerative culture from the northern part of Bangla. They are called Toto. Population is very small, very dangerous condition. Any moment they will be perished. And they are made in North Bengal. Remember, made is Bodo. Made in North Bengal or the Bodo in Assam. So we studied them. I have one big thesis from my laboratory on maize work. So one maize lady is preparing medicine. You can see the ingredients, how she is preparing the tablet and administering tablets. You see, this is the formula. She is using. We have recorded many formula. I presented here just one formula that how a maize lady is preparing or a Bodo lady is preparing medicine. And if you take the interview of the patient, you will find they are highly satisfied. That means these medicines are working nicely. Now I am mostly living, I should say, in a state where 100% people are tribes. That is Arunachal. All Arunachalis are tribals, 100%. So government so far accepted only the 26 tribes, but there are many. These are all available in the text. So there are tribes, there are sub-tribes in this way. You see, they are having their own culture. And in all culture, some plants are used. Suppose this is one Adi Manian. Manian is sub-community. Adi Manian sub-community, you see, they are using the leaves of Soraya armata in their all programs. When I first visited one of their programs in our university auditorium, I find everywhere they have used one leaf, along with some bamboo chains, bamboo wools, etc. I was surprised. Why they have used this leaf? Then after that, I was discussing with my Adi students. They explained everything. That it is a part and parcel. This leaf is part and parcel to their own activities. So this is very important. Remember some of their activities, the type of food, the engineering, the dress, their de-husking machine, everything you can see. One day, you can see the gate there. I ran to Asangla Jami, one research scholar in Nagaland University. Asangla, just go to market now and take the photograph what animals are available in the food market. Within half an hour, she returned these photographs. So these photos she has taken in food market in Mokokchung. In Nagaland. So these are all edible. However, that one is edible even in some part of West Bengal, in Assam. My many Assamese students, my children, Assamese children, they said they eat it regularly. And of course, this one, even I ate it in my so these are edible things. I remember one day in a Manipur market, so many types of frogs were on sale. I remember one day in Kohima market, at least 3 types of snakes were on sale. That means we know how to eat different plants and animals. And nothing is non-edible. Everything is edible. So, my Arunachali children and grandchildren, they bring food for me. So, this is a famous food of the Apagami tribe. This is called Pike Pila. Pike Pila again prepared in different forms. I provided a photo of 3 Pike Pila. Everywhere they use pork, and this raw one they added pork as beef. And I find all are beautiful, all are nicely tasted. And for me, there is no difficulty to eat it. I eat everything. I am omnivore. So you can see their cultural program. Even that's the drums. Those are made of bamboo. You see how we have produced bamboo wool. So you can see that boy is going to get married. So he needs to show his power. So he needs to kill one animal, big animal, with his bow and arrow. So all these are within their culture. And one thing I am very happy, at least from northern India. In northern India, giving away the marriage of a girl, it involves crores of rupees. In Bengal also, so many, lakhs of rupees. Just yesterday there was a marriage in Kolkata, in front of my house. That was a Bihari family. He has taken more than 20 lakhs rupees. Sorry, I hate it. I hate this system. But here, this system is different. The boys' family should send dowry to girls' family. Girls' family is losing their member. They should be supported. And I support it. I support it. So, my dear daughters and granddaughters, please accept it. Please try to follow this. Don't permit your parents to give down. Please do it. And boys, try to accept it. I hate it. My father was born in 1890. So he was hating this system, remember. So I also, all my brothers and sisters, we also hate this. Please accept it. So here is one festival, one community, Nisi community festival. I was attending it. See how nicely they are preparing bamboo wool. And of course, whenever you reach there, you will be provided with traditional drinks and of course, meat. You see 3 sisters from Kansa family. She is my adopted daughter. She is a research scholar, senior research scholar, and her 2 elder sisters. You see, they are using similar dress. Previously, all dresses are similar, but now changes have come. They are changing the colors. Overall, the lower part of the dress is from Kali. Just looking at the Kali, you can recognize from which family that or from which tribe that garments come. So it is culturally so distinct. So this is very important. So when they are in living condition, they take the inner part of this plant, made it into powder, just like wheat flour, atta, and made that type of paste. And it is edible. They said it is tasty. I am yet to get a chance to taste it. I shall taste it, certainly. They are the believer of mainly sun and moon system, not of any deity, not of any deity, neither Hindu nor Muslim nor Christian. That was the basic condition. Now these businesses are again entering, these religious businesses are again entering there. Previously that was good, that was out of business. And for that they are doing, so you can understand sun and moon. There was no mantra, no peace. So that business was not there. That was so nice. But now you see everything is changing, everything entering. This Wangchu community, you see how nicely they cultivated paddy on the hill surface. You know how nicely they are cultivating paddy. Huh? This is the Zero Valley famous paddy this culture of Zero Valley. 1900 to 2100-meter altitude. There they cultivate paddy along with this, that Caprina Scorpio, they cultivate it. This is in Arunachal, Jhum cultivation. So this barn, this paddy is coming out, paddy is ripe to harvest. They use generally drums like this. People are mostly from Northeast India. You know these drums. This is for their amusement. This is for their communication. You know, our Professor Supam Tanjang, he is dean of at least 2 faculties. He is also practicing drum. Professor Supam Tanjang. And this drum I have photographed in a remote village in Nagaland. This is a huge drum. With this drum, you can easily communicate long distance beliefs. They are having their particular rhythm. With that, they can communicate these drums. And this Tansa community, they use this plant for many purposes, including thatching of their houses. There are edible parts. There are many other things with this plant. But most of the other communities, they use these leaves for thatching their houses. Say this is their kitchen inside. Floor is bamboo or wood made. And there they develop this type of kitchen. Above the kitchen there are different steps. There they store many things, including dry meat, so many things. And this is the one method of preparation of a special type of tea that is called phalap. So they prepare phalap, and phalap can be stored for more than 10 years. So these are some photographs from their cancer market. Yet they never give rice free. Rice is always tied in the leaf of a particular plant. They call macrojack, that means leaf, natural. They prefer mainly the boiled vegetable. This is Brassica tuncia. We also take Brassica tuncia in Darjeeling, Sikkim, or Nepal, or even in North Bengal we take. But mode of preparation is different. This year I tried to grow it in Kolkata on my roof, and it was growing nicely in Kolkata also. So anyway, so for cancer at least, they can treat at least these many diseases. At least these many diseases they can treat in their own system. And you see, this lady is collecting wild plants to prepare medicine. And they are having their own look. Every tribe is having their own look to prepare their own dress. So this is their traditional houses. This is of course a little richer family. Otherwise, also you see, this is one Tamsamosan house. Tamsamosan house, you see, inside is quite dark. That is why all houses is having one platform in front. They do most of the work on this platform. And now they are developing. Now they are getting products from outside. So now they are starting modifying their houses using products. Isn't it? One day, you can see the provider, contributor, Momitatin. Momitatin, my granddaughter, you can say. One day, Momitatin sent this photograph. The Dadu, today I collected this. Dadu's grandfather. Dadu, today we collected this. Why? We shall eat it. How to eat it? That is the process. For that, they grow this plant near their house so that the butterflies will come, lay their eggs, larvae will come, produce, and they will collect. So this is just one example. There are so many, hundreds of such examples. Another day, another student, again another Natni, Then today we shall put it. This link. Okay, you take the photograph and send over. So this way. Okay. Fine. So these are their proofs. These are their, you say, the alcohol production. So bottle gold, so many ways they are using bottle gold. They are harvest, bottle to harvest. This is again from this Sata oral community here. They produce this type of Ramu Dawai or these tablets for the production of local rice beer. Yeah, they have produced it, enjoying it, marketing it, just some more complications. Remember, biodiversity is a danger. In Darjeeling Hills, you see all hill surfaces are devoted to one foreign plant, tea plant. And this is also a foreign Japanese plant in Darjeeling. We are declaring wildlife sanctuary, again running train buses through it. This type of accidents are there. We say there is no accident. Since they have killed this elephant by poisoning, and now they are lost in it. Nonsense. So, why should we conserve? You know, we should conserve for our survival. If we do not conserve, we cannot survive. That is the basic thing. And today's most useless plant, wheat, will be the tomorrow's most useful plant. Remember this thing. And remember, hunger do not understand anything. When we are hungry, we shall not follow anything. That we have to again think. So still we are getting many species. This is Darjeeling, everything is Spanish. This is Gangtok, everything finished. This is Bokotchap. How fast it is spreading. I cannot imagine how fast it is spreading. See, these wild animals, certainly they are not happy with this situation. They don't trust you. See, we want to develop some transboundary protected areas. We tried, but we failed. But now, because they are successful. We have developed some hotspots in China. But what is the condition of these hotspots? Very bad. Worst is our nearest East Himalaya, or the Himalaya. I have taken only the top part of West Bengal, very near to your place. You know how many protected areas just in that small area. Try to think. This is the garden I developed in North Bengal University. In 2016, when I left, there are over 800 species in living condition. Now I don't. The society I developed, what a discussion. And what is that? Two members here. Sanjeev, they are members of this society. And we publish this. It is never been one day late. We are always on time. Maybe 2 days earlier, but never one day. Remember. And we are having some restricted area. We shall take articles only from that area. North Pole is melting very fast. I don't know how to survive. Within 30 to 40 years, all ice will melt down. Then what will happen? On Himalaya, there will be no ice. Remember, it will finish. It will finish. You see, Alps become green. How Alps can be green? How Himalaya is losing all its glaciers. And you see, in Switzerland, same Alps even invaded by cacti. Previously, it was all fine. So, very soon there will be no potable water will be scarce. Already some cities, some countries facing that condition. Near the petrol pump, there will be one water pump. Everyone will put line there only. There will be no demand for water. And when all water will increase, this will be the condition of New Year. And that time, there will be a new type of tourism in Kolkata. Come to Kolkata, we shall show you Kolkata underwater. They will take small submarines to show you Kolkata, lighthouse building under, tram under water, everything underwater. That will be the condition if you are not careful now. So, very soon this is the recent broadcast that Kolkata will also go underwater. And the just 2-3 days earlier, that is 21st February, this declaration kept all these cities will go underwater. Remember. So there will be oxygen stations like this. This oxygen kiosk is in Delhi, and this oxygen kiosk is in Kolkata. And you throw all these things to river. Don't throw anything to river. I think at least Assamese you can read this, that you call me Ma, Ganga, Ma, and you are throwing debris on me. Is it good? Try to think. I think you know about this club. We are now only just about 80 seconds away from the distance. It is too close. We are too close to our distance. Remember, if you don't take some strong step, you cannot survive. Try to think. He said that we need to move to other planets within 100 years. For last 20 years or more, I was shouting that within 100 years we have to do this. That slide I will also show you. And today he is saying that within 100 years we have to shift to other planets. Do you think in other planet you can shift? You can live there? Will you live there as man? Not possible. Then this is not the way. That means we have to change our society. We have to destroy all these developed factors. Then only we can survive. Otherwise not. Remember, man is not the most important animal. It is declared that bee is the most important animal. Sorry, man is not positively an important animal. Man is the most destructive animal. So, Bangladesh, they prepared polythene out of two. When their students are coming for the cause of environment, not for politics. Our students should come out for environment, not for politics. They decided not to explore petroleum, billions of barrels of petroleum. They decided not to explore. I should accept their this type of thing. Try to read this book is available in internet free of cost. Please read it. All our economics people, no minus here. And there you will understand where we are running. According to that, we have got the limit of development. Then where are we moving? We are moving towards the point of death. Take care of it. Anyway, these are the problems. There are so many problems we need to solve, but it is very difficult. But what are the solutions? Drastic reduction in human population. At least 2/3 human population needs to be reduced if we like to survive. How to do it? Allow maximum space to regenerate natural vegetation. Very good. Reduce our comfort level. It is increasing every day. Avoid all synthetic, semi-synthetic food. Avoid use of all cosmetics. All girls will agree on this. Isn't it? So, pesticides, avoid pesticides, etc. So, you know, Chernobyl, if you read about Chernobyl, Chernobyl is the Chernobyl. Over Chernobyl now first developed animal sector. So, man is the most unethical, most dangerous, and most policeman. Remember, otherwise it is difficult. Last 3 questions. For survival, we need to increase natural vegetation. How? We need to stop extension of concrete cover, but how? We need to stop injection of more pollutants into the atmosphere, but how? If you can answer positively, then we shall survive, otherwise not. We are on the wrong path of development and we don't understand the danger. Otherwise, after 100 years, there will be no one to see what others are doing. Remember, man is the only species on earth who is digging up his own grave with a smiling face. Thank you very much.
next invited guest is Dr. Meenakshi, Department of Sanskrit, University of Delhi. Ma'am's research area is Vedic and Avestan studies, and she published several papers in Indo-Iranian subjects, linguistics, Indo-Iranian mythology, and Indo-Iranian cultural projects. Then she completed projects on Proto-Indo-European language, supervised on several MPhil students, and today she will be giving her speech, her talk on Indigenous Knowledge System and NEP 2020. Ma'am, please come and give your talk.
इस कार्यक्रम के संचालक और सभागार में उपस्थित सभी विद्वत्गण और सभी छात्र एवं छात्राओं को मेरे सादर प्रणाम। समय की कमी की वजह से मैं थोड़ा अपने विषय को संक्षिप्त में आपके समक्ष रखूंगी। मेरा जो शोध प्रस्तुति का विषय है वो है भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में क्रियान्वयन। ये राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 जो तैयार की गई है वो 21वीं सदी की ऐसी पहली शिक्षा नीति है जिसके समक्ष जो लक्ष्य रखा गया है वो है कि अपने देश के विकास के लिए अनिवार्य आवश्यकताओं को पूर्ण करना। यह नीति भारत की परंपरा और सांस्कृतिक आधार को बरकरार रखते हुए 21वीं सदी की शिक्षा के लिए आकांक्षात्मक लक्ष्यों, प्राचीन और सनातन भारतीय ज्ञान और विचार की समृद्ध परंपरा के आलोक में तैयार की गई है। ज्ञान, प्रज्ञा और सत्य की खोज को भारतीय विचार परंपरा और दर्शन में सदा से ही सर्वोच्च मानवीय लक्ष्य माना जाता रहा है। प्राचीन भारत में शिक्षा का लक्ष्य सांसारिक जीवन तथा स्कूल के बाद के जीवन की तैयारी के रूप में ज्ञान अर्जन नहीं था, अपितु पूर्ण आत्मज्ञान और मुक्ति के रूप में माना गया था। तक्षशिला, नालंदा, विक्रमशिला और वल्लभी जैसे प्राचीन भारत के विश्व स्तरीय संस्थानों ने अध्ययन के विविध क्षेत्रों में शिक्षण और शोध के ऊंचे प्रतिमान स्थापित किए थे और विभिन्न पृष्ठभूमि और देशों से आने वाले विद्यार्थियों और विद्वानों को लाभान्वित किया। इसी शिक्षा व्यवस्था ने चरक, सुश्रुत, आर्यभट्ट, वराहमिहिर, भास्कराचार्य, ब्रह्मगुप्त, चाणक्य, चक्रपाणि दत्ता, माधव पाणिनि, पतंजलि, नागार्जुन, गौतम, पिंगल, शंकरदेव, मैत्रेयी, गार्गी और तिरुवल्लुवर जैसे अनेक महान विद्वानों को जन्म दिया। इन विद्वानों ने वैश्विक स्तर पर ज्ञान के विविध क्षेत्रों जैसे कि गणित, खगोल विज्ञान, धातु विज्ञान, चिकित्सा विज्ञान, शल्य चिकित्सा, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग, भवन निर्माण, नौकायान निर्माण और दिशा ज्ञान, योग, ललित कला, शतरंज इत्यादि में प्रामाणिक रूप से मौलिक योगदान किए। भारतीय संस्कृति और दर्शन का विश्व में बड़ा प्रभाव जो है वो रहा है। वैश्विक महत्व की इस समृद्ध विरासत को आने वाली जो पीढ़ियां हैं उसके न सिर्फ सहेज कर अथवा सुरक्षित रखने की आवश्यकता है बल्कि हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था द्वारा उस पर शोध कार्य किए जाने आवश्यक है। उसे और समृद्ध किया जाना चाहिए और नए नए उपयोग भी इस विषय में जो है वो सोचे जाने चाहिए। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के आधार सिद्धांत के अंतर्गत यह भी कहा गया है भारतीय जड़ों और गौरव से बंधे रहें। और जहाँ प्रासंगिक लगे वहाँ भारत की समृद्ध और विविध प्राचीन और आधुनिक संस्कृति और ज्ञान प्रणालियों को शामिल करना और उससे प्रेरणा को प्राप्त करना। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की प्रस्तावना तथा आधार सिद्धांतों की घोषणा के आलोक में यह स्पष्ट होता है वैश्विक महत्व की समृद्ध विरासत भारतीय ज्ञान के संरक्षण, संवर्धन और प्रचार प्रसार में रखते हुए विविध व्यावहारिक योजनाओं की संकल्पना हमसे अपेक्षित रही है। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा कर सकते हैं उसका क्या उसको हम समझ सकते हैं। उस दृष्टि से भारतीय समाज ने विगत हजारों लाखों वर्षों की यात्रा में मानव जीवन के सर्वांगीण विकास हेतु विविध ज्ञान प्रणालियों को केवल जन्म नहीं दिया अपितु उसमें विभिन्न कालखंडों में देश एवं काल की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप संवर्धन करते हुए उन्हें वैशिष्ट्य प्रदान किया। जैसे कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के विविध आयामों में प्रथम पक्ष है ज्ञान पक्ष, जिसमें कि हम शुद्ध ज्ञानात्मक या जिसको हम दार्शनिक चिंतन उसमें ले सकते हैं। धार्मिक चिंतन जिसमें कि संपूर्ण ब्रह्मांड के साथ सामंजस्यपूर्ण सामाजिक दायित्व बोध धर्मशास्त्रीय साहित्य के संदर्भ। इसमें तृतीय ज्ञान पक्ष के अंतर्गत विषय होगा व्यक्तित्व निर्माण भारतीय कथा साहित्य के माध्यम से और इसका वैश्विक समाज में प्रसार एवं प्रसार, जैसे कि पंचतंत्र इन वर्ल्ड लिटरेचर थ्रू द एजेस, ये एडजर्टन का जो टेक्स्ट। इसी प्रकार से विज्ञान में फिजिकल एंड लाइफ साइंसेज में आधुनिक शिक्षा में पढ़ाए जाने वाले सभी विज्ञान के विषय जैसे कि रसायन विज्ञान, केमिस्ट्री, भौतिकी विज्ञान, फिजिक्स, एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स, पर्यावरण विज्ञान, नृवंश शास्त्र, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी, वनस्पति विज्ञान, प्राणी शास्त्र, भूगोल, भूगर्भ शास्त्र, जियोलॉजी, खगोल विद्या, गणित विज्ञान के सभी पक्ष, वैदिक साहित्य से पश्चातवर्ती साहित्य के संदर्भ और पुरातात्विक साक्ष्यों में गोचर उनका व्यवहारिक पक्ष मानव समाज के लिए उपयोगी इन भारतीय ज्ञान प्रणालियों ने वैश्विक स्तर पर पिछले 6000 वर्षों में जो है वो पर्याप्त योगदान दिया है। बृहद भारत, पश्चिमी तथा सेंट्रल एशिया 4000 बीसी से लेके 1200 एडी तक का जो समय है उसमें प्राप्त साहित्यिक एवं पुरातात्विक और दक्षिण पूर्व एशिया 800 एडी से 1500 एडी से प्राप्त जो अभिलेख शास्त्रीय साक्ष्य हैं वो इस पूर्वोक्त कथन को प्रमाणिकता प्रदान करते हैं। तकनीकी ज्ञान बृहत्तर भारत में पिछले 10,000 वर्ष पूर्व के विभिन्न तकनीकी विषय जो आज हम तकनीकी संस्थानों में पढ़ाए जाते रहे हैं उसमें माइनिंग, रॉक्स, एलो, फ्यूल्स एंड फर्नेसेस, पॉटरीज, फैब्रिकेशन ऑफ मेटल्स एंड नॉन मेटल्स के क्षेत्रों में विकसित ज्ञान परंपरा का पिछले 4 दशकों में अज्ञान बढ़ा है, जबकि हमारे पास पुरातात्विक, अभिलेखीय एवं समृद्ध साहित्य के साक्षात पर्याप्त प्रमाण हमें मिलते हैं। इस विषय में जो विशेषज्ञ डॉक्टर अरुण कुमार विश्वास है, उनके शब्दों में इस विषय में जो जानकारी मिलती है उसको हम 2 दृष्टि से समझ सकते हैं। पहले कुछ निश्चित क्षेत्रों में प्राचीन भारतीय समाज की विज्ञान एवं तकनीकी ज्ञान की महत्ता का ज्ञान, जैसे कि 18वीं सदी तक दुनिया में भारत की एकमात्र ऐसा देश था जो डिस्टिल्ड जिंक मेटल बहुतायत में तैयार करता था। ये तकनीक 18वीं सदी में राजस्थान के जवार से इंग्लैंड के ब्रिस्टल में पहुंची और किस तरह इस ज्ञान परंपरा का आधुनिक भारत तक न पहुंचने के सामाजिक कारणों की जांच पड़ताल उसमें उन्होंने की है, जिसके कारण हम तकनीकी क्षेत्रों में आज दुनिया से पिछड़ गए हैं। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के स्रोत क्या है उनके? संस्कृत साहित्य में वैदिक काल से लेकर इतिहास पुराण से लेकर 18वीं सदी तक की जो ग्रंथ है वो हमारे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से संबंधित जो विषय है जो सामग्री है उसे हम प्राप्त करते हैं। इसी प्रकार से पाली, प्राकृत, अपभ्रंश एवं क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में जो हमें ग्रंथ प्राप्त होते हैं वो हमारा सोर्स बनते हैं। मौखिक परंपरा भारतीय ज्ञान, विज्ञान एवं तकनीकी ज्ञान की जो सातत्यपूर्ण धारा रही है उसके द्वारा विगत 80 वर्षों में संपन्न पुरातात्विक खुदाइयों से प्राप्त साक्ष्यों की दृष्टि से भारतीय ज्ञान विज्ञान के परंपरा की जो विविध पहलू है उसको हम इनके माध्यम से जानते हैं। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का जो हमने उच्च शिक्षा में सन्निवेश ऐसा जो रखा गया है उसको हमने पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो संस्कृत विभाग दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा उसके विषय में विभिन्न पाठ्यक्रमों को तैयार किया है और उसको रखा हुआ है। जैसे कि इसमें CBCS पाठ्यक्रम है, उसके अंतर्गत जेनरिक इलेक्टिव के अंतर्गत कुछ पेपर्स को निर्धारित किया गया है। भारतीय भाषाओं के भारतीय दृष्टि से अंतः संबंध को जैसे दर्शाने वाला पेपर है वो है संस्कृत और आधुनिक भारतीय भाषाएं। इसमें सामाजिक विज्ञान के विभिन्न पाठ्यक्रम है, जैसे कि इतिहास के छात्रों के लिए अभिलेख शास्त्र और पुरालिपि शास्त्र तथा ब्रह्मलिपि विभिन्न कालखंडों में उसका किस रूप में विकास हुआ उसका इस विषय में इस पेपर में इसको पाठ्यक्रम के अंतर्गत रखा गया है। इसी प्रकार से राजनीति विज्ञान और भारतीय साहित्य, इसमें हम राष्ट्रवाद को देखते हैं और भारतीय साहित्य जिसमें जैसे वैदिक काल से लेकर आधुनिक काल तक किस प्रकार से राष्ट्रवाद को परिभाषित किया गया है उसका स्वरूप इत्यादि को उसमें रखा गया है। इसी प्रकार से प्राचीन भारतीय राजनीति विज्ञान में वैदिक, उत्तर वैदिक, पुराण और उसके उपरांत साहित्य में जो भी हमें राष्ट्रवाद से संबंधित विषय मिलते हैं उनको हम यहाँ पर इसमें रखते हैं। समाज शास्त्र में भारतीय संस्कृति और समाजशास्त्रीय विषय में वैदिक एवं धर्मशास्त्रीय संदर्भों को रखा गया है। भारतीय सामाजिक चिंतन में व्यक्ति, परिवार एवं समाज को जो है उन स्थान दिया गया है। इसके अतिरिक्त एक विषय है दर्शन शास्त्र, इसमें भारतीय दर्शन की मूल अवधारणाएं, भारतीय सौंदर्य शास्त्र। एक पेपर है इंडियन आर्किटेक्चर एवं आयुर्वेद, जिसको कि हमने इस पाठ्यक्रम में सम्मिलित किया है। इसके अतिरिक्त डिसिप्लिन स्पेसिफिक इलेक्टिव, इसके अंतर्गत हमने अपने संस्कृत के छात्रों के लिए इंडियन सिस्टम ऑफ लॉजिक एंड डिबेट, थिएटर एंड ड्रामेटिक्री, संस्कृत लिंग्विस्टिक्स, आर्ट ऑफ बैलेंस लिविंग इत्यादि विषयों को हमने इसके अंतर्गत लिया है। एक पेपर है एबिलिटी इनहेंसमेंट इलेक्टिव कोर्स, इसमें एक्टिंग एंड स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग और रीडिंग स्किल इन ब्राह्मी स्क्रिप्ट, इस विषय को इसमें रखा गया है। भविष्य में हमारे लिए इस विषय को लेकर के अन्य और ऐसे क्या उपक्रम है जिनको हम इसमें लेके आ सकते हैं, जैसे कि माध्यमिक शिक्षा व्यवस्था में क्षेत्रीय परंपरा में प्रचलित विविध ज्ञान विधियों का परिचय करवाना, स्नातक स्तर पर उच्च शिक्षण संस्थानों में पढ़ाए जाने वाले सभी विषयों के भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विषय पाठ्यक्रमों का सन्निवेश, स्नातकोत्तर स्तर पर ज्ञान विज्ञान, सामाजिक विज्ञान, मानविकी और तकनीकी विषयों के छात्रों को भारतीय एवं पाश्चात्य दृष्टि से उपयुक्त विषयों का तुलनात्मक अध्ययन उपलब्ध कराते हुए उस पर पाठ्यक्रम को निर्मित करना, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा और आधुनिक विज्ञान एवं तकनीकी ज्ञान के समन्वय पर आधारित पद्धति से भारतीय समाज की वर्तमान आवश्यकताओं को की पूर्ति हेतु नवाचार एवं शोध करवाना। अंतिम में इन सभी तथ्यों के आलोक में हम कह सकते हैं कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का वर्तमान शिक्षा नीति में सन्निवेश जो है वो व्यवहारिक बना है, जिससे कि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी विविध ज्ञान प्रणालियों की भारतीय जड़ों से जुड़कर गौरव अनुभव करेंगे, जिससे कि शिक्षा नीति का संकल्प वैश्विक महत्व की समृद्ध विरासत को आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए सहेज कर संरक्षित करना और उस पर हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था में शोध करना सुनिश्चित हो सकेगा। धन्यवाद।
will bring.
Dhanyavad, Dr. Meenakshi ji. Due to time constraint, we'll straight away start our oral presentation today. So we have 10 selected oral presentation participants here. And this session will be chaired by Professor A.P. Das, sir. So I'd like to, this one I'd like to, the name of the participants. First one is Alice Kandari and R.K. Maikure 2 and Tripti Negi. So, Kandari sir, he will be presenting on title of paper, Folklore Among Bothiya Community, a traditional approach for preserving indigenous knowledge system and biodiversity conservation in Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. Second is Abhinandan Sekia, and the title of his paper is Whether Innovation Drives Indigenous Knowledge System, the Case of Shifting Cultivation in Northeast India. Third, we have Amit Kumar Tripathi and Jyoti Kumar Sharma, a rich heritage of traditional knowledge of folk songs in Chitara village panchayat in Delhi NCR, India. Then we have another oral presentation by Dr. Ram Prasad, Interaction of Serendipita Indica with traditional medicinal plants and value-added products. Next is we have a paper from Dr. Senti Naro, Folklore as a Form of Art History, Rereading Gina Etibel and Our Folklore. Next we have paper from Pavan Tesia, and Pavan Tesia will be giving his talk on Sowing the Footprints of Tradition, a journey into paddy plantation, festival of the Omai Naga in Purun village, Senapati district. Next we have Kimberley Camellia Langstein and Abhijit Abraham. They will be presenting on the title Tourism and Preservation of Indigenous Black Pottery of Meghalaya. Then we have Dr. Prasoon. He will be giving his talk on automatized negligence of tribal students unfolding structured invisibility. We also have Ande Jeevan Rao, Superman Yoga and Appropriate Yoga for Superior Intellect and Well-being. And the 10th oral presenter is Kaushik Majumdar, Muktadhar Rieng, Biplek Panik, Viswajit Vaishnav and B.K. Datta, Potential Bioresource, Best Livelihood, Possibilities for the Tribes of Tripura, Opportunities and Challenges. So these are our oral presenters. So I'd like to request our first presenter, Dr. Kadri, to give his presentation, and now I hand over to this session to Professor Epitas to chair the session. The time limit for each oral presentation is 10 minutes, so I please request to wind up your presentation within 10 minutes. Thank you.
And faculty members, first of all, thanks to Professor Das sir to give me a chance. So my
topic is folklore among Bhotia tribes in Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserves. So actually this I want to show you all these tribal communities, especially in the 13 Himalayan states, they have their traditional knowledge, and that is passing from one generation to another generation. And how these traditional knowledge, sometimes they have it in documented form, and sometimes they don't have a documented form. So there are different methods of passing this indigenous or traditional knowledge from one generation to another, either by some myths, some folklore, or by some sacred truth. So my present study is in the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve in the Central Himalaya. So title of this folklore about Bhotia community, traditional approach to indigenous knowledge, history, and biodiversity conservation in Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve is established in 1982, and in 1988 it is described as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And these ethnic peoples, those are living here, they are especially Bhotia communities. And these Bhotia communities are spread in 3 districts of Ndivya, in Champawat, Pithoragarh, and Chamoli districts. So the Ndivya, most of the Ndivya regions are in the Josimat areas, and the community, tribal communities, the Bhotia communities, they are in the ethnic knowledge how to conserve this biodiversity. So you can see here our Himalayas distributed in central 13 states, including northern states. So as Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve is a well-known for biodiversity, the inhabitants of this large dependent on plants for food, dye, medicine, beverage, food work, and other religious and other works. And the tribal communities in this are Bhotia. Actually, before 1962, they have a trade with the China, but after 1962, the China war, the trade is minimized, and they are in folklore with several indigenous and medicinal plants and adaptation formula developed by them. And the young nowadays, the problem with these Bhotia tribes that they are not adapting. The young generation are not going to adapt this traditional knowledge because they are more focused on the modern allopathic medicine, and they are looking for more opportunities in the big cities. And same with illegal exploitation and migration of young people from this region to the. So this is the study area in the NTPR region. And 13 villages. These are 13 villages in the NTPR region. And these Bhotia communities, they follow the trans-humans settlement. In winter, they come in the lower elevations, and in summer, they used to go in the NTPR region. And the tribe migrate to lower altitude during some winter and season along with their families. Due to this movement, they are also called trans-human migrant. They live in this lower area from November to April, and from return to this Andiva region from April to May. And these are the pictures of these areas like Alagaon, Tuki, Jugju, Suratota, and Solma. These are single settlements where they used to go in summers. And to know that their folklore and traditional knowledge, we use to this questionnaire survey and TRM methods for to know the traditional and folklore among the Bhotia communities. And these are some measures they are using the traditional knowledge, checking the pulse and all those things. And these are the Bhotia ladies. They are one of our researchers gathering information from these ladies. And these are shepherd in the valley. They also having a depend on cash crop like amaranthus, and kidney bean and the shepherd. Because their settlement is in this altitude is only for 6 months or 4 or 5 months. So they used to grow cash crops and shepherd. And they also associated with some folklore how to conserve this. So they are having different festivals, they're like Nanda Devi festivals, and here they use up this type of flower, Brahm Kamal, that we know as.
this Ram Kamal, or you can say Sosori Avivalata, they used to give it to the Nanda Devi temple, and again with the help of the Bhoj Patra, the bark of the Vitula, and they regarded as Nanda Devi as a goddess of the alpine pastures. And they also having a Bhumal Devta for the sustainability ability of the resources in that region. Every family worship the deity known as Lokin by offering food grain from each crop in each season. So they having some small Bhumal Devta in each village for sustainable use of resources. So this is a picture of Bhumal Puchan. Bhagwan Mela is also one of the traditional festivals in this area. Pandav Nritya, they also having, according to Pandav Nritya, they want to tell that their young generation to how to conserve these resources and all those things. This is the Pandav Nritya. Dronagiri festivals, again they having a Dronagiri festival in near it is a small place near to Zuma, again near to Zuma, Nandivar. They having a myth or belief that when Hanuman came to this place to save the Lakshmana to collect the Sanjeevani, Hanuman was confused, and in spite of Sanjeevani, he took all the mountain with him. So from that time, they refuses to worship the Hanuman. So this is also one method of conserving the medicinal plant in this region. And they have also simultaneously having a traditional knowledge among for different diseases from those medicines like fever. They use Plasmum angelocordis, or we can say chippy. They use the roots of this rhizobium plant, Mycorrhiza carua, or you can say kutki, so Sarsia caraita. These are some plants. And for cold and cough, they use Betula, Angelica glauca, Mycorrhiza carua, and also sometimes the mixture for stomach ache, they use the Mycorrhiza carua and all those things. And these are the people are doing cultivation over there. So for this different disease, they use the different medicinal plants around the kitchen. Sometimes they grow in the kitchen garden, all those things. Both ladies who's growing the allium cumin, or you can say furrant in the local language, and simultaneously costus, Sosolia costus, or good for the asthma and other disease. This is the local healer, or you can say vet. And while doing the research in that area, these are the number of plants and used for number of treatments like rheumatism, stomach disorder, cold and cough, jaundice, and all those things. So maximum number of plants, 16 plants were used in rheumatism, followed by the stomach disorder and all those things. And these are the number of which part of the flower plant is used. So root and the whole plant is used maximum 45 disease. And this is nowadays they are using cultivating this allium and other species in the kitchen garden also. This is our nursery site. We are simultaneously right now we are having a project of DBT in these villages. And so right now the conclusion is these plants are conserved in their natural habitat and is being worshipped by travelers, home as God and goddess. In general, young people are becoming more ready to deploy allopathic treatment over local medicines. While using this therapeutic plant for self-care was time-consuming and laborious, and it was found that villagers are more interested in selling them instead of. Thank you.
Thank you. One suggestion, please. There will be two questions. Okay. Mine is one small attacks.
Yes, sir.
Please check the updated nomenclature of plants.
Okay, sir.
Because sometimes it's giving some problem. And also check with family. Presently, in the recent family they limited. Okay. Because in both cases there are some problems. Please take care. Okay. Two questions, please.
Two questions. Please. Sir, you need mic? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Michael. My question to you, sir, is under a changing climate, what is the status of indigenous plants? And now we also know that people from Uttarakhand, they are migrating to metro cities in India.
Yeah.
So now, as the youngsters lot, as they are migrating to cities, what is the repository of indigenous knowledge in your study location? And now, as we know, it is under the changing climate, indigenous knowledge will play a huge role. So, given these circumstances, what is there any preservation method? Is there any strategies so as to preserve the indigenous knowledge apart from whatever you have presented?
Yeah, in our study area, we are creating the gene bank also, right? And we are, with the help of the different DPT and all funding agencies, we are creating the in situ conservation also, like polyhouse, shade net. We are giving them, like, due to climate change, mostly species are going to extinct or endangered. So for those species, we are simultaneously we are growing in the field in different agro with the help of different agro techniques, and simultaneously with the help of different in situ conservations, we having protected them in their natural habitat. And in lab conditions, we are doing a project on Swarsha Chirata, and we are developing germination protocols for those. And after that, we will distribute to the farmers. Those already.
One more question. If not, then thank you. Next speaker is Abhinandan Saikia. Please come. If absent, then next comes to Amit Kumar Tripathi and Jyoti Kumar Sharma. Amit Kumar Tripathi and Jyoti Kumar Sharma. You are please. You are Amit or Jyoti. So Amit Kumar Tripathi is please. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Amit Tripathi from Srinagar University, Delhi NCR, India. So, I am going to present a rich heritage of traditional knowledge of folk songs in Chidera village panchayat in Delhi NCR, India. It is very right platform since here the theme is folklore. So, I think I am very much thankful to Dr. Hemant Sharma to giving me opportunity to present my work in this platform. So, presently I am working in two research projects, that is biodiversity documentation of Sudhera village panchayat, and another one is establishment of thematic botanic garden in Srinagar University campus. So while working in project number 1, that is biodiversity documentation, our aim was documenting biodiversity plants and animals. And somehow we came to know the rich heritage of folk songs in the village. And we were organized many workshops in the village for documenting different things, different important medicinal plants and different customs or anything else which are unique in the village. and then only we came to know that village is harboring a rich heritage of this folk song. So after that, we try to catch the folk singers of the village, and we take in confidence on the villagers and other people, because it is not easy to work in this field. You have to take confidence the village people and folk singers, and make them realize that we are not misusing. We are just like our purpose is conservation of folk song, not popularizing in social media and other things. So during several biodiversity workshops conducted in different mohallas in the village for gathering traditional knowledge, it was learned that village nurture a rich heritage of folk song. And when we somehow we make realize the villagers that this is for you, when we conserve and document, that will be for the posterity, and there is in different ways we will document the song. And what was the interesting that all the communities in the Chitera having diverse traditions. Means there were different castes, different mohallas, and they were somehow linked with these folk songs. So that was very important thing in the village. It's different traditions but common folk songs that are being passed from one generation to the next generation. And for documenting all these folk songs, there are a number of folk song sessions were organized in the village in different places. And we invite the villagers through Gram Pradhan and others, taking into the confidence of the village people. So not only men but also women of the Chitera actively participate in the folk song singing sessions. And these folk songs have been passed down through generations, and all of them were oral. So see, all the folk songs of women, they were only oral. There was no written record. So our aim was to write down their lyrics, okay, to conserve them, protect them. And for this, we organized several virtual sessions in different places in the village, and somehow different sessions for men and female both. So here you can see 85-year-old folk singer, that is Shami Bhagatji. He is singing folk songs. So what is the his confidence? And now same way, we are also organized several virtual sessions for recording and audio recording of women songs also. And in case of women songs, we found that all were oral, no written record of women songs. And we recorded all the songs through Sony recorder, and after that we stored it in USB card for safe way. And we also made different folk singers in different times. Whatever songs we recorded, we just check the lyrics. Is there any missing thing, or we are some language problems? We are noting down same or not, because in audio form that is different pronunciation and writing. So that way we discussed many times with folk singers of the village, men and women separately. So what was the outcome? We never imagined that we could document over 400 songs from the village. Okay, it was a small village, only 770 hectare area. So there was collection of 418 folk songs, of which 32 were sung by men and 86 were female. And these folk songs show a great diversity in the form of bhajan, kissa, dagni, duri rasiya, and lok-geet. Lok-geet mainly sung by women, and that was based on different occasions: childbirth, Mundan ceremony, that is their reward ceremony, lagan, marriage, art, an important ceremony in that area, art. Common ones Malhar, Navratri, Janmashtami, and other religious functions. Folk songs were documented in written and audio form, for which several workshops were organized, as I explained the.
2 minutes more.
Yes, sir. So these are the details of main folk songs documented in the data. You can see like bhajan devotional songs, and that is like storytelling songs, Lagni, that is important in that area, Russia, and these are women folk songs, like the different diversity under Lok Geet, childbirth, lagan, aar, saati, gain, saman, gain, signal songs, women gain. Even there are songs on death also. If some old people die in the village, they sing songs. If very old people die. And some media coverage, our work published in some media also, like here, the Hindu, Rolling Stone Magazine, Times of India, and Hindustan Times, and many more. Based on the our documentation, we published 2 books. That is traditional knowledge, folk songs of Kivera village in upper Goa region of Uttar Pradesh, India, and 1 book in Hindi translated for the village people. So this is second book, लोकगीतों का पारंपरिक ज्ञान एक संग्रह. So we publish it for the village people. This is the content of the book. So conclusion, like the folk singing is a way of life in Chitera that connects like different society, communities and people in the village, and somehow it brings harmonious atmosphere. And my recommendation is that there should be a centralized repository of folk songs from different regions in the country for conserving this art form from as well as for research and education. Because we know it is a very important, very beautiful art form, but in endangered form. So we need to conserve this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? 2 questions may be permitted. If there is no question, thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Next presenter is Prasad. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the chairperson and organizer secretary and team members, and a special thanks to MN Sharma for giving me an opportunity to present your research work. So actually my work related to interaction of Serendipita indica, that is a synonym called Periforma spora indica. This is the fungus isolated from Rajasthan with the traditional medicinal plants and value-added products. So this fungus was isolated from the Thar desert of Rajasthan and discovered by my supervisor, Professor Dr. Ajit Verma. And this is the culture of the fungus, how it will grow. And we have also examined the confocal microscope and different portion of the biconfocal microscopy and Raman spectroscopy method. So they look like pear-shaped spore. That is called Terriforma spora indica. And this paper published in the Cambridge came on the cover page of the journal. So this fungus belong to Sivacinus family, Sivacinaceae, and they have the root colonizing fungus. This is the phylogenetic tree of the fungi. These fungi already have the patent, European patent, and also culture submitted to the Germany and Bethesda, USA. So this is the multifunctional fungus and grow on the simple, solid and liquid semi-synthetic media. And also they have the large scale multiplication and conversion into a commercial agrobiological aspects. And this fungi is, we have also used as a biofertilizer. The name is the rutonic. So we have the multifunctional functions, so lots of properties. So generally I start from the 1998. So this is the plant promoter, biofertilizer, bioregulators, bioherbicides, immunomodulators, phytoremediators, then biocontrol against insect and pest, then stress tolerance, and they have the different type of temperature and salt stress. Also stimulate with KGPRs, antioxidant and drug enhancers. They enhances the anti-aging agents and promote anti-cancer drugs and many more. So we have tested more than around 150 plants. So few plants at the finance, they have the positive effects of the, when we talking regarding the biomass and cultivate and like flowering protein. So that lots of we have the tested the plants. So few plants have like alfalfa, then Oryza sativa, then in interaction with the tobacco plants, and now only for the biomass they also have the enhanced the better growth and early flowering. So we also tested with the armidosis, and we have several medicinal plants like we culture the Bacopa monera and taking the greenhouse and plant tissue culture. So they enhance the growth, and also they have the promote the fungus to the root system. So root they act as also the same as tanning, and that will be the protect the pathogens because they covering the layer of the act as a cushion layer of the root system. So we also see the antioxidant activity, like they enhance 20-fold antioxidant activities, 3-fold bacosides, they are the like active ingredients in these plants. We also check with the Artemisia innova, that is the used in the anti-malaria drugs. They enhance the 2.5-fold artemisinin content. We also tested in the Osmum basilicum, that is the tulsi. Then also tested this several plant to lab to field conditions. So like chlorophytum, then Asclepias calva. And we have also interacted with the curcuma lamba, like haldi. So they not only enhance the growth, but also enhance the volatile oils, curcumin, and they enhance the growth of the like biomass. So we also tested the foliage and several medicinal plants like cabressa, radix, and you also test like we have the MPCSP project. So Artemisia grow in the Panchmari, and we tested the fungus growth because the front row, so they have the control and other have the treated plants. So we indica treated plants as the tall and robust, and dark green color. So, and control plants show early browning to leaf, and team created as the dark plants. We also, not biomass, we also filter the culture of the fungi. So we have the light culture, then filter it, and then fractionate is the biomass and culture filtrate. So we use the culture filtrate on the seed growth. So we have tested several plants, but also culture filtrate plants, not only the seed. We also promote the plant growth. So we have also culture filtrate used in the Helianthus anus that not only they have the enhanced the growth, but also we tested the oil content. So they have the several properties. Why we enhance it? Because we find that they have the beneficial of the fungus, that they have the flavonoid, they have auxin and enzymes, some oligosaccharides secrete in the root systems. So they have the several landmark publications. Apart from that, I also worked on the nanotechnology. So this is the naturally occurring nanomaterials. So so few have them man-made nanomaterials. So presently, my work is related to they have the several cutting edge of the research area in the nanotechnology. So my work on the maximum productivity of agriculture. So we inoculated with the fungus with nanomaterials, and we found the result like TiO2 and CNT, they have the maximum growth. We also inoculated with the bacteria with the CNT. So maximum growth and the activated CNT. After that, we use in the CNT and the nanomaterials, we also use the culture filtrate. So enhances the growth of the plants. Why enhances the plant? Because they produce the nanoparticles, provide more surface area. They cross the barrier of the cell membrane and penetrate deep inside the fungal spores. They might be acts as a direct carrier in the nutrients from the media and help in the better absorption and utilization of nutrients compared to the controls. So further, the higher biomass may be observed in the TiO2. Maybe TiO2 is well known as the photocatalyst, which breaks down the water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen.
2 minutes more.
Yes. This is the mechanism by enhances the growth of the nanomaterials. Then we also have the patents on this. This is the acknowledgement, means they have the thanks to like I work on the Burma laboratory in John Hopkins University, then University of Connecticut, then US Department of Agriculture. Then of course I work on the like 14 years in the Mint University, and special thanks to Kevin Sharma in Bodoland University. He is one of the collaborators. He is sitting in front of the room. And thank you so much for your kind attention. And of course, I have recently joined 2 years back. So two of our students from Assam. So she is working with me. And thanks to him, and he sent from the previous institute. And if any, I am looking for the students, if anyone to the PhD, postdoc, and masters, most welcome. You can communicate with the email or call me on the mobile. So thank you so much.
Two questions. Question please.
Sorry, you have mentioned Bacopa plant.
Yes, yes.
But especially in please check, sir. Moneri, I think. You have written Monera.
Bacopa Monera, because some places written there Monera and some as the Moneri.
I think sir, current is Moneri. Please check.
You are concerned for finding the updated map.
Yeah.
Please follow those websites.
Yeah, but I have already published on
This is
the
just-
name of the Munera in JOBM, Journal of Basic Microbiology. And I am also editor of that journal. So I already published in this paper in the same name.
Today you will use the.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other? One more? Okay. So next speaker is Dr. Centinaro. Dr. Centinaro. Dr. Centinaro, please. Report, please. Absent. Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Kevin Aisha. Kevin Aisha. Please report. Okay, please come. Remember 10 minutes.
John Huizinga said, if we are to preserve culture, we must continue to preserve it. So, good afternoon, respected chairperson, and to everyone gathered here. I am Paulin Natasha, a PhD research scholar from the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Manipur University. And as you can see, the title of my presentation, I shall be taking you towards the journey of the Paddy Plantation Festival of the Pomai Nagas in Manipur. And I myself is a Pomai Naga from Manipur. So this is the content of my presentation. And all the pictures used in this presentation are entirely from the village itself. So, Indigenous knowledge system, it's basically a transfer of enough natural capital to future generation. It's the drawing existence from local resources to patterned behaviors that are transmitted from generation to the generation to cope with change. So, why is it important? It is important to contribute because it contributes to the local empowerment and development, and it also increased self-sufficiency and contributes more than half of total economic growth. And the third is that it ensures the essential ecological functions on which life depends, that can be supplies of clean water and nutrient cycling and also soil maintenance. So the Pomais of Manipur is one of the biggest tribes in Senapati, and then it comprises of more than 75 villages, and one of the villages Purul, and I am a Purulian as well. We call ourselves as Hermai, and Hermai means its people, and then Ki means land. So our village constitutes of two contiguous habitations, that is the Humai Banamai, we call it as Purul Akutpa, and then the other as Humai Dinamai, that is Purul Atomba and Purul Rosupa. So I conducted the research through interviews to the two kings in the village and also phone calls to the elders, some of the elders of the villages. So Paddy Plantation Festival is also known as Pauki or also known as Pauna. Although paddy plantation may occur as seasonal pattern in many parts or many areas of the northeast India, the art of paddy plantation is significantly celebrated as a customary landmark of the Purul people amongst the Pomai Nagas in Manipur. So the historical significance, why the dates for observing this festival is observed, designed according to the ancestral lunar calendar in reverse order during May. So they will count till the date of 20, and from 20 they will reverse it. And the festival cannot be held after that 20. And then the date should particularly be an odd number, but not 7. Why not 7? Because we believe in the genesis of creation that 7 days is a rest day, sabbatical day. So we don't observe it on 7th, on the number 7. And how do we know that a particular day is good for plantation? Is the kings will cut a ginger into halves, and one ginger will signify human and the other as day. So when we toss it up, if the days representing day, if the ginger representing day surmounts over the human, it is considered as a good day to do the plantation. So it is also known as Osojur in our dialect. So the cultural significance of the 3 days festival that is Pauna, the first day is Rani Jutite. We call it as Rani Jutite. In the first day, the healthiest animals which is saved for the festival are butchered. And then in the evening, the villagers will take oath not to steal the seedlings. So that is one. And then they will cook the pork, they will cook the fish, and then they will share it to the neighbors and also to the guests who come for the festival. So the other is the typical lunch during the festival. And on the second day, we have the Tau Paiju Tente, which is the guest arrival, and also where the paddy saplings are uprooted for plantation. And as you can see from the slides, the men, especially the male groups, will come to the field where girls are there. And it's more like trying to know them and trying to build a connection between the genders as well. So the small hole, the small portion of the hole in the paddy is where we keep our fish. And it's also that our village is known for its fishes because we have abundant water throughout the year. And it's also believed that the fish which is cooked from our village is significantly different than the fish which is taken from our village and cooked in other places. So that's the belief that we have. And then on the night of the second day, there will be a wrestling match outside the king's residence. And this is where all the representatives from all the Pomai villages will come together to wrestle. And then this wrestling match will continue till the dawn of the next day. They won't sleep. So it will continue. And on the third day, that is the Khanejut. Traditionally, man folks come together at Paubo. Paubo is where only the male should come together and make decisions. So the young boys will carry dog's hat that would mark their manhood. And then there will be all the male folks whooping, and then they will fire gunshots, and they will march towards the field. And then the declaration of the plantation will officially take place. So it is also said that it is a taboo to use spat on the third day because it's only meant for plantation and catching the fish. So, so this is the third day of the festival. It's a video I'll play. So like I said, it is an occasion where young men would seek young women in the fields by trying to show their transplantation skills, the men especially. So it's a video. The girl is a guest which has been invited by our people. And so the men, they are the men folks of our village. The girl will give the seedlings, and actually traditionally, olden days, they will pull the guys into the field. So after that, they will show their transplantation skills. Only the girl has to hand over that seedling. See, men cannot hand to the male, neither a girl to the girl. So only girl handing over to the guy. So, yes. So this is a representation of how water comes into the field. it will come down from the hill, and then there will be a passage like bamboo, which will lead as a passage to all the fields. And the other picture is how it looks like after the plantation. And the small place, like I mentioned before, it is used to keep the fish. And this is called pao, where during the lunch they will come up here and have lunch. They'll invite the guests and have lunch over here. More like a resting place. So this is the fish, the typical fish that we are really proud of. It's caught from the field itself. And then the second is cabero. We say cabero, and then that's the fish. And this is how we typically cook the fish. We don't add any spices, just the fish, because we also believe that if we add spices, it will just decrease or destroy the authentic flavor of the fish. And the other is how we pack the fish and then give it to the guests after the festival is over. And that is called todo in our dialect. And this is my village, the view of my village. So in order to sum up everything, Pauki, it's a celebration to show the intimate relationship shared with nature and also a friendly coexistence with neighboring villages. So if you happen to visit Manipur, kindly visit my village as well. Thank you. This is Abhinay once again.
Any question, please? Any question, please? Yeah, your Madhya culture system is almost similar to that Zero Valley in Arunachal. Almost similar, not purely similar. Okay, thank you. Okay, please.
Please, come
The festival looks like more male-dominated festival where the king is there, the king is head of the village, and also on the second or the third day, the women are not invited into the decision-making process of the paddy process, I think. As a woman, how do you see this gendered festival? I definitely know that there is a traditional value to it, but considering the gendered way of looking at it, what is your take on it?
Personally, I feel that there is no distinction between genders as I perceive it, because I strongly believe that it is traditionally passed on to us, and then we ought to respect that tradition, no matter the genders, because by the end of the day, we wholly party together. That is what I believe.
Right. Okay, next speaker is Kimberly Camellia Langsty. Kimberly Camellia Langsty. Present? Okay, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Kimberly Camellia Langsty, and my co-author is Abhijit Abraham. And the topic which we will be presenting today is tourism and preservation of indigenous black pottery of Meghalaya. And the reason why we selected this topic as a study area is because Meghalaya is a state which is one of the few states in which we still have a matrilineal society, in which the three major tribes of the state have a matrilineal society wherein the lineage passes on from the mother and not from the father. So the study which we conducted today is in the Sung Valley, which is in the Jansia Hills of Meghalaya. So there's a practice wherein they make the black pottery, which is made using the soil which is present there in the Sung Valley itself. and all the processes in which it's used for making this the black pottery of the Chandya Hills is that they use traditional methods only, and it's made by women only and not men. This is the introduction. Presently, there are 476 million people in 90 countries and 6.2% of the global population who contribute to indigenous groups of people, practicing unique traditional practices and ancient cultures, which have been preserved over the years. This was given by the United Nations in 2021. In India, we have 255 indigenous groups which are accounted for and are officially known as the scheduled tribes, which was given by Khanvi in 1981. So indigenous groups attract tourists because of their unique traditions and culture, which are both tangible and intangible. So handicrafts fall under tangible tourism products, which is what black pottery is in the state of Meghalaya. The objective of the study is to try to find out and to understand the black pottery making and the black pottery as a tourism product of Larnai and Tircham. So Larnai and Tircham are the only two villages which are in the Chandya Hills, which are still having this practice of making the black pottery. And the second objective is to study the sale of black pottery and its potential market. And the third one is to understand the entrepreneur's knowledge of black pottery and the challenges in marketing and supply of the black pottery of the Chandya Hills. So, as I said earlier, the study area is in the Sung Valley. And since it's a matrilineal society, it is empowering the women of the society to have the financial responsibilities. Therefore, it is the women themselves who make the black pottery and no one else. And the tradition is passed on from the women to their children. That is only the female children and not the male children. This practice was started off by the Labang clan, which were residing in the Larnai village of Jaitya Hills during the Neolithic period. But over the years, these people they shifted to the Rivoy district of the state, and now this practice is found among the Kurto clan of Larnai and of Larnai and of Tircham. So these two villages, wherein black pottery making process is still there. So the methodology which we've used is qualitative in nature, and we've basically used in-depth interviews which are conducted with 4 entrepreneurs who have either a direct or indirect connection with the black potters of Meghalaya. So these are the 4 entrepreneurs who are selected for the study. The company is basically an organization which a tour organization company which organizes tours cultural tours within the state of Meghalaya. And Larnai and Tircham are one of the areas in which they take the tourists to. The third one is a product developer marketing associate, wherein she works with a company who produces and helps in promoting local products of the state of Meghalaya, such as the Edu silk. I think most of you must have heard, and one of them was the black pottery, but due to certain problems which arose with transportation of black pottery from the state, they discontinued the process of selling black pottery. And the fourth one is the management head of a hotel, wherein over the years they've received tourists who come to Meghalaya, and one of the attractions that tourists would want to visit is the black pottery of the Chandya. So the results of this study basically shows that indigenous knowledge and the practice of black pottery in Meghalaya is essential for sustaining the industry. Because if there is any change in the methods of making the black pottery, it will basically take away the indigenous knowledge of the people. Therefore, the indigenous knowledge of making black pottery in the state of Meghalaya by the Larnai and the Tircham villages is passed on orally by the mother to the parents. And this practice is being promoted presently by and along with help of the government, such as Government of Meghalaya, Ministry of Tourism, and also by National Institute of Fashion Technology, which is in Meghalaya. So these are some of the results which are found using NVivo, which is a qualitative data analysis method. So what this result shows that the black pottery of Narmai and Tircham as a tourism product. So some of the respondents said that they aim to preserve the product, but then many of the pottery makers are not aware of black pottery as a tourism product as such. So there's a need to make them aware that they have the potential to attract tourists and come and visit their village and earn some income from the black pottery that is produced by them, because it's unique and it's not practiced anywhere else within the state. But then another problem with that is that, especially with those people, with tourists who visited the villages, said that they want to have hands-on participation in making the black pottery, which is not there yet. Reason is because the locals who are involved in pottery making are not aware of tourism within the villages. This is an example of what the black pottery of Narnaland looks like. So it's basically a teapot which has been portrayed in one of the hotels in the state, that is in Meghalaya. So the sale of black pottery and its potential market. So presently it's only Meghalayan Age the store which is presently selling black pottery to the public. And it's not available at the location itself. The reason is because it takes time to make just one of the products, because it's handmade, everything is handmade. Therefore, there has to be prior orders. So the problems which tourists would face is that if they want to purchase black pottery from Narmai or Tircham, they would not be able to purchase it unless they give them a prior information that they would be coming on so and so day. This is another example of what the black pottery looks like. So we also tried to understand entrepreneurs' knowledge of black pottery. What was found was that entrepreneurs are aware and they're fully aware of the making process of black pottery, but tourists are not yet aware of it. So they know of black pottery, but they do not know the whole process wherein the knowledge is passed on from the mothers to the children. And these are some of the challenges which entrepreneurs have found in marketing and supply of black pottery. The first one is it's bulky. The thing is, because it's made of clay, it's very heavy. So it's difficult to transfer it from one place to the other. It's also fragile. Unless it's packaged properly, can easily break during transportation. Which is one of the reasons why one of the companies has stopped promoting or selling black pottery within the company. And packaging also will be very expensive because it's a fragile product and the very slow process of making it. The reason is because we still use traditional processes in making it, which is one of the reasons why black pottery itself is well known among people in the state and also now among people around the world. So this is what, as part of the discussion, the findings of the result suggest that indigenous knowledge and practices of black pottery making in Meghalaya are integral to the region's culture and history. Traditional pottery making methods have been passed down through generations and are still used today by the local artisans. The unique features of black pottery industry in Meghalaya, such as the use of natural resources and intricate design patterns, have been acknowledged and key factors of attraction for tourists. Technology has not been used to improve the pottery industry in Meghalaya, and traditional methods are still seen as more reliable for producing high-quality products. And to conclude, the findings of research suggest that indigenous knowledge and practices of black pottery making are essential for sustaining the industry in Meghalaya, without which, if we do not promote or ensure that traditional knowledge is passed on or is retained within these two villages, we will definitely lose to other more commercial forms of pottery. Thank you.
And you could have shown us photos of their making process.
Yes, because it's made out of clay directly, so it can be used. Yes, it's sustainable. It's sustainable in nature. It doesn't cause any. In the villages.
Villages. Okay, thank you.
Hello. It was really wonderful because like I was really mesmerized by your presentation, and I just want to say that the slides were very interesting. Since I am also from Indigenous lecture tribe from Sikkim, because our Sikkim lectures are also recognized as an Indigenous lecture tribe in United Nations by 2016 in 309. So I just wanted to know that tangible aspect. In tangible aspect, you have any kind of healing practices in Meghalaya, because like the tribal society are very very expert in healing practices, like the medicinal plants. Like for example, my mom and dad, my granny, whenever I used to get sick, she used to give me all the medicinal plants. Just when I was having little clots, she used to drop the baby leaf of that marigold. And just so I just wanted to the keeper of that, I just want to know the information because I'm very keen.
Yes, we do have traditional healing practices, but then I study tourism, so it's not in my line of study. But then, if you want any information regarding the local herbs that are used in Meghalaya, I can give it to you later on.
Okay, that's so sweet of you. Myself, Pasang Chiring Lepcha from Sikkim, and I'm a PhD scholar here in Borderline University in Department of Political Science.
Okay. Next speaker is Prosu. Yeah, please.
A very good afternoon to all. And first of all, I thanks for the entire organizing team to give me an opportunity to be here, and for the hospitality we have been receiving since we have reached. Thank you. So before moving to our topic, my topic, I call your attention to an incident what happened in a school which is in remote area. So you all may be familiar about the movie Kabali. I think it is a Tamil movie. And in the year 2017, there was a worksheet that was given to grade 3 students, and it includes there are 3 letters in Malayalam, that is Ka, Va, and Li. Ka, Va, and Li. And the teacher wanted the students to construct a word using these 3 letters. And a student from a rich distinctive culture construct a word that is Kabadi. But exactly the answer that the teacher expected from the student is Baliga. Baliga, the word that can be constructed by using the same letter, that is Baliga, and it was given in a circle indicating that answer is wrong. That means the Kabali, the answer a student written Kabali is wrong. Then I started thinking about how the education going on. These peoples, I mean these students, those who are from a section which have a rich but distinctive cultural background. Then this is my topic: automatized negligence of tribal students, unfolding structured invisibility. Myself, I am Prasoon, a research scholar, University of Calicut, Kerala. So, in Kerala, we have around 37 tribal groups. Which they are scheduled, and they are having rich, and they are rich in their culture. Then the data says the exclusion of tribal students in school are very severe. The question is, are they really included in the present education system of Kerala or not? This is my question. So, what does it mean by a school or a classroom which is culturally inclusive? Is the one which is accommodative of all cultural differences and possibly enabling the students of disadvantaged social groups by virtue of its physical and academic environment and academics. So really, school should not be a place that address only the realities and identities of the sections who are higher in the hierarchy. I mean, that is in inward comma hierarchy, which is in the social stratification. So every child, irrespective of their cultural and language backgrounds, they should get a room to represent their ideas and their feelings in the school. Then only the school will be inclusive or conducive. So the national education policy also reads the importance of indigenous knowledge system than in school education. So this is the objective of my study, really unfolding the cultural invisibility of tribal students in the present education system and how it consequence on tribal students by interpreting the empirical data collected from mental teachers and tribal promoters. This is the research question: how and how far the tribal students can represent their cultural background in the present schooling system of Kerala. This is my research question. So the methodology is phenomenological, qualitative research, and the design is phenomenological since it is deal with the perspectives and experience of the mental teachers and tribal promoters. So these are the participants I have collected data from, and the mental teachers of 15, and these three, the Paniya, Patanaika, and Kurmans are tribal peoples in the district of Wayanad with a rich cultural background. And the tribal promoters are also peoples of tribal backgrounds. They are appointed by the tribal department for the empowerment of tribal communities, and mental teachers are the teachers. They are also appointed by the tribal department then with an intention to bridge the gap between the Malayalam and the tribal languages of what the Paniya, Patanaika, and Kurma people are that using. So they speak their language, Paniya language, Patanaika language, and maybe the Kurma language. And in Kerala, the school education is in Malayalam. So that may be the. So this is my methodology. I am adopting the methodology of Lodico, G. Lodico, and I think for the time being it may be skipped. For rigor of data is entrusted by having a long engagement with the community of Paniya, Katanaika, and friends. And I have also done content analysis of certain documents which are produced by the government. Okay, in order to ensure the rigor of data, I mean the credibility and the dependability of the qualitative data. So I move to the analysis. This is the theme I am presenting, that is automatic negligence of tribal students unfolding structured invisibility. And these are the patterns I have identified from the data analysis, that's dropout and underrepresentation in academics, presentation of culture in curriculum, status of tribal languages in school, and status of art form in co-curricular activities. So, as per the data, in 2019, 580 tribal students failed to attain the eligibility criteria in broad exam out of 2,532. And this is very severe as compared to the general community that I put in inverted comma, general community, the so-called general community. Okay, so as compared to the general community, their dropouts are very severe. And this is the dropouts of the last 10 years from 2011 to 2012 and then 20 to 21. Around 10,167 students failed to complete their board exams in the district of Wayanad. Only one district out of the 14 in Kerala. So, and all they are tribal, all they are tribal students. So representation, whether their culture is represented in the curriculum is another question, because these three communities, I mean the Paniya, Katanaika and the Kurumans, they are with richer cultural backgrounds. However, these students are not provided any opportunity to demonstrate then and perform these cultural rooted competencies in the school education. Then they found a lack of cultural orientation in academics activities are the main reason for the students' underperformance and failure. Then status of indigenous languages in school. Okay, thank you, sir. Then it is true that the languages of the Sindhi community do not have letters and writing systems. But these people, I mean the mental teachers and the tribal promoters, believe that by inculcating then or then communicating the students using the words of the tribal background may be good for then getting the tribal people competence. So I am skipping, and this is a video. Can I play it? So this is Polkali, and this Polkali is played by the Kuruma people, and exactly this Polkali is entirely different from the so-called general communities Polkali than in its forms and structures. Why the students are graded, or then when they are performing their Polkali, they are graded with the same parameters of the general populations Polkali, so they are not finding adequate representations in their education. So Chinam, Oud and Dambate are the musical instruments, and the students of these communities are not then allowed to play these instruments in the school fest than as competitive items. Then findings of the study, the dropout rate of the students are very severe, so institutional interventions should be made, and the curriculum in practice should include the students of tribal backgrounds. There are no representation of cultural competencies of tribal communities in the curriculum, and schools students of tribal culture are forced to learn the identities of groups who are hierarchically in better position. That is very serious issue. So school is conceived to be a place where cross-cultural exchanges and self-expressions are promoted, and but for tribal students, school is the place where they do not experience, then they experience forced the exposure to sense a shame about themselves, because when they speak their language in school, then other students may then they come and insult them. That's their feelings. Okay, I have really experienced from my data collections. So the students of those students are not allowed to speak in their languages in school. Then this school can act as an institution that enrich the certain culture by giving adequate rooms in the cultural and co-curricular activities. Thank you all. And I am looking this from an educational background, the indigenous knowledge from an educational background. Once again, I then extend all my thanks to the organizing team to be here. Let me to be here. Thank you.
Question, please. Any question? No, then thank
so
you.
I am eagerly waiting for your question.
Okay, there will be interaction.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay. Next presenter is NDG Bangkok. Okay, please.
topic is on super brain yoga and appropriate yoga for better intellect and well-being, sir. It is under the theme Indigenous knowledge system and the sub-theme traditional knowledge system, innovation and practices. My name is Jeevan Rao. Retired as a district intermediate education officer. I am state awardee and from Hyderabad, Telangana. Topukarnam in Tamil, Dorbikarnam in Sanskrit are a type of sit-ups performed as part of prayer before Lord Ganesh for wisdom, knowledge and success. Utak Baitak in Hindi or Murga punishment are awarded in schools for corrective punishment to enhance memory. It is prevalent in Indian subcontinent, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal and Pakistan. All these Topukarnam, Dorbikarnam, Utak Baitak Murga punishment are indigenous knowledge systems of India. As Murga punishment and Utak Baitak are considered as corporal punishment, it is banned in schools and education institutions. Fortunately, it is not banned in the temples. We are performing, we are continuing the same tradition. Now it has been transformed into super brain yoga and is being practiced by people as brain stimulating scientific exercise. The objectives of super brain yoga are it enables the students to improve focus, problem solving, learning, make correct decisions for better psychological growth, improved memory and concentration among students. The super brain yoga procedure was first formulated by Chow Kap Sui, who is the founder of modern pranic healing. He worked on super brain yoga extensively and said that super brain yoga activates the brain and enhances memory. Another study by Srikanth and Lancy from Mysore University, 1,945 students were involved in super brain yoga for 3 months. After the 3 months, it was observed that 70.5% of the students improved their concentration level. 75.9% of the students improved their memory. 86% of the students could overcome the examination phobia. In another study by Dr. Joy P. Jones from University of California, he said that the acupressure points of the brain are concentrated in the ear. So after performing super brain yoga, the right and the left hemispheres of the brain will be synchronized. Another study by Dr. Paul Nogier, the father of modern auricular therapy, when the right earlobe is squeezed with the left hand, index finger and thumb, the left part of the brain will be activated. Then the pituitary gland will be energized and activated. In the same way, when the left earlobe is squeezed with the right hand, index finger and thumb, the right part of the brain is activated and the pineal gland is energized and activated. In some studies, it was shown that super brain yoga increases alpha wave activity in the brain. Increase in the alpha wave activity in the brain induces creativity, alertness, strengthen immune system, relieve anxiety, and deeper relaxation state.
it can be justified with Kundalini Yoga, Indian traditional yoga. In this, the energy flows from lower part of the chakras to the upper chakras. Subtle energy movement is observed in this super brain yoga. When the subtle energy reaches heart energy center, we experience inner peace. When the subtle energy reaches the throat and ajna, we feel more intelligence and creativity are enhanced in the practitioners. When the subtle energy reaches the forehead and crown chakra, Amrita, which is scientifically termed as melatonin secreted in pineal gland. So let us say the benefits of super brain yoga. It improves knowledge and sharpens the brain. It distributes energy levels, induces calmness, stimulates thinking capacity, increases mental energy, boosts creativity. It contributes for effective problem solving, learning, and retention in the students. It develops cognitive powers. It improves focus, concentration, and memory power. It strengthens immune system. Decision-making powers will be boosted with this super brain yoga. It relieves stress and behavior problems. It balances the performer psychologically, and it improves the condition of the people who are suffering from Alzheimer's, mild depression, ADD, ADHD, Down syndrome, autism, and dyslexia. So let us see the procedure of super brain yoga. Stand tall and straight with arms by your side, face east. Keep your feet shoulder width apart. Connect the tongue to the palate. It is called Kechari Mudra. Lift your arm and hold right earlobe with the thumb and index finger. Lift your arm and hold left earlobe with thumb and index finger. Inhale deeply and squat down slowly to a sitting position. Stay in this position for 2 to 3 seconds. Gently exhale as you rise. This completes one cycle of super brain yoga. Repeat this cycle for 7 to 14 times every day. Release the ears and arms and tongue also. It can be practiced by all people of all ages. Pregnant women and women who are menstruating should not practice this super brain yoga. The outcomes are Ghana Education Society, in which it was banned in the schools, is rethinking to introduce in the schools because of medical reasons. So it was incorporated as a brain-based instructional system in the Rajasthan school district. In India, in Haryana, a government school, Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan High School in Haryana, introduced this super brain yoga as a pilot project. And a school, a primary school in Jeetgarh, in Jind district in Haryana also, they have implemented the practice of super brain yoga in the morning assembly. Some countries in the world are offering incentives those who perform squats or super brain yoga. It is in Indian Railways and in Singapore, Russia, Mexican government, and European Sports Festival. During European Sports Festival, some intensives are being offered those who perform squats or super brain yoga. The ticket transportation is called a health ticket. I'm lucky enough to be here. Exactly 1 year back, I have presented the paper in the state level seminar. State level seminar conducted by CRT. The outcomes are I have been organizing seminars in the schools and colleges. Here, the headmistresses and the teachers are also performing super brain yoga along with the students in the morning prayer in a high school, sir. The implications are super brain yoga is amalgamation of yoga mudras, auricular acupressure, movement, and breathing. It is a self-care tool, inexpensive, easy to learn technique, could be practiced regularly by the students. It should be called as fitness exercise, fitness yoga, super yoga for the brain, but not as corporal punishment. The implications are it has to be included in the curriculum as a co-curricular activity in the education system. Physical education teachers are to be trained with the method, and they are to be informed to monitor this fitness yoga in the morning assembly. The governments all over the world should take steps to implementation of performing 14 rounds of super brain yoga as mandatory during morning assembly. And incentives only some countries are offering. All countries in the world should offer incentives and in all sectors also to motivate to perform super brain yoga instead of squats. It is an approach to achieve inclusive, people-centered, sustainable development with no one left behind, as mentioned in 2030 agenda of Millennium Development Goals, and it achieves the goal 3, good health and well-being, goal 4, quality education, which are aimed to transform our world. These are the references, sir. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question? One question. One question. If no, thank you, sir. So last lecture of this session will be delivered by Kaushik Majumdar. Kaushik, please. Kaushik, remember 10 minutes.
What?
Kaushik can only go.
It's also informative, sir. Nice.
I mean, PPT or PDF? If you give them that, I'll give the number.
Oops.
Good afternoon. First of all, thanks to the organizing committee, especially to Dr. Hemant sir for inviting me here and giving this opportunity to present some of my work. Myself, Kaushik Majumdar, I am from Department of Botany, Tripura University, and my topic is potential bioresource-based livelihood of possibilities for the types of Tripura, opportunities and the challenges. Since the bioresource, there is a close linkage between the bioresource and the traditional knowledge. Still, we are using lots of bioresources which are available surrounding us, and many of them are collected from the natural forest. Whether some portion are grown in the Bunga. So, the main intention of this work is to prioritize some of the bioresources which maybe have the enough potential to produce secondary product or end product through a process of linking and processing for the product development, by which local community get the financial benefit. So these are some images of bioresource which are available in Tripura. There are around 19 tribes. They are traditionally using this type of bioresource. These are some preserved bamboo shoot. One is the batima, which is the processed, one kind of processed food, which made by from the Amorphophilus rhizome, and the white color is the chuan, locally called chuan. That is the cake. Is used extensively for the preparation of the traditional drinks. So we use semi-structured interview, market survey for data collection and to prioritize the bioresource. So these are some bioresources which are available in the market. People collecting from their nearest forest area and also sell them in the market. Some portion of their collection they also use by self for self-consumption. Now, out of that bioresource, we prioritize around 4 species. That is, one is the Amorphophilus, second is the Malacca bactifera, that is Muli bamboo, and Dioscorea hamiltoni, and one is the Hibiscus artifolia. So this is the process of prioritization. We use the way of traditional knowledge. The resource, there should be a strong traditional use by that particular community, and also there should be some palatability test. The highly commercial value in the market and also high demand and easily processed or easily available around the forest. So this is the selected bioresource and their ethnobotanical use, also their potential industrial use, which may be extended in future for secondary product generation. So the present utilization, first the raw material, then the which use directly selling in the market, use directly either raw or cooked forms. So my first, the plant is the Amorphophilus, which is the raw material is easily commercially sold in the market, but when the value after value addition, the normal rate is the 10 rupees per piece, but after value addition, that comes in the product also developed, also available in the Amazon. So this is the rate, the 700 rupees per 200 grams. So this is the secondary product or processed food. Next, the Malacca, we also know very well easily this is the bamboo shoot. In the raw, it is around 50 rupees per kg. But when it is dried or preserved or something in the fermented form, so that is the 500 rupees per kg. This is the Dioscorea hamiltoni, and it is normally selling market 40 rupees per kg. And then when it is after value addition, it is around 1,700 rupees per kg and used as an important ingredient in particularly in the beauty products, cosmetics. So these are the products which are available in the Amazon. And next is the hibiscus, which easily available in the market, around 20 rupees per kg. And after value addition in dry processed form, in dry form, it is around 1,000 rupees per kg. And this is the product of the last scale flower is dried up and packed for the making herbal tea. So this is the product which are available in the Amazon, and the rate is the 1,000 rupees per kg. So there is a lacking of market. The people collecting the these viruses from the nearest forest and selling them in the local market. So this needs to be interconnected. Who is the industrial, the grower? They need to collect. They need to collect this the raw materials either in the dry form or in the processed form. So how this the whole process can create the job opportunity. The first phase in the large scale commercial production. So if these viruses introduced for the commercial production, and after that there is a scope of the employment opportunity, and next the phase is the collection and storage and also the processing, and ultimate after development of the processing there is the marketing. Now, there is a context of the pre-harvesting utilities and the post-harvesting. As the pre-harvesting, there should be a as there is no traditional cultivable methodology is there, so there should be a particular methodology. Cultivation methodology should be given to the particular community by which they can easily cultivate and produce enough raw material. So my intention is that bioresource should be cultivated commercially and bring it for the processing and for the value addition and give it to the industrial, which are the industry available in the country. Under it can be possible under MSME program, government MSME program. On local government, they can also facilitate such type of productions of development of the products. Thank you.
One question. Okay. Thank you.
I guess this is a marathon session. From 9:30 to 2, all are eagerly waiting for lunch. I will conclude within 2 minutes. So, good afternoon to all of you. Respected speaker, Professor Anil Kumar Anand sir. Respected keynote speaker, Shri Jadav Payang, Padma Shri awardee, Forest Man of India. Invited speaker, Professor A.P. Das. Then delegates of the dais, academician and my beloved students. So it is my privilege to offer a vote of thanks on this auspicious event of the Indigenous Knowledge System. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to thank Shri Jadav Payang sir for his presence and bless us making this program successful. I extend our sincere thanks to Professor Anil Kumar Anand, accept our invitations, coming such a long way from Thailand and help us making this event successful one. Thank you so much, sir. A big thank you to Professor A.P. Das for his excellent talk on Indigenous Knowledge System. We are all immensely benefited from your thoughts, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We are equally grateful to our speaker, Professor Dr. Meenakshi, Dr. Prasum, Dr. L.S. Kandari, Dr. Ram Prasad, Dr. Abhinandan Swaitya, but is not present today, and our esteemed paper presenter coming over here and present your research finding to all of our students. Ladies and gentlemen, this event like this cannot be happened overnight. Many people, like our coordinators, government of BTR, authority of the university, then our students, research scholars, they are working hard to making this event successful. So with this, utilizing this opportunity, I'd like to thank everyone for this successful conclusion of this event. And I finally like to thank all our participants, then the audience, research scholars, students for being with us of this morning, and thank you for your so much everyone. Thank you everyone for making this event successful. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. We have certificates for oral presenters. So I'll just call the name and I request. Yes, I call upon all the presenters here so that we can take one photograph and a certificate will be distributed now. Please, all the presenters and resource persons as well, please come.
Sister. Reverse me.
Presenters, please come.
Students.
Presenters.
All the men.
Certificates. This one is for Dr. Ramprasad, Department of Botany, Dr. L.S. Kabili. L.S. Kabili. Dr. Kaushik Muzumdar. Dr. Miss Pavin Tesha. Dr. Andre Jeevan Rao. Miss Kimberly Kamila. Miss Kimberly. I think she left. Amit Kumar Tripathi. Mr. Prasoon CP. Please collect the abstract. Collect the abstract also. Thank you all.
So how I can get this?
One more announcement is there. The next session for oral presentation, it will be held in management studies. It is all over building management studies. It will start after the lunch. So it will start at around 3:30 p.m. So the rest of the oral presenters, you reach Management Studies Department, Olombard. The name of the building is Olombard. So there, the next oral presentation will take place. Thank you. So the oral presenters for Group B are Dr. Dan A. Sangma, Muktadhar Riya, Dr. Daisy Rani Deka, Dr. Sherin Lepcha, Rabia Demari,
But you are so introduction. Actually,
Dr. Andresha Bothakur, Dr. Rosie Brahmo, Dr. Vichitra Kalita, Samdar Brahmo, and Dr. Saratu Das. So you all are requested to reach Management Studies, the Department of Management Studies, Olombard building, room number 1. So your oral presentation will take place there at around 3:30 p.m. Okay, thank you.
I have yes.
and I was submitted a paper in the states. The same thing. So after that, okay, I will be in touch. If you have any access to this school here, I will be staying for 2 days. I'm ready to give presentation here in a school. Next day, on the second or third one, I will be staying here afternoon. On second, I will be available. I will be having some memories. Presentation, motivate new people. So if you have any access to this school, there is so many schools now. I'm ready to give PPT. Beautiful PPT is there. Actually, 10 minutes. Composed a beautiful video on this. After this, everybody is practicing going to be a it's a simple thing. Next is 2 minutes exercise. Yeah, only 2 minutes. Yeah, there are so many moments. So I've been organizing seminars, workshops in schools and colleges. So I had an opportunity to come over here. Okay. You are most welcome. Interact with you people. So please say that at least one presentation on food. On second. Have you food, sir? Okay, sir. Have you accommodated? Near the railway station. Large. Thank you so much.
I welcome on behalf of the team of coordination for the human rights thematic area. So I request all the student participants and the other participants who have come over to participate in this event to be in this hall number 3. And very soon we'll be starting this session for human rights. So all our panel speakers and chairperson has already arrived. So I request our volunteers to allow some more students, if they come in, to enter and take the front seats for this session. So I request volunteers to assist for this. Thank you.
হয় না
Actually, you will get later.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Jutirani Devi, on behalf of the Organizing Committee on Team Human Rights, would like to welcome all uh, to this session on human rights. As already we were late by half an hour, without much delay, I would like to proceed directly. And first of all, I'd like to call upon the stage our guests who have arrived over here and among us. Dr. Bella Kumurkarji, who is here among us. I'd like to call Sir to the stage and to take his seat.
Actually, there is a technical difficulty here that I would like to share. Our keynote speaker was supposed to be Professor Monirul Hussain. At the peak of the moment, he could not come due to some unavoidable reasons. So I'd like to call Mr. Kottaram Rava, Advocate Guwahati High Court, to call upon the stage and to take his seat. We have Dr. Madhumita Kochari among us, who is an international lawyer, senior advisor, UN International Civil Authority, Dispute Resolution and Arbitration International Context. He has come from New Delhi and here among us. I'd like to call Madam to come to the stage and to take her seat. We have Saito Bosumachari here, who is the chairperson, Land Advisory Board, Kokazar, and also an advocate in Kokazar Bar Council. We'd like to call sir and to take his seat. So our guests are here on the dais. Next, there is a small felicitation program here. So I would like to assist our member, Junmuni Bosumachari, to proceed for that. First of all, I'd like to felicitate on behalf of the organizing committee, Dr. Bella Kungur Taji, with a traditional art night and a seminar tea. Our students are helping us to felicitate. I request Junmuni Bosumachari to felicitate sir. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Madam Junmuni to felicitate Hobdoram Ragha with a traditional coat, a traditional aronai, and the seminar tea. Next, Dr. Madhumita Kochari Madam will be felicitated by a traditional coat, a traditional aronai, and a cake. Saito Bosumachari sir will be felicitated by a traditional aronai, a coat, and a cake. We have some other guests present here. I'd like to call Madam to felicitate Dr. Chaitali Brahma, registered CIT with an aronai. I'd like to call Madam to the dais. Please, Madam, come. Dr. Bonabina Brahmo Madam, Principal Professor Government College, is among us. I request Chunmoni Madam to felicitate Madam. Madam, please come to the dais. Dr. Mamata Narjari, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Kokarjar Government College, is among us. I would like to call Madam to come here and please speak. Thank you. So this is the time to start our main program. I'd like to request Dr. Bella Kumbur Kaji sir to take the chair as the chairperson of this program and to share the session. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Kirani. Thank you, Junmoni, and our dear friends of Department of Political Science program. My friend and inaugurator of the station, Dr. Laba, Senior Advocate, Honorable Badi High Court, and he is standing counsel for the Christian Council. And invited speaker and the talk, Dr. Mohammed Patel, international lawyer, senior advisor, and international student of the Education and Arbitration International Conference, New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. And my friend, Saito Vishnu, Honorable Chairperson, Land Advisory Board, Kokadar District and Advocate, Kokadar, my Honorable Principal, Dr. Bonabina Brahmo of Kokadar Government College, my Head of the Department, Political Science, Kokadar Government College, Dr. Montana Berry, my former colleague, now working with the State Director, Sritali Brahmo, our friends in the Department of Political Science, Dr. Jonil Musahari, my friend Karamdawari, research scholar of the Portland University, the faculties, teachers, students, and all the ladies and gentlemen present in this seminar hall. So we are going shortcut because we are passing on the main talks and the interactive session, madam. Main talk and the interactive session, we are putting this is on. That's why we are going shortcut. So I accept the share. Thank you. The next item in our agenda is keynote address by Hobdaram Rabha, Senior Advocate, Honorable Badi High Court, and Standing Council of Government of PTR, who is speaking here in Professor, in absence of Professor Monero Hussain, our remark teacher. He is not able to come here and deliver his keynote address here. So on his behalf, we are inviting our good friend, Dr. Mr. Hobdaram Rabha. Please, sir.
Honorable Dr. Bella Karti, my esteemed friend and the chairperson of today's session on human rights. The theme is I am very happy to say that he was my club friend We practiced together in Guwahati High Court for several years. And it's really very interesting to share that with him. And respected Dr. Madhumita Kathari, international lawyer, senior advisor, United Nations International Civil Authority, Dispute Resolution and Arbitration International Conference, New Delhi, and Mr. Saito Basumatari, who is my brother like, and we practiced together for sometimes in Guwahati High Court. Now he is practicing in Kokrazar Bar. Very happy to see him in this dais. And Madam Malamina Brahma, the principal Kokrazar College, Government College, and the other dignitaries, other dignitaries on the dais, and participants from different parts of BIKF and the intellectuals, academics. In fact, I feel a little bit uncomfortable, and also I'm taken aback. I have to address the inaugural keynote address. And Professor Monirul Hussain was my very respected professor. He was supposed to give this keynote address. It's unfortunate that he could not be present in this session. So I had to replace him. And since I am requested to address the inaugural session, I'm here to speak 2 lines. As you know, all the subjects on this earth are under human rights. And since 1948, the year the Universal Human Rights Declaration was made, there has been a sea change in the human rights situation of the countries, the member countries, including India. You can remember until 1993, there had been a situation in our country where there had been numerous custodial deaths in false encounter, and child abuse, and abuse against women, atrocities against scheduled tribes, atrocities against scheduled castes and Dalits. But since 1993, when the Human Rights Act 1993 came into being, there has been a sea change in the human rights situation in India. Now there has been a large number of instruments, and there has been a large number of domestic human rights institutions like National Human Rights Commission, State Human Rights Commissions, National Commission for Scheduled Tribes, and there are so many laws since 1993, and even within the constitutional framework, there has been a lot of provisions for protecting and promotion of human rights throughout the country. There have been so many protective laws even in back home in Assam. As you know, Assam Land and Revenue Regulation 1886, Chapter 10, which is the protective legislation for protecting the land rights of the tribal people. But despite the fact that there have been so many protective legislations in place, still, due to lack of proper implementation and lack of political will, the protective legislation that we are having has not been proved effective. As you know that more than 4 lakh hectares of land has been alienated from the tribal people. And many a times tribal people, Adivasi people and other vulnerable sections of the society have been subject to displacement in the name of urbanization, in the name of industrialization, in the name of militarization, in the name of installing or making big dams. And therefore, it is of paramount importance that there has to be a more stronger and human rights laws in our country. The human rights law that we are having now are still to be strengthened to promote and protect human rights in our country. Going by our experiences, we can certainly say that these are not enough, and these present mechanisms which are within the constitutional framework and in the statutory provisions, those laws, those acts need to be further strengthened if the human rights situation, and especially the vulnerable section of the society, indigenous people of this country, their position, if their position needs to be improved, the human rights law needs to be further strengthened so that we can go for a more developed and more civilized society. And therefore, we need to take recourse to the human rights institutions like National Human Rights Commission or State Human Rights Commissions and other constitutional mechanisms like National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. We must take recourse to those instruments if the situation needs to be improved. It is really interesting that after years of struggle, the indigenous people was able to establish a permanent forum in the United Nations system, which is called United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And which has its headquarters in New York. And now the indigenous peoples all across the world can take recourse to these international UN mechanisms to agitate their rights, agitate their human rights in an international platform. As well as it is a matter of pride for the indigenous people that because of the decades of struggles of the indigenous people to promote their rights, United Nations was prompted to declare the rights of indigenous people all over the world. United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is the declaration and the inspiration for the indigenous people living all across the world. And this is the source of not only inspiration, the source of law for making domestic law in their respective countries. Because in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, a standard has been established, a standard procedure has been established by the experts, international experts on the rights of the indigenous people, including rights, land rights, and other cultural rights, and also as well as political rights of the indigenous people. It is really a matter of pride for all the indigenous people all over the world that we are having such a strong mechanism in the United Nations system. We are having some of the finest minds on this side to address the issue of human rights for social development and experience and the way forward. I hope the panelists will decode the problems and challenges of the people living in Assam and the challenges facing them in its proper perspective, and they will throw light on the way forward for formulating recommendation from this session. And with that hope, I end my inaugural speech and I declare this session open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Soturava, my dear friend, for inaugurating this beautiful seminar. Thank you. And we invited two artists. One is Dr. Gumatawa Sumantari, another one, JSL Kharji. So I would like to introduce Dr. Gumatawa Sumantari, a renowned artist of the bottles, before this learned career. He is Dr. Gumatawa Sumantari, an artist. We invited him to be here and to perform before this learned gathering. Thank you, Gumatawa. And we have another artist, JSL Kharji. He will be playing saxophone. And I'm happy to introduce him to this learned gathering. Thank you, JSL. Thank you very much. Now we are going straight to the next program. There is invited talk. Performance first, yeah. So may I request Dr. Gumatawa Sumantari to perform his playing of serja, the traditional Bodo instrument. Please, Doctor.
Hi. Oh. Hi. Laptop la single. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gamatau, for your wonderful performance in this seminar. Now, may I request Jessica Karzi to come forward and start performing your music on saxophone, please. second wonderful presentation of so now we go straight into the budget form. And our guest is already here in Mr. I would like to invite Dr. Madhumita Kothari, international lawyer, senior advisor, UN International Civil Authority Dispute Resolution and Arbitration International Contracts, New Delhi. May I request Dr. Madhumita Kothari to come forward and start presenting his talks. Please, ma'am.
A very good afternoon, respected chair, my friends on the dais, girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how effective this mic is because it doesn't sound good to my ears. So, with the mic man, kindly take care of the volume here. Mic को थोड़ा ठीक करिए, mic का आपका ठीक आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Hello, check, yeah. Is echoing, echo हो रहा है थोड़ा सा, आवाज ठीक करिए. Hello, hello, check, hello, check, hello, check. Okay. Human rights through my eyes. घड़ी में 3:20 दोपहर की. We all had a good lunch. We are looking for our evening cup of tea. Eyes are half closing. And I know all of you would be happy to exercise your human right of leaving this hall immediately and go outside and get your cup of tea. Whereas I would like to exercise my human right by requesting your august presence here with wide open eyes, wide open ears, and with an expectation and aspiration that you please listen to me. Most of you are students, I can see. So it's like an afternoon class in human rights. Oh no, we can't go through this for the next half an hour. Impossible. I have my right to revolt. I have my right to be resilient. I have my right to get out and go. Yes, you have that right. And you can exercise that right. But what that would mean, in the process of exercising your own rights, you are maligning my right. My right to be heard. My right to make my point reach right across to each of you. Not just reach you, apply to your wisdom, appeal to your head, and appeal to your heart. Because unless there is a synchronization between wisdom, head, and heart, human decisions are not always the best decisions. So I will not really make it into a class of human rights, though I have a presentation in place, as was discussed with your organizers, was looking at the watch time of the day and the mood of the audience. I would not really make it into a class of human rights. But I'll make it more discussion oriented. What is human rights? Various people, various philosophers, various jurists, various lawyers like me and my friends on the dais have given numerous definitions. Judges through judgments have given numerous definitions. My interpretation of human rights is very simple. It is my right, your right, his right, her right, their right, our right, right to exercise that right is my human right. That is my simple definition of human rights. Now we need to understand that. Who gave that definition? Well, I represent the United Nations, so I have an ethical and moral duty to say that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 was the codification of human rights in the world. And I've read some of your paper presentations, the abstracts where some of you have said in somewhere in the 17th century, some European brought up this concept of human rights. Sorry, friends. This is absolutely a Eurocentric myth that we have been taught right from our school days, college days, university days, research thesis, and the practice in life. Human rights existed in India, in the Indus Valley civilization, in the earliest civilizations of India, in the empire of Ashoka, in the empire of Harshvardhan, in all the empires of Indian kings and rulers down the ages. You've heard of the concept of dharma? Dharma, or in Buddhism they call it dhamma. That is nothing but a universal declaration of human rights in contemporary civilization and times. The West, at that point of time, were barbaric people. Their civilization did not exist in the West. Where did the civilization exist? In India. In Iraq, it was called Mesopotamia. In Iran and in Greece. The rest of Europe, till the Nordics came in, were a barbaric race. So, who exercised Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Not United Nations in 1948. If you read through the UDHR, every bit of it is borrowed from Indian Dharma. The Dharma that the contemporary kings practiced and the religious leaders of the times preached, and it applied on everybody in society, irrespective of sex, caste, creed. In India, there was no religion concept before the Islamic invasion. So we don't have to include this term irrespective of religion in our earlier civilization. So let us be proud of India and say yes. Respect, appreciation, and codification of human rights was in our own country, in India. And your state, Assam, was nowhere behind, mind you. The rulers of Assam were some of the best rulers of contemporary time. Your kings practiced dharma on the people. And practicing dharma by the kings meant, yes, there was human rights in the society. Therefore, today to say that United Nations gave this definition, okay? Everything is stolen out of India, transported out of India for these hours. Because we spend half our career in the West earning money and sharing our intel. Look what we know. The West takes the intel out of our mind and wisdom, gives it a nice shape, and sells it back to us. And we happily say, hey, look, I bought it from Italy. I bought it from Spain. Hey, you bought this from Guwahati. Arey yaar, you are backdated. मैं तो यार summer holidays Spain में spend करता हूँ. Please understand. It is time and starts appreciating what India is. I implore this generation of youth, what you are studying and reading in your books, written by Western theorists, is not the truth of India. India has a much bigger, magnanimous civilization with all ancient laws codified in India. Go and see our temples. Have you seen Konark Temple in Orissa, any of you? The Konark Temple, if you ever visit, have a look. The whole social life is depicted through figurines and figures on the temple. And this is not just with Konark. Almost every ancient temple in India has it. Why? Because the common man may not know how to read and write. To get the family together, bring them to the temple. That is where the husband, the wife, the children will come. Show them that these figures and figurines on our temple is speaking of how your social behavior should be, how your behavior at different ages should be. If you've seen the Konark Sun Temple, the lowest layer of the temple depicts figures and figurines telling you a story of your social and human behavior before the age of 25. The next layer is 25 to 50 when you enter into family life, how you are to respect your spouse, how you are to respect your children, how you are to respect the other people of society. The next layer goes on when you get into a higher age and to spiritual life. This was how India codified its laws, by putting it permanently on the walls of Indian temples. How many of us really wanted to learn this? When did Universal Declaration of Human Rights come? By the UN? 1948. I am talking of a civilization that has been carbon dated to be 9,000 years old. The city of Lord Krishna in Dwarka, which has sank below the Indian Ocean, dates back to 9000 BCE, and carbon dating has been done, mind you. There was a port at Lothal in Gujarat 4,000 years from today. India used to trade with the West at that point of time. If you've read history, we had the Chola Empire, the Cholas. I'll take you back to your school history book. Raja Chola and Rajendra Chola. They went right up to Cambodia, expanding Indian civilization. Unfortunately, in the 13th and 14th century onwards, with the Islamic invasion into India, they destroyed our temples, they destroyed a lot of our scriptures in the process, which is very unfortunate. But do not, human rights did not originate in the West, it's a myth. Human rights originated in your very own country of India. You have various charters, declarations, codifications of human rights being done by the government, which is to help modern society to understand them. Now, on the issue of understanding, do we really have a domain awareness? How many of us have read the human rights laws of our country? Have you ever made an attempt to read what are my rights? Yes, as a college student, when two of my friends are standing with a flag on their hand, revolt, rebellion, go against the professor, go against the vice chancellor. Our human rights are violated. Arey Baba, do you know whether your rights are really violated? Have you even analyzed for yourself which right of mine is violated? लेकिन दंगे में आप जरूर खड़े हो गए और अच्छा स्टूडेंट अपना करियर बर्बाद कर दिया। दंगे में खड़े हो गए, पुलिस के ब्लैकलिस्ट में नाम आ गया, आप चले गए जेल में, मम्मी पापा जिन्होंने अभी तक आपको बड़ा किया नाराज हो गए, दिल टूट गया उनका ह्यूमन राइट का आपने सोचा नहीं कि मेरे मम्मी पापा ने मुझे जन्म दिया, बड़ा किया, आज मेरा एक ड्यूटी है, प्लीज नोट, even the Constitution of India, with your fundamental rights in the Constitution, also has a corresponding fundamental duty. So every right that you ask for implies a corresponding duty. Duty to everybody around you. You can exercise your rights, but you have no right to encroach on the personal domain of another person. So it's not just asking for right, I want this, I want this, I want that. No! I want this, but without hurting my friend who also wants that. That is exercising of human rights. Not shouting with a banner in front of your college and not allowing your vice principal or your teachers to take classes saying, we are exercising human rights. You are not doing justice to us. No! This is a wrong teaching of the political system. Please understand, you as students, what is your duty? To study, to become good human beings, to have a career for yourself. That is where your parents have supported you, brought you to this world, helped you to grow. And you owe this to your country to be a good Indian. Standing with a flag on issues which are irrelevant to you and society, just to create a din and bustle, is not creating or standing for human rights, my dear. Being in the United Nations, I look after 168 countries. Let me assure you, India has one of the best practices of human rights. Hear it from me. Do you know United States of America, we all say it's a great country. It's a very liberal country. Do you know United States of America has not signed the Convention of Elimination of all kinds of discrimination against women? United States has not signed. I wish some of you see the discrimination against women, the racial discriminations practiced in various countries against the blacks and the colored races of the world like Indians. You heard there was a time when the British used to write on their doors, Indians and dogs not allowed in the restaurant. A new meme I'm seeing is going around, which is really a great meme. Rishi Sunak has taken over as the Prime Minister of United Kingdom, and he walks with his dog in 10 Downing Street. So that is how you take revenge. What is the way forward? Codification of rights are there. Indian laws are one of the best laws in the world, let me tell you. Maybe some of our laws are not harmonized with international laws, international conventions, but I assure you at the Supreme Court at least, if you don't have laws, judges take cognizance of international law even while passing judgments in Indian laws. So the way forward is, first, I would implore all of you, the young generation of India, on whom the country looks forward to tomorrow to lead the country, increase your domain awareness. Read. Don't just be glued to your mobile phones for irrelevant information going around. Read substantive things. Know your rights. Know your duties. Know what needs to be done. Have a substantive plan in place. Procedurally organize yourself how you are going to target yourself and reach that goal. And I assure you, nobody's human rights will be violated if everybody has a domain awareness of the rights that is provided not only by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights but one's own country's rights. The violation or encroachment occurs where? I don't know the domain. I don't know what is your right. तो मैं आके अपनी दादागिरी दिखाती हूँ भाई मैं जो कह रहा हूँ वही राइट है वही लॉ है encroachment वहाँ पे होता है अगर each of us take a vow we will educate ourselves we will know what the rights are what the laws of the country are what needs to be done and I will work on the principles of right knowledge and right belief. Trust me, and I assure you with full confidence, no violations against anybody will take place in this world. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Is it working? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhumika Kothari, for your excellent speech. Are they gathering? Madam, there will be presentation. So, first of all, I'd like to invite him to present the talk first. After that, there will be interactive session with our invited guests. Please.
Respected Chairperson, respected Soggaram, respected Madhu Gita Patari, respected Sekali Madam, respected Wanda, and respected all academicians here, and the students of various colleges and universities. I will be speaking my experiences related to the land where I am currently holding as a chairperson of the Land Advisory Board in district of 2 circles in the Pokhara district. So I will have to share all the issues that we have been facing and why it's important that need to be talked about. First of all, land is important as we had written your session title invited for on human rights for social development. Social development, why land is necessary. Without land, we cannot achieve social development. The reason for most of us here are students. We need income certificate, maybe for scholarship, for taking admission, but without land, we cannot have scholarship or income certificate. That is part of social development. Another, where we have, where there is, can decide without land. And if we don't have land, where can we have house? Without land, we cannot house. We cannot have house. So housing rights, which is recognized as a part of human rights. But what I have read, what I have understood, land rights is not recognized as human rights. Land rights is not recognized as human rights. But we need to achieve social development. We need to develop ourselves. We need a housing. We need an income certificate. We need a PRC, permanent residence certificate. If you don't have land, you cannot have PRC. This PRC may be useful for your job, for a better future. So land is necessary, and land should have been part and parcel of human rights. During my first 1.5 years of experience of chairmanship, I have found many people, especially poor people, who have been residing in BGR land. I hope you know BGR, village grazing land, which is a caste land, which is a government land. Since years, 40 years, 50 years back, many of our people, many of our poor people have been residing on that BGR land. So when the poor people, when the people reside in that BGR land, then that particular family will not able to access, will not able to get PRC or able to take income certificate or even the housing rights that we are talking about. So some people, poor people especially, they come and crying to me, we don't have land, we need it. So that is my experience. And in the year 2011, there is an order given by the Honorable Supreme Court, the Jagpal Singh versus State of Punjab. In that particular order, Honorable Supreme Court has given an order that this BGR land, this particular type of land, particular class of land, should be reserved, because the land has been reserved since years, since ancestral times. In Assam, BGR is reserved for grazing land. So our ancestors, our forefathers have reserved this particular land for these village people utilities. In that Supreme Court order, there was some unscrupulous traders, contractors, who were trying to grab the land. So the Supreme Court, after realizing the utilities of this particular type of land, BGR land, they stopped. They have passed orders against these contractors and mafias. So in that particular order, Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court has restricted to give land in this type of land. So the problem is here, poor people, many people are residing in a particular land. They cannot get allotment in such particular type of land. So they will be denied of this basic right of this housing rights. Even to access permanent residence certificate. what the people they have been practicing as of now to get housing rights or the land income certificate, they have borrowed from some other families and able to get. That's the practicing. So there is an insecurity feeling by these poor people. So we have been trying to give them allotment, but there is some fear from the State Department, since there is a Supreme Court order, since there is a government instruction not to allot such particular land. So we are looking for such land for allotment or de-reservation of this BGL land for a few poor people. And there is another land which is called USF. It's an unclassified social forestry. Here many tribal people have been also been residing in this particular type of land. And those who reside in this particular type of land, they also cannot access income certificate or any housing rights. So they will be deprived of this social development, part of social development, the objective, the program, the housing, right, the income, the PRC. And this under social forestry, USF, we call it, the type of category of land. There are many people who are residing in such land. They are also looking for allotment of such land after the reservation by the state government. And there is one incident of such cases who have been running after government department for around 30 to 40 years and they have not able to access. So unless these poor people, these people who have been residing in such land, social development goal cannot be achieved. Only way is a political way. Only way is to preserve that particular land. And interestingly, though it's a under social forestry, there is no trees lying on that land. There is only village. There is only families are staying, residing in that particular land. So there is no point of having this USF. So the need of the hour is to reserve USF under social forestry. And there are some category of people, especially coming from town area, especially poor. These type of people have been residing in the village and they have left their land, sold their land in the village and have been residing in the town. Only land they are having is in the town now. 1 biga, 1 kata. Now, the problem is the state government recently, they have some place notification that in its zonal wise, per biga of that land may be around 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 10 lakhs. Depends on the valuation, depends on the area in the town. So how can these poor people who have left their house in the village and residing in the town, they can afford to pay this amount? That is one issue we have been facing. So in this regard, there has to be a political will to solve this problem. And fourthly, there is another category of people who are poor and illiterate. Poor and illiterate. They have patta land. They are residing in a patta land, Miyagi land. But that patta land, in that patta land, their names are not in the Jamabandi, in the record, in the land record. So they have been facing to transfer, to mutate the land in their names. So last time, during the land mela in BTC, Dan have solved part of the problem, 10% of the problem. There were crowds of people running, gathering at a circle office, trying to claim, trying to mutate, trying to transfer their names in the Jamavandi. So that was a big initiative done by the BTR government. So land mela has solved some problems. So to achieve this social development and giving land rights to people, so we need a proper direction in the BTR, proper land policy we need to have. Right now, we are following the Assam land policy, which is with 2019 land policy is in existence, but we need to have a separate land policy to solve all these problems of BZR, people who are residing in under social forestry land, townland, and poor illiterate people. And there is one problem with the tribal people in mutating, in transferring the land. That is, the government department, especially the circle office, where the Mondal reside, where the Mondal stay, they ask big amount of money. That is also one of the reasons that poor people have not able to transfer the land. So the alternative to what the BTL government, what I have heard, is maybe through online system, through website. I heard BTL government is trying to have a Vaishyamuti website for easy accessing to transfer the land in their own names by the poor people and by the people of BTR. So this is my small submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Saito, very much for your beautiful presentation. Talking about the lands, the government initiative of this year. So I'd like to request our participant friends, the representatives and others, to have this interactive session with two invited guests who have already spoken before you. If any you have queries or observation or question related to Dr. Madhumita Patari and Saito Bosumata, please.
Anyone?
My question to Dr. Madhumita Kuthai, Madam. So, you have presented a nice paper. Not only yours, everyone's paper is a good one. You have incorporated the term hormone in your presentation. You have right to say that UDHR is not that which was adopted in UN in the year 1948. But since that time immemorial, I mean, if we go back to the date of Mahabharata, then also we can find there is also the use of UDHR. Because dharma, in the context of Mahabharata, dharma means it's a purification of rules. Dharma is not that what we understand in today's context. So dharma is that which signifies the part of righteousness. So, but in our day-to-day life, being the advocate or being the lawyer, when you practice your, lawyership in the court, Supreme Court, or in other courts, sometimes we witness that due to the lack of proper evidence, due to the lack of sufficient grounds, justice is being denied. Then in that case, dharma becomes irrelevant. In what sense it was used in the days of Mahabharata, or in what sense it is used in the days of Buddhism? So I just want to know what is your reaction to that point. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name, but being a lady, I can call you sweetheart because you really put forward an issue which is very close to my heart. Because I practice not only in the Supreme Court but almost all state high courts. And sometimes, because of the client's requirement, I have to go to district courts also, and internationally I practice. Justice denied on grounds of sufficient evidence. That's quite far-fetched. Before I reach that point, let me share a small experience with you. Now, since I came over to Guwahati, my junior had to attend a matter in a district court in Rajasthan yesterday. And our appearance on behalf of our client was in compliance with a Supreme Court's order in a transfer petition. A young magistrate, 29, 30 years old. It was a family court, and he said, in Rajasthan, we do not allow lawyers to appear in the court. We said, well, the client cannot appear, and that's why Supreme Court has given a direction for a virtual hearing in the matter. Hence, I have come to file the application to the effect. You know what the magistrate told my junior, and she's not a very young person. She's also about 32 years old. मेरे कोर्ट में दादागिरी करने आए हो क्या? मेरे कोर्ट में दादागिरी करने आए हो क्या? Magistrate, mind you, holding a judicial position, tells a colleague from the bar, a lady lawyer who is about 32 years old, हमारे कोर्ट में दादागिरी करते आए हो क्या? Is this what we expect from the judiciary? Is this the way a magistrate should have behaved in the court? A big no. And mind you, as a lady lawyer, while I have grown through various years in the profession, I have faced many such judges, and I'm saying it with full accountability. judges in the court for whom evidence, sufficient or not, is not the only criteria for passing a judgment. Is not the only criteria for passing a judgment. There are huge gaps between the cup and the lip. Have I answered your question? Or your question was aimed at something and I understood you in a different perspective? I've understood you in the correct perspective? So this is my answer, and I've got fellow colleagues from the bar here, and I'm sure some of them would have equal experiences with our honorable judges against whom we are not supposed to speak, but I have not uttered the name of any particular judge, so it's not contempt of court. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Just make us audible only.
Ma'am, would you throw some light on the freedom of speech and expression? Because nowadays what we have seen is we fear as a citizen to speak more freely and to express ourselves more freely. How do you see yourself, ma'am? And how do you see the freedom of speech? Because we have a kind of fear.
बॉस, आपने गलत इंसान से सही सवाल पूछ लिया। जवाहरलाल नेहरू यूनिवर्सिटी की प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द हॉस्टल जीत चुकी थी। All of you know JNU is a leftist university. I was the only rightist who won on popularity, not on the backing of any political party. जिंदगी भर यही बोलती आई हूँ, standing in the courts of law, so mind you, my freedom of speech is my priceless possession. I'm very, very clear about it. I say what I have to say as long as I do not malign another person. I know from what her question has come on, and first intuition है मैं समझ गई. Now, my experience. I'm a candid speaker. I'm a lawyer. So I exercise my right to speech, whether it is on a private platform like standing here, whether it is the courts of law or whether it is the United Nations headquarters. I exercise my freedom of speech. Now, why should you be afraid to exercise your freedom of speech? Are you aiming to hurt the sentiments of some particular group of society? Are you aiming to hurt the sentiments of some caste, sex, creed, religion, language, race? If this is your motive, in law we have a term called mens rea in criminal law. The motive, the intention, and actus reus, the actual act committed. If your mens rea is bona fide, your actus reus is bona fide, why should you be frightened to exercise your freedom of speech? Let me honestly share with you all these things that you are seeing over social media. As a lawyer, I am privy to it. And I can tell you, at least quantifiably 75% of it is media propaganda. There's a huge difference between propaganda and publicity. There's nothing wrong in publicity. You have all the right to do publicity for your product, your services, your capabilities, etc., your thoughts, your belief, your faith, worship, everything. But don't do a propaganda. The moment publicity ethically and morally reduces itself to a propaganda, there will always be a violation. And then you have somebody running behind you, doing a surveillance on you, getting you booked under the Information Technology Act, under criminal law, under so many other codified laws of the country. So I'm very clear. My opinion is, and very clearly, if you have the right motive, right intention, your right of speech cannot be curtailed by any authority in this world. You can stand for it, yes. Maybe you might have been a borderline case of publicity vis-a-vis propaganda. Then, well, it's a legal issue that has to be adjudicated by the right forum, and then you have your relief. So if you're not messing around with publicity and propaganda, my dear, I don't think there's any problem. Because I speak my mind and I've never had a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question, anybody can answer. I have no any choice. The first question is: last 1 week ago, that Pawan Khera, spokesperson of Congress, has given a controversial statement on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Narendra Gautam Das Modi. अभी मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, जब कोर्ट में जाएंगे खेरा जी ये बोल सकते हैं कि मेरा मुंह से गलती से मिस्टेक से हो गया, मेरा आसाम का पुलिस गया उन पे अरेस्ट करने के लिए बैक हो गया. अभी मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, जैसे इन सर्कमस्टेंस में कोई बंदा मेरा प्राइम मिनिस्टर को फेसबुक या किसी सोशल मीडिया में क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं, ठीक है, उसको कितना हद तक गवर्नमेंट, जैसे लाइक आदि कप्पन हो गया, जैसे जर्नलिस्ट हो गया है, उसके बाद सो मेनी जर्नलिस्ट आर दिन ब दिन उनको लाइक जेल में डाला जा रहा है, और लाइक प्राइम मिनिस्टर को या कोई भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल को थोड़ा बहुत भी क्रिटिसाइज किया जाता है, फिर उनको डोमिनेट किया जाता है. इस हद तक में ह्यूमन राइट्स का क्या वैल्यू है, एक नंबर. सेकंड क्वेश्चन है, जब एनआरसी की बात आता है, जब हम बांग्लादेशी पॉपुलेशन को इंडिया में आ जाते हैं, देन गवर्नमेंट सेज कि हिंदू पॉपुलेशन के एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, मुस्लिम एंड अदर जो पॉपुलेशन है उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे. अभी आप मेरा नाम मत पूछिएगा, मेरा नाम से जोड़ दिया जाएगा, मैं भगवा हूं या लाल हूं, ठीक है, मैं अपना नाम नहीं बता रहा हूं. मैं इस आपके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में दो चीज जानना चाहता हूं. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much for your question. I'm happy such kind of questions are coming. सबसे पहली बात तो पवन खेरा जो किया उस दिन, I saw it with my own eyes. He was scouting on the ground in front of the Indigo aircraft, and he dared to speak against the Prime Minister of our country. Please note, he dared to speak against the Prime Minister of India. He hasn't spoken against any individual small-time politician. He has spoken not against a politician. He has spoken against the Prime Minister of India, and every Indian should call it a shame that he dared to do that. And whatever is the due procedure of law, Pawan Khera should be punished, because Pawan Khera is a senior parliamentarian. He has been a senior parliamentarian. Presently, he is not. He knows the rules of the country. Tell me, which citizen of which country criticizes their prime ministers and chief ministers the way we Indians do at the slightest opportunity? Can you believe I was traveling with the United Nations Secretary General for the last 25 days? The whole delegation was here and I was accompanying the whole delegation. I took the liberty to say a few things about the political system of the country, and you know what the UN Secretary General told me? Madhumita, you guys in India speak so openly against your leaders. We would not have dared to do that in England, isn't it? Don't you think you have enough freedom and you are misusing that freedom? Secondly, my dear friend made a statement, government ने ऐसा बोला, उनको किसने बोला, government ने बोला? Some social media report he is quoting without even having knowledge of the fact, government ने बोला. What is government? Home Minister on Parliament Lok Sabha. Home Minister. Home Minister का statement क्या था? बताइए जरा खड़ा होके. Parliament में क्या बोला? Don't exact statements. तो तुम ना बोलिएगा. Problem is this. I told you in the beginning during my speech, lack of knowledge and domain awareness is a problem. मैंने बोला हाथी, मैंने सिर्फ बोला हाथी. मेरे दोस्त बनोमिना ने बोल दिया हाथी चली गई. मेरे दोस्त चैताली ने बोल दिया हाथी जंगल में चली गई. मेरे दोस्त साइतो ने बोल दिया हाथी जंगल में जाके अरुणाचल में किसी ट्रक के साथ एक्सीडेंट हो गया. बस मैंने क्या बोला था? हाथी. This is our problem in India. This is our problem. You don't know what the Home Minister said exactly. You cannot quote me what the Home Minister said. But when it comes to criticizing the Home Minister of your own country, because of your own preconceived political ideologies, forget he is from which political party. Today he is the Home Minister of your country. Today he is the Prime Minister of your country. You have elected him. Whether he has won by majority vote, therefore he has the right to have the support of the whole country. You cannot just stand up and say, उन्होंने ये बोला, ठीक है, बोला तो exactly quote करो ना क्या बोला? Guts है तो Parliament में question भेजो ना. You are a citizen of India. You have the right to send questions to Parliament. Send a question to the Home Minister. I challenge you here and tell him, sir, why did you say that? What does it mean? अगर कंट्री का कंस्ट्रक्टिव इंप्रूवमेंट आप चाहते हैं, आप हिंदुस्तान को बनाना चाहते हैं, आप हिंदुस्तान को डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं करना चाहते हैं, तो अनाप शनाप चीजों में काम डालना और मुंह से निकालना बंद करिए. Do constructive things. The country depends on you tomorrow, my dear. You are the leaders of tomorrow. Build India. Don't break India. That's my appeal to the youth here. Everybody sitting here. Build India. Don't break India. Lot of forces are working against India. Lot of forces are internationally pumping money to break India. My friends here are part of the political system. They know that. Please, I urge you as an Indian citizen, don't break your country. Build your country. Thank you. Any other questions? Please come up. I can handle any amount of questions, please.
Hello, man. It's really wonderful because, like, you know, it's very, very wonderful because every time, like, you know, we are very mesmerized actually. The goosebumps, you know. So actually, I just wanted to ask you because, like, our India is, you know, the land of the morality. Everything originated in India, like, you know, when we talk about Jainism, there's three jnana, you know, right concentration, right mind, you know. So these things, you know, originated in India. So my question is, like, you know, still we lack in terms of, you know, the morality, ethics, and all, you know. So, for example, you know, what you say about human trafficking, because, like, you know, it's a burning issue. What are they?
It's a burning issue in your state. I know that.
Yes, that's what.
Who has to do that? Government? Somebody? Everybody's child is nobody's child. Everybody's child is nobody's child. I have to do it. Why don't you do something about it? Tell me what I can do something about it. I do many things about it. And if you Google my name, you will see I do so many things about this particular thing. I have rescued so many children. There are police reports and Times of India reports which have shown I have rescued young boys and girls out of trafficking issues. And I've been doing it for many years. I would urge each of you, do something. specific to stop women trafficking. You have beautiful girls in your state. Look after your own sisters. If each of you start looking after one sister, no sister will be trafficked out of your region. And trust me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? I love when youth ask me questions, because the questions you're asking is triggering my passion, and I'm a very passionate person about anything to do with India. Chaitali has been my classmate, I think nursery to anyone. Masters, we were together. In JNU also we were together. She knows about my passion, and you are asking me questions in the domain of my passion.
So the mic has reached to the wrong person. I was pointing him to give someone, then he has given to me. So anyway, I will take still a moment to just to show or give my gratitude towards Dr. Madhumita Kothari. It's been a very interesting session, and men is rightly reading the psychology of the audience. The course of lunch session is quite boring session. So I salute you, ma'am, your timing that you maintain strictly 15 minutes. Then I was thinking, why, ma'am, only short messages? You're coming from the Delhi until Kokrajhar, and to listen this much, I'm not happy. I'm still hungry. So what I say, next in coming future, any events comes up, definitely we would like to have you, ma'am, here again, and I will definitely make sure to invite. What do you say, audience? Kora, abke karo na? Yes, bolo, agar chahiye to. Louder, please. Yes, abhi jokes aaya na. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Madhumita, for making this discussion very lively and interesting. You spoke about origin and foundations of human rights that's in India, and your clear message is that you exercise your human rights without managing others. Madam is not absolute, but it is with reasonable restrictions. We have heard this man is Ria and actors Ria. The motive behind the action and action committed. This must be just right now. Yeah, we cannot cause harm to others in exercising one's own human rights. So, I thank the inaugurator, Advocate Protoram Rava, for the core of my heart for inaugurating this session and invited talk given by Dr. Madhumita Kothari. Ma'am, you speak very well and you make us understand very easily. We are getting your points and you are very eloquent. And I hope, including myself, we are immensely beneficial. I thank my friend Saito for explaining about the land rights and the steps taken by the local government of each year in setting these land disputes and law as part of the provision of the Assam Land and Revenue Regulation Act activities, including the 10th chapter. I convey my hearty thanks to my friends, Sekali, Dr. Monolina, and Dr. Momota for cooperating with us in this inaugural session and the talks. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So this is the end of the inaugural session and the talk. And in continuation with this, we continue the technical session. So may I request all our friends to come to that side so that the presentation can come. I say, please come forward.
Please, ma'am, please be seated. So now I would like to invite our program coordinator for this thematic area on human rights, Dr. Jalil Musahari, to give a voted thanks and along with that the mementos of this entire knowledge festival. Thank you.
So, thank you, John Moni, and thank you, Honorable Chair. Now I got the opportunity to introduce myself. Because I have neither got any chance to live in peace nor any kind of rights I was in the middle, running here and there, organizing RNI, mementos, everything. So thank you for giving me opportunity to introduce myself. Allow me giving vote of thanks. So anyway, thank you. I got only to hear only 2 words from Madhumita ma'am, and everything I was only in the street running here and there. So anyway, before ending the session, I'd like to offer our sincere thanks to all the participants here, and special thanks to our students and paper presenters, along with different student organizations, including All Students Union, and our research scholars and friends from different places, countries. So before going for my vote of thanks, I would like to offer our sincere gratitude by offering a mementos to each and every one of our guests present over here. So I would like to request our madam and our research scholars to hand over the mementos. It's Bodopa UN Brahmo, the father of the Bodos. It's a memento. So, okay, madam can offer. So first of all, we'll start with the chairperson. Dr. Bella Kumar Kazi. So I'll take handshake off stage. I'll take. So honorable chairperson, be Bella Kumar Kazi, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Professor Government College, as well as Political Advisor to the Honorable CEM of BTR. Thank you, sir. And we would like to now, Sir Sabdaram Rabha, Senior Advocate, Guwahati High Court, along with Sir is also dealing with lot of legal matters to the government of BTR. Am I right? Yes, sir. So thank you, sir. Then we'll go with Madhumita Kothari ma'am. So she has been here all the way from Delhi with a single one phone call. So thank you, madam, for your gratitude and inviting on invitation. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Then we'll go with Setoda. He's a very close friend of ours. So we used to disturb him a lot. Whenever we want, it's the last option. So we used to call him. So thank you, Setoda. Thank you very much. He's the chairperson of Land Advisory Board at Kokra district. So thank you, sir. Then we'll go with Setali ma'am. She is the registrar of Central Institute of Technology, Kokrajhar, who is our neighbor actually. Yeah. Neighbor of Bodoland University. So thank you, ma'am, for being here. For being here, thank you very much. Then we'll go with Boromina ma'am. So she is the principal of Kokrajhar Government College. Thank you very much, ma'am. And she happens to be the member of Executive Council, Bodoland University. So former, am I right? Okay. So she is very much associated with the Bodoland University. So thank you, ma'am, for being here. And lastly, our Mamta madam, who is very dear to us, and at one point of time, she was the scholar of our department. So we are very proud of our ma'am and also sir. He also was one of our scholars and completed PhD. So we are very proud of that. So with this, I wind up my vote of thanks. So lastly, thank you very much, sir and madam, for being here. And thank you all the participants, scholars, and members from different student organizations for being part of this discussion and deliberation. And lastly, we'll have a group photo here. And I being a very selfish, so I will also take opportunity to be part of the photo session.
Participants, if you want to, other photographs now.
everyone can participate in the photo session. Even the scholars, participants, everyone. Luckily, I'm not got before. Totally, from Ahile Bhal. So I can participate in the photo session. Come. Be the part in the photo session, everyone, please. Okay, someone can sit down. অলপ পঢ়িব পাৰে কিছুমানে লাগিলে কেমেৰামেন অলপ পিছুৱাই যাব
Hey, give me a smile. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, brother.
Well, after the end of this session and in the talks and session, I declare that the executive session starts here right now. And in this executive session, we have a lot of case up to summary. I'm reading out an empathy paper presenters here. Dr. Obizit Vida, ADMA, also from Dr. Abdullah Hassan, Dr. Joseph C.A., Dibari Boro, and Dr. Vinit Sahari, Vishuraj Musumutari, and Vipen Thapa. We have Korsador, we have Vishurani Sahari, and Arvind Malik have joined this paper. And lastly, we have Arjun. So they will present their papers to us, and there will be presentation of every paper presentation. And I will call upon their names one by one. We will present their papers, and there will be the presentation. I do hope all our friends, teachers, students, participants, ladies and gentlemen, will extend your helping and yourselves in making this program lively and interesting again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, Baba. What's wrong?
there is an announcement here. For technical session, we are having presentation of paper in this hall number 3 for the theme Human Rights and Peace Building. As organizing committee, we are clubbing both the team together, and all the presenters for both the team will be here to present their paper. As because peace building is going on in a different venue, we are taking little time and waiting for them to come. Hopefully, the presenters on human rights are still here. We are going to start it shortly. I would just like to announce the name of the presenters whom we received beforehand. On the theme human rights, the name of the presenters are here. Dr. Abhijit Dividar, Abi M.S., Ashok Brahma, Dr. Ruhila Hassan, Dr. Jasukuti C.A., Bibari Boro along with Dr. Janin Musahari, Rituraj Bosumotari, Dipen Thapa, Borsha Gaur, Tuturani Musahari along with Jangmali Daimari, Sagamsar Bosumotari, and Arjun KV. On another theme, which is on peace building, seven paper presenters are here. Dr. Beben Basuspati Mayum, Gitismita Das, again Dr. Ruhila Hassan, Pasang Sharing Lepsa, which Pamu Bhutia and Ronit Magar Thapa, P.P. Sharma, Ratnadeep Singha, and Cecily Bukri. Please, forgive me if I am pronouncing someone's name wrong. So all the presenters are requested to be here in the hall, inside the hall, and get ready for their presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Once again, we have gathered here. So luckily we have 3 sessions here. So actually we'll start paper presentation after this session because one of our participants from peace building, their session is not completed yet. So by the time they complete it, we will discuss another theme related to the role of knowledge in tribal empowerment, a public interaction with academic leaders of tribal intellectual collective India. So we have Bodhi sir, then we have Rocky sir, all the way from Mumbai, IIT Mumbai, Powai. So then one of our guests, actually I forgot his name, Joseph. Joseph sir. Huh? He's Guwahati, okay. So we are very much grateful to have them here. So actually, we also missed another session yesterday. It was supposed to be the intellectual writing kind of thing, and we missed that session actually, which was very much important for the academician. So anyway, we have leaders, we have lawyers. Then the topic is also very much in connection with the Department of Political Science. So I would like to request. So before that, I would like to invite Bodhi sir and Rocky sir to come on the stage, and with Dr. sir also. Yeah, come please. भाई मुझसे कौन ऑर्गेनाइज भी मौके पे रुचि मैडम लिख रहे And I'd like to request Prozo in his team to run the session. And I will limit their time by 30 minutes because we are running late. And I'd like to request Azuki ma'am to organize one traditional court. One. And I'd like to request our scholar to felicitate our guest with Aronai and a traditional Bodo dress. So we will come you, sir. And interestingly, Bodhi sir and Roti sir is a very frequent visitor. Whenever we call them, they used to run, fly from Mumbai and all the way from Mumbai to Kokrajal. So whenever we need them, we used to call them. Whether it relates with their cooking or not, we force them to come actually. So thank you for being part of the BTR. Please. Yeah, one by one. Rocky sir, welcome sir. অলপ পিন্ধাই দিলে ভাল হয় আর কারণে হুরু হল নাকি Okay, we can replace at the backstage. No problem. Thank you, sir. With this, I'd like to request Roger and Nusar to run the teams. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikram. So, this session will be on the role of knowledge in tribal empowerment, a public interaction with academic leaders of tribal intellectual quality BTR. So, we have participants from various student organizations here and student friends. So, first of all, I'd like to invite Professor Bodhi Esser, sir, to speak and to present his presentation. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm extremely grateful to Boduland University. Yesterday night we were just having a meeting, and in 2010 we had come and had a national conference organized by the Boduland University in collaboration with the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, which I teach in Mumbai, and also the Tribal Intellectual Collective India. So the first time that I came to the university was in 2010, I think, when we had that. And one of my friends was telling me, he was part of the organizing committee, that the ideas of the International Knowledge Festival has germinated from the conference we had in Boduland in 2010. When we had come in 2010, we had one vision in mind: how to turn Boduland University into very vibrant, academically vibrant, stimulating, intellectually stimulating environment for students and also for faculty and colleagues. and how to turn Bodo University into a space in which people come not only to seek knowledge, but also at the same time to produce knowledge. Many of us who come from the communities that we come from, for a very long time, we have been nothing but recipients of knowledge. We are recipients of knowledge. And many of us believe now that the time has come to become producers of knowledge. And there is no space other than the university in which such a politics can be realized and such a vision can be upheld. So, we and the three of us, there are so many members that we have. Tata Institute in Guwahati. I come from Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai. We have many colleagues from JNU, from Delhi University, Hyderabad Central University, and across the country. We have members from Columbia University, Oxford, SOAS, London School of Economics. So the members that are part and parcel of this collective are basically academics. Our membership mostly is driven by PhD scholars and by faculty. We do a lot of outreach to master's students and bachelor students who are interested in academics. But basically, the members that basically membered our collective are PhD scholars and faculty at various levels, from assistant professor to professor. This session was not supposed to be a session in which someone will stand up and speak. It was supposed to be an interaction session of people who are interested in the activity of the tribal intellectual collective, and also around theme, which is about the role of knowledge in the empowerment of tribal societies. Now, this gathering does not only have members from the tribal society. We have so many other communities, diverse communities inhabiting Bodoland, inhabiting Assam, inhabiting the Northeast. There's so many people who have come from all across the country. But actually, the theme was meant mostly to kind of think seriously about this very important topic, which is to do with the role of knowledge in tribal empowerment, the role of knowledge in tribal growth, the role of empowerment, progress of tribal societies, and so on and so forth. So we did not come prepared with any presentation, we didn't come prepared with any idea. We thought we would sit with people. And one of the ways in which we generally engage with various community gatherings is to sit with people around, and we call it sitting around the fire. We sit around the fire and we discuss. And we think and we reflect about the status and the concrete conditions of tribal society. What do we need to do? How do we need to be part of this wonderful country? How can we add to the beauty of this country? How can we deepen the development process in this country? And how is it, like everybody else, the tribal society also grows with time? So we did not come with any presentation or anything like that. We thought we'd have this direction, but I think there's so many sessions that are happening today, it becomes difficult. So we thought we'll just take 10-15 minutes, just tell you a little bit about what we are. I have a colleagues. I am Dr. Bodhi SR. I am the national convener of the Tribal Intellectual Collective. And then we have a overall international convener. His name is Professor Virginius Kaka. And then we have with me, I have Dr. Riley Rocky, who is a faculty from the Indian Institute of Technology, Powai, IIT Powai. And my colleague Rocky is the academic in charge of political economy, the subject of political economy, and especially related to physical infrastructure and infrastructure development. So he comes from that kind of expertise. Then my colleague, Dr. Joseph, he teaches he's a faculty in Tata Institute of Social Science in Guwahati, and his area of expertise is on governance. So he has been working a lot on governance. He has written about 2 books on governance, a number of research articles on governance. But governance in the light of tribal societies, organic systems, traditional systems, and how governance basically is organized in the light of the macro situation that exists, especially in terms of the historical legal reality that we have in this country. So 3 of us, we have our own areas of expertise. Mine is basically art, tribal studies, and the philosophy of methodology. So that's where I come from, and they come from different domains. And in this gathering of the International Knowledge Festival, we had just completed conducting a 2-day workshop yesterday and today on the philosophy of methodology. And it was a very tiring day. So it becomes, I was just telling the organizers, so tiring that probably we have to just complete it as early as possible. So a little bit about the Tribal Intellectual Collective and its vision. Many of us in tribal societies now across the country, and in India, as you know, we have 700 plus tribal societies that are recognized as scheduled tribes. And then we have many communities, 75 of them as so-called groups that are needing a lot more, which is generally called the vulnerable groups among tribal societies. Then we have a huge, massive population of the denotified tribes, of the nomadic tribes. These are huge, massive population. So we are talking about nearly about 20% of this country. And one of the activities that we do is how to galvanize these activities, these communities from across the country, how to galvanize them towards knowledge. And we think that knowledge is very important. Why do we think knowledge is important? Because we believe that there are 2-3 things that we need to consider at this point in time. Number one is tribal societies, with the kind of reality that they have for the past 300-400 years since they came alive into the Indian state, have been actually driven by what we generally call the oral tradition. And as researchers, researching the reality of tribes, we begin to realize that these oral traditions are starting to break down. The so-called nature of oral traditions and the nature and the characteristics of what is oral, in which things like consensus, like trust, like family relationship, interrelationship, community relationship, things that binds us together, are slowly starting to get fragmented to a great extent. And it seems as though that all tribal societies in the country, with the exception of a few, for instance, the Andaman Nicobar Islands, in which you have the Sentinel, who the Indian state has never even gone to those islands till today. Partly the Jarwas, partly the Ongis, partly the Andamanese, the Nicobaris are, most of them have got into the larger mainstream reality. But there are many, many communities in this country that fall within the scheduled tribe category that actually has not become very much part and parcel of what we call mainstream Indian society. So when you are looking at these realities, you realize that there is a fragmentation and a deterioration of what is generally called the oral reality that we experience. And what has replaced it is the written tradition. So you will have many, many communities in this country at this point in time that are trying to write the history. Very interesting. If you go to tribal communities in this country, the smaller ones, the 1,000, the 2,000, the 10,000 population, the 20,000 population, everybody used to call us and say, please come and write my history, because until unless you write my history, I do not exist. So there is a need for us now to move from this oral tradition. Not a need for us, but a reality that is actually shaping in the concrete condition of Indian reality. And the nature of tribal society itself that demands us to begin to write about these realities. Now, when we begin to realize that writing has become fundamental to defining who we are, we realize that there are all kinds of writings about tribal society. And I will tell you, not as a research fact, but as someone who has researched in tribal studies, that 60% of what is written about tribal societies is not only pejorative, is not only demeaning, but it is wrong. And there is a sudden realization that there is a need for us in tribal society to begin actually to write about our reality, to explain to everybody else that this is exactly who we are and this is exactly how we want to organize ourselves in the light of the Indian Constitution, in the light of the Indian state, and so on and so forth. So the first point that I want to submit as an idea about what is happening at the concrete condition, and when I mention the concrete condition, means what is happening there on a day-to-day practical basis. These are not ideational ideas in which people theorize and philosophize about, but these are ideas to do with what we experience on a day-to-day basis. We have begun to realize that writing down about our reality is fundamental, but writing is not so simple, because what exists as a written document about us is full of pejorative realities and realities that has demeaned the tribal community. It is in the light of that that many of us came together and we said, there is a need of us to collectivize people, not only tribes, but everybody who is interested in tribal studies, interested in tribal empowerment, to come together and to engage ourselves in a progressive manner and produce a knowledge that is emancipatory in nature, to produce a knowledge that is empowering in nature, to produce a knowledge that liberates us rather than condemns us to who we are. So the tribal intellectual collective at this point in time, we need to kind of just assert this point that we feel that this thing called engagement in the production of knowledge or engagement in trying to understand and deepen our own knowledge about reality has become a fundamental strategy by which we have begun to realize we have to all participate whether we like it or not. Now, many people from outside, when they look at us, they think that, these are people talking about tribal reality, identity all the time. But you have to understand what we are going through to be able to understand why we speak the way we speak. There is no need for me to go into the details of the political processes involved in such a theoretical formulation, but it's only this much to say that if you begin to see the reality from where we are, from the location that where we are, you'll begin to realize, like what we have realized, that the politics of knowledge and knowledge per se is now critical for tribal society in this country. It is critical not only in terms of our relationship to other communities, but it is critical for our own empowerment process. And that is why we have kind of thematized this kind of a gathering today, which is supposed to be an open session on the role of knowledge and the role of knowledge in the empowerment of tribal communities and the role of knowledge in not only empowering but emancipation and interrelationship that emerges from the knowledge process. The second point which I want to make is that we have also begun to realize that there is a need for tribal communities in this country. As much as we are a traditional society, we are very much rooted in our tradition, in our culture. If you look, I come to Bodoland, and the most beautiful thing about Bodoland is people are so proud to wear their dresses. I've not seen a single Bodo who says, I don't feel great, I don't feel good, and I feel nice about myself when I wear my dress. You are a gift, because there are many tribal societies that are fearful to wear their dresses, fearful to engage and assert their identity. You are living in a reality that is very different. Many of us say that, whether we like it or not, I'm sorry to say this, but many of us see the borders as people who are saved, all the tribal communities in Northeast. How does that happen? That's a different matter which you have to debate somewhere else. But this is just to make the point of how important Bodo leadership is, not only to Bodos, but to the tribes in Northeast as a whole. And to not only the tribes in Northeast, to all communities in Northeast as a whole. Now, in the light of that, we are starting to now make an argument that we need to move from this traditional, much more grounded around culture and ideas, from a society that is traditional to a society driven by knowledge. We want to be a knowledge society. As much as we respect our tradition, respect our culture, and will definitely hold it to our final breath, we believe very strongly that we must also be a knowledge society. And a knowledge society means that our way of life, our way of engaging with reality, is driven by the knowledge that is produced, not merely by belief and opinions of a tradition. Many of us who are scholars, many of us who are producing knowledge, we are producing knowledge so that the community will consume and become a knowledge society. I was just telling some of my friends, when I was in Europe, when I was traveling Europe, a friend of mine said, today we have to go and buy a book. I said, why do you have to go and buy a book? He said, because there's an author, very popular author in France, who has published his latest book. So I said, but why do you have to go and stand in front of a shop to buy a book? He says, no, hundreds of people will stand to wait to get a copy of the book. So I said, why do you have to do that? Can't you buy the book from Amazon? Can't you buy the book? No, we have to go and stand. So I said, why? He says, I want to know what is happening to my community. I don't have the time. I work in the day, I have to do this job, I have to take care of my family, I have to take care of so many things, and I'm so busy. But this book will help me understand what is happening to all people in my community. And that is why it is so valuable that I have to stand there to get a copy of that book. And I was like, for a moment, I was taken aback. Look at how much value they give to knowledge. Because they believe that the only way they can progress as a society is to actually rely on good, scientific, grounded knowledge. Then as a matter of joke, I told him, in India, if you publish a book, no one will know your name only. Forget about reading your book. No one will even care what book you have published. But that's exactly what we have to overturn. And by overturn, I mean the time has come for us also to be a knowledge society. But to be a knowledge society, you have to create a congenial environment that stimulates the intellect in such a manner as we can begin to value knowledge. And I want to sit down and just say these words. The Bodoland International Knowledge Festival is the strategy to actually produce a society based on knowledge. It is actually to create a congenial environment that is not only intellectually stimulating, but also driven by knowledge about how we should relate to each other and so on and so forth. The last time we had a literary festival, I could not come, and members of the collective, we cannot come. But again and again since 2007, since I came to Bodoland for the first time, I've been telling people this, that one thing beautiful about Bodoland, if you go to Bodoland, you know, everybody is so conscious, everybody is critical, everybody is so, it's like not only the cohesiveness of the community, but the people wanting to learn new things all the time. I've traveled to many tribal societies, no one wants to learn anything at all. And if I stand up like this and speak, I can tell you and assure you 99% would have slept by now. Only in Bodoland people are listening to me. Anyway, thank you so much. I request my two colleagues, Dr. Joseph and Dr. Rocky, to kind of just share a little bit about the experience of what the tribal collective is all about. And we'll take 2-3 minutes and we will end the session. I'm so thankful. It's such a, you know, I mean, so many sessions happening all the time. You have been willing to sit down and listen to a few words that we have to say. With these few words, thank you so much.
Just make it first second.
Anyway, I think well, there are no, I think I can finish it quickly. I have not much to say actually, but body has in fact covered up almost all the essential part, and my mind in fact is filled with full of this philosophy of methodology. So to move out from the philosophy of methodology to kind of a language, to kind of this knowledge production, it's the kind of transition that in fact my mind is trying to comprehend. But nevertheless, for some of us and some of you who are engaged in research, I would like to pose a question. When you engage in research, when you write your research work, in what language do you think? You know? Do you think in English? Or do you think in Bodo? Or do you think in Assamese? The way we think, the kind of language we think also change the way how we write down our research. So talking about the role of knowledge in terms of the society, there are basically there are three perspectives in terms of producing knowledge. So if we look at, there is something called perspective from above, stemming from the European or Western, and also this Brahminical perspective in terms of knowledge production. And the two, there is something called perspective from below, stemming from what is called subaltern studies. So when it comes to tribal society, we're reflecting where do we belong to? Are we from above or are we from below? So that's where we start reflecting. We are neither from above nor from below. So can we look something called perspective from within to produce the knowledge? The knowledge that empower our society. The knowledge wherein we come to know about our society. So Bodhi was talking about in terms of the knowledge. So I was thinking, want to pitch it in such a way, what happened when our research work, when our article, or when our book get published. It's a reflection of the society of what's happening. And at the same time, this research as a member of this tribal collective in India, I'm engaging in research so that the communities are being informed, so that the communities will research for empowerment rather than research for power. So in this sense, when one talks about this research, published article, published book, it in fact basically lay a framework how we can go about it, looking in terms of development. So for instance, my research interests on the correlation between infrastructure and ethnicity. And also I was working on the idea of infrastructure of injustice. So in this sense, when these frameworks are being laid out, how do we also apply those kind of framework into our development policy? For instance, one of the framework which is postulated by this tribal intellectual collective is called development with justice. Can one text of development with justice where it addresses the historical injustice made to certain community and also empower them and collectively works towards greater good, towards the empowerment. So the role of knowledge product matter in terms of even policy, in terms of development, in terms of governance structure is huge in that aspect, and it gives us a framework. And with this work, I like to conclude, and I thank the organizer for organizing this wonderful knowledge festival. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. I don't have any structured presentation, just to say some of the experiences and some of the research that I am interested in with the tribal intellectual collective India. So mostly looking at the frame of governance, especially for the tribe in Northeast, is what interests me. And one thing I would like to share is that, in terms of even producing knowledge, recognizing the rights of tribes, we also have to look at the larger context, the larger frame of where we are and how we are governed. Right? So in that context, there are certain theoretical framework concept that looking at, especially in the context of India, for the what we call the autonomy or for the self-governance in the context of Northeast, and we can see that with the 6 schedules and Article 371, where we have certain constitutional provisions and power given to us under the Constitution of India. Now, the critical part that I would like to share some of my research finding is that, especially in the context of right, where there are minority in a state like Manipur, Assam, and Tripura, the idea of self-governance and the idea of autonomy become a critical, because in the sense when we look at the frame, the autonomy that we talk about or the self-governance that we talk about is really not able to practice in the reality. So that's the critical pertinent questions in order to look at the frame of this governance in the context of tribes in Northeast India. So, like if you look at even the tribes in Manipur, we have autonomous district council, but it's not under 6 schedules. It's under the Act of Parliament. Even though we have protected under certain constitutional provision under Article 371C for the tribes in Manipur, actually, the kind of rights and power that is enshrined in the Constitution, it's not able to really practice in the field or in the reality of the tribe. So I told sometimes in the case of Manipur that the word autonomy is really autonomy, means the autonomy is out. There is no autonomy at all, right? Even if you look at in the context of tribes in Tripura, there is, a movement for greater Tripura state because the frame of sixth schedule, they're claiming that it's not able to protect, especially on the notions of land, on the autonomy of legislations and also autonomy of, finance. So I think as a knowledge producer community to look at, I think it is also important to look into the larger structures of what we call it the asymmetrical federalism within that, how important it is to engage, with certain framework and provisions that has been, provided to us. So in this context, I also have reflected, especially when you do with the BTR now, with through the thought, I thought that, it's one of the powerful frame that you can see under the six schedules in the whole of the country because we don't have six schedules outside Northeast. So it can be a model. One is questions, right? And also it can be also a kind of, study that we can look at, a kind of frame that we can look at in the coming future, how is this frame have really empowered the, say, the Bodo or the people in the Bodoland, right? So I told is that we need to have a kind of engaged government rather than top-driven kind of government frames. So when we talk about engaged governance, we are also talking about the people, so the rights of the people, the culture, the identity, especially in the notions of land, in the notion of legislation power, should be incorporated within this frame of larger governance systems that we have. So the whole idea of autonomy and self-governance has to be within this frame of legislative rights, autonomy in regard to finance, and also judiciary power. Because this, I reflected this because we had a kind of workshop in PIC Guwahati where we have, autonomous, different district council members have come to share their experience of autonomy of district council. Right, they say that especially in regards to finance autonomy and also legislation power is what is needed most in the context of even, 6 schedules, Article 244, right, and Article 371, right. So I think to conclude, what I feel is that we need to look for a frame where, it is protecting, promoting the rights, the identity, the land, the resources of the tribe. Other than that, if we call self-society, which is driven by the notions of development, I think, the governance structures and the frame will be a failure in the context of long run, right? So in that context, we need to also critically look at the frames of governance and certain provisional, constitutionally sanctioned provisions, relook and revisit the such framework, especially in the context of tribes in Northeast India. With that, I would like to say thank you and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, if anyone has a question, then you may ask. We have limited time. So, yeah. Professor. Mike. So they came from Mumbai. All of them are from Northeast India itself. Professor Bodhisar is from Meghalaya, and Dr. Joseph is from Manipur, and Dr. Roti is from Manipur. Both of them are from Manipur. Okay, please.
I would like to ask one question to the speaker, please, for speaker, sir. There, we often see that there are certain tribes in India. Suppose a tribe, I would like to take an example of one tribe, the Santal tribe living in Jharkhand, and similarly, same Santal tribe or Munda tribe or any other tribe lives in Assam, but they enjoy their ST rights there. But as they live in Assam, the people are same, their historical background is same, their hold all, their forefathers is same, everything is same. But they are their ST, whereas they are here, they enjoy in some state they are generals. And I would like to say that economically, they are very good. Those who are enjoying their rights as a ST in Jharkhand, they are very good economically. They are very good in. They we will say that as compared to that Santal like live in Assam, or their literacy also high. Rate is very high. Those who live in Assam, even the tribes of Assam, such as missing. If the missing live in Assam, they enjoy ST. We will see that their economical and literary rate, the missing, same missing people, if they live in Arunachal, they are general. But their literary economy is also not good as those who live in Assam. So what are the conditions or why the same people, they have the different human rights in India? With same people, we are in the same country, but why this difference occurs? And what is the solution of it? Because those people are deprived of their rights. Even the Bodos. If the Bodo people live in Assam, they are enjoying justice. If they live in other states, success, other nations, yeah, yeah, even in the Assam, also some part of Assam. Then what will be the solution for it? To upgrade those people, to take up to the mainstream of the Indian democracy or Indian economic system. Thank you, sir.
I think anyone can volunteer to answer the question.
I don't have an answer. But I will tell you what we are discussing. This is one of the most difficult issues that we are confronted with. If you come from a private society, and if you hold the status of a scheduled tribe in the country, this is a very difficult question. I mean, I have very senior colleagues here who are extremely, grounded on understanding the legal system in this country. But as much as we know is that if the tribal status was given to people in a state, before it was given in a district, if you are from, let's say, Kokrajhar, you cannot claim to be a scheduled tribe in another district. This was exactly what happened in mainstream India. Now, in Northeast is a little bit different, and I don't want to go because you're asking about the Santhalis, and the Mundas, and the Orams, and the Khadiyas, and the Hos. But what I will tell you is that this is a big debate that is happening simply because of the fact that when the so-called institutionalization of this particular legal aspect was put into the constitution, when it turned from district to state, in a state you are given the rights of identification as scheduled tribe, but the minute you move out of that state, you become OBC. So it doesn't matter. Even the people in Jharkhand and Chotanagpur, they know about this reality. As much as we feel for the need of the communities inhabiting Assam, and we know the historical lineage, the historical processes, the historical worth that they carry, because they didn't come on their own, they were brought into these realities as part of the larger so-called tea industry and so on and so forth. But as a matter of fact, it is clear to us that whether we like it or not, at least the constitution at this point in time clearly states that if you move out, other than central government employees and so on and so forth, which the rights are given at that level, at the state level, you cannot carry a scheduled tribe status outside of the area. I'm a scheduled tribe, but when I stay in Mumbai, I'm not a scheduled tribe at all. So that is the concrete condition. But what can we do? This is the question that we are asking. Now, as a matter of fact, I will tell you the truth. It is so complex. The tribal reality, do you know that there are 180 cases pending in Parliament demanding scheduled tribe from various communities in the country? There are so many groups in this country, including OBCs, including SCs, and including nomadic groups that are demanding scheduled tribe. Scheduled tribe status now it's like I don't want to use this word, but it's like a battle happening. Everybody wants to become scheduled tribe. Now, I don't want to get into the reason why, because Indian reality is a very complex reality. And we cannot simply speak in a commonsensical manner. We have to sit properly, discuss. There is something called caste, there is something called this, something called... We have to sit as academics to detail it in order not to judge each other. But the fact of the matter is, there are so many pending cases in Parliament demanding scheduled tribe status that it has become such a complex issue. And there are many reasons for that. I don't want to get to the reasons at this point in time. But as a direct kind of reflection, not an answer, but a reflection to your beautiful question, it is to say that the issue is very complex. There are legal mechanisms that are in place that disallows these processes to take shape. There are inter-community dynamics that does not allow for us to speak openly about it. But at the same time, as much as problems are there, many of us are also talking about something that basically brings people together. I was just talking to the chief, and I was just telling the chief of BTC, of BTR, and I was saying that, many people, when they look at tribes, they think that, oh, these tribes are isolated people, they don't want to participate, they're very different, they don't want to engage with everybody else. But I was telling you, I have traveled Arunachal. One day I had taken a car and traveled the whole of Northeast for 2 months, non-stop. I stayed 2 days, travel, 2 days, travel, 2 days. I met hundreds of communities. And I can tell you this, if I ask any community in this country, those who stay in Bangladesh, and I'll ask them, do you want to be part of Bangladesh? No tribe will say we want to be part of Bangladesh. Do you want to be part of Myanmar? No tribe will say we want to be part of Myanmar. Do you want to be part of China? No one want to be China. Everybody loves this country. Every tribe loves India. I can tell you this much from concrete evidence in the field. But it doesn't mean that we will become slaves in this country. We are also dignified people like everybody else, and we also have a reality, and we also have who we are as an identity and as a history and as a culture. Now, that has to be taken into consideration. It doesn't mean that because you are, let's say, Adivasi in Assam, that you don't have dignity. It doesn't mean like that at all. It simply means that there are so-called processes happening that are political and cultural in nature, even historical in nature, that we have now to begin to talk seriously about. Because the issue is very, very complex. And if you don't know how to talk about it, you can sit here and start fighting with each other. So as academics, the good thing is that we are listening to each other, we are dialoguing with each other, we are talking to each other. And I was telling the chief, one of the most beautiful things that has happened to Bodoland region now is that once upon a time there was so movement, and all of us, we study movement, so we always look to what's happening in Bodoland, what is the movement, what issue are they raising, what arguments are they giving, what knowledge are they producing, what energy is being produced by the movement. Every movement is nothing but an energy. Now we're looking about what are the principles of governance, and the latest debate we're having is, can we insert a principle of governance in which there is something called diversity and dialogue. Assam is a very diverse place. Bodoland is a very diverse place. Instead of talking and fighting each other, can we begin to dialogue with each other because we have lived in diverse realities? And all diverse realities have beautiful identities. So the question is a very complex question. I'm sorry if I go this way, that way, and so on and so forth. But the complexity doesn't allow me to give you a direct answer. It can give you a reflection, but I cannot give you an answer. Thank you so much.
No more question, right? So, Professor Bodhi would like to present a gift to our Dr. Janin sir.
I don't know for what.
So we wanted to give to Bodoland University, but Dr. Janin, we have known each other since 2007, 2008. So I wanted to give a gift, and I'm so glad that you're all here to witness this. This is a shirt of the Tribal Intellectual Collective India, and I want to give this to Dr. Janin. We also want to give some of our publications for the Bodoland University. It's a book called The Problematics of Tribal Integration, and some of the work that some of our members are doing. As a group, we have published really about 40 books, and we have written about 120 articles as a collective. And we want to give to Dr. Janin. Thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you so much, everybody.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. From nowhere, I got this gift. I'm very lucky, actually. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for giving us a wonderful session. It was really nice because all of the three intellectuals, actually academicians, they have been working hardly about the tribals. So if you really wanted to know about the tribal movement, so all academic discourse, so you can contact her. Is very much ready to give everything. So thank you very much for giving us the time. So with another program, I would like to proceed with. Yeah, I would like to request all the paper readers actually to line up here. We will have a small presentation, felicitation program. Those who are going to present paper on human rights and peace building, please be in line here. Allow me, Honorable Chair. Dr. Sir also, please stand here. So all the paper presenters from human rights and peace building. Yeah. Devin sir, please. Paper presenter, I'd like to request all the scholars, professors to please make a line here. We'll have a small. So, scholars, yeah, we will have a very self-introduction kind of thing, starting from left. Yeah, from Rituras. Rituras. Yeah, Mike. Introduce yourself, your name, institutions, and your designation, if possible.
Hello. Good evening to one and all. My name is Rituras Kosmotari, and I am an assistant professor of political science at Borobaza College, Disney, and I am going to present a paper and the title of my paper is Bodoland Movements and the Philosophy of Live and Let Live. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, I'm David.
Yeah, we'll have a felicitation with traditional alumni and several kids.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm David. I'm from Manipur. I am a consultant for peace building and also an active promoter of peace education in higher institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here. And sir is very much connected with the Department of Political Science, actually.
Hello everyone, my name is Pratish Sharma and I am a PhD scholar working under Dr. Anshuman Behra from NIAS, Bangalore. My dissertation topic is remapping the conflict of Bodoland and understanding the necessity of a multi-stakeholder approach in conflict resolution.
So thank you, sir.
A very good evening to one and all. Myself, Rangadeep Sinha from Bodoland University, and I'm a doctorate scholar. And my paper presentation of the title of my paper is "The Way of Music: A Means to Conflict Resolution." Thank you.
So thank you very much. He is a research scholar from the Department of Political Science.
Hello everyone, myself Tuturani Musari. I am a PhD research scholar from the Department of Political Science from Bodoland University itself. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all. My name is Sunisha Surmadi Timani and I am the doctoral scholar under Professor Sangamita Chaudhary, BU.
Yeah, he is the alumni of the Department of Political Science.
Good evening, all aboard. Myself, Divari Boro. I am research scholar of Bodoland University, Department of Political Science, under the guidance of Dr. Janek Musari. Thank you.
So she is also the ex-student, alumni of this institution.
Actually, my name is Abhijit Dehidar. I work in a college here, Goleshwar College.
Yeah. He is also one of the alumni of the Department of Political Science.
Good evening, all. I am Ebi. I am pursuing my master's in international relations at University of Kerala. And my title of my paper is Artificial Intelligence, India's National Security in the Changing Geopolitical Environment.
Yes. Thank you for coming all the way from Kerala.
Good evening all. Myself Arjun Kevin. I am from Department of Sanskrit, University of Kerala. My paper, the tribal village Mutanya.
Thank you very much. This also all the way come from Kerala. I think we have 4 or 5 teams from Kerala, I think.
Good evening. Myself, Sadhumsar Bhuntari, PhD research scholar in the Department of Political Science under the guidance of Dr. Gayatri Dikatole. And today, my paper is Security of women in the ethnic conflict affected area of Kokazar district, Assam. Thank you.
So thank you very much. One of our ex-student, alumni, as well as the present scholar.
Hello, myself Pasang Chiringlepcha. I hail from Sikkim and I'm currently, a PhD scholar in Department of Political Science under the supervision of Professor Dr. Sangamita Chaudhary. And today I will be presenting my paper on indigenous healing practices of Klimpis from Lepcha. Thank you.
So thank you very much. One of our research scholar from Sikkim.
Good evening, everyone. Warm greetings. I'm Dipen Thapa, a research scholar from Sikkim Central University, working under Professor Sangamita Chaudhary. Thank you.
So thank you very much for being part of this session.
Yeah, accept my greetings from Kerala University. I am with the University of Kerala faculty, and I will be presenting on intergenerational concepts and normative explanation on human rights. Thank you.
So thank you, sir, for being all the way from Kerala. So we'll have a small photo session along with আমি photo session to Abuja Kurilam, including all our faculties as well as Raha sir can also participate. Please. আমি রাভা সারক কিডন্যাপ করিলাম তার মানে
Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll change the rules of presentation. So first of all, I'd like to request our fellow participant to chair this session. Yeah, sir will sit there, and all the scholars will be sitting there, so that everybody is equal in terms of human rights law. So, with due permission from the chair, we'll like to change bit in terms of following the scholars for presentation. So we'll take the we have made the rules. It will be on distance wise. Distance wise. So first of all, we like to call scholars, professors from Kerala. Okay. Then we go to Manipur, Nagaland. Then we'll come to BTR. Scale down to BTR. Okay. So anyone from Kerala can volunteer to present the paper. So the first preference will be given to scholars coming from Kerala. Okay. Make ready one by one. Be in line. So after that, we will scale down to Kohima, Manipur, then to Assam and BTR. Okay. Because most of the paper presenters are from these particular institutions. So be patient. Okay.
Yeah. How many minutes can I take? 10 minutes. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I will be presenting on intergenerational approaches and concerns in human rights, a normative explanation. See, as we all know, human rights are considered to be the most significant civilizational innovation of this century. Why is it so? It's because there was a time when all human beings were not considered human beings. Only a section of human beings were considered human beings. Now it was the idea of human rights. Everybody began to be treated as human rights. If you look at history, you will find people categorized into different typological standardizations, whereby a large section of people were not considered people, were not human beings. So when we discuss human rights, we generally raise a question as to are we all really human beings? In the sense that, do we all have enough of humaneness to be worthy enough to be called human beings? And historically, we find that we do not have that quality. We do not have that, value to be recognized as human beings. Now it is from that perspective that I consider human rights as a great civilization innovation. And from that perspective, human rights could be, or it could be considered as an age of rights revolutions. And it is an age of rights revolutions that we are all sitting here with all our rights asserted and actually enjoyed. Otherwise, there was a time when slaves, when blacks, when people based on their culture and language were denied human rights, and they were not all human beings. You look at the case of gender, women were not considered as human beings in ancient Greek societies. If you look at the history of adult franchise, you will find women were given the right to vote only very recently, some 50 years, 70 years, 100 years back. Many of the people who focused on their identity, especially the tribal people, were not considered or were not given all the rights of human beings historically. And that's the truth. And it has to, from this perspective, that we need to look at the intergenerational evolution and conceptual, progress of human rights. So human civilization is a progress. And
And in the progress of human civilization, what stands out essentially, that what makes you all human beings with equal rights in the Constitution, and everywhere you go, is the idea of human rights. Now, why human rights have become so important? See, in the early stages, I don't want to talk much about the evolution of human rights, but let me start with something that is quite significant. I have been listening to some of the talks in the morning, but into my mind, what is so particular about the human rights is that if you want to call a society a human rights society, the first thing is that everybody should have the right to assert their rights. If anybody is denied of the right to assert, then that society cannot be said to be a human rights society. Why I say so is because what is fundamental to human right is your right to assert and exercise and practice the rights. If in any society, your right to assert, exercise, and practice, those rights are denied, that society cannot be said to be a human rights. So it is your fundamental right to assert rights, and human rights takes that. Secondly, why I consider human rights very important is, the second aspect of right is that it must enjoy active enjoyment of rights. What do you mean by, active respect? Active respect means whether you claim or not, human rights must be respected. If you look at India or in any other parts of the world, you will find that people are denied their rights simply because we don't have active enjoyment. What do you mean by active enjoyment of rights or active respect? Respect to human rights without being claimed. You go across our country, you will find that people are denied human rights because they are not claiming. But in a human rights society, rights are to be, actively respected without being claimed. And then, for human rights, what is fundamental is that there should be objective enjoyment. Unless and until there is an idea of objective enjoyment of human rights, everybody will not be enjoying human rights. And what is closer to that is equal enjoyment of human rights. Now, this idea of normative content, which is what constitutes human rights, and it is that what makes human rights quite meaningful in any society. And therefore, what is fundamental to human right is the idea of rectitude. What is rectitude? Rectitude simply means righteousness, which means every human right has a normative content in it. And it is normative evolution, which moved in a progressive dimension, what constitutes and explains the evolution of human rights into different generations and concepts. And similarly, it is not only rectitude which is important, every human right is an entitlement. When I say entitlement, which cannot be traded off, if I have a right, that cannot be taken away under any circumstances, whichever ruler it may be, whoever it may be. What is fundamental to human right is the right to dissent. If democracy is about assent, it is also equally about dissent. Our right to dissent is fundamental to democracy, fundamental to human rights. So I would say asserting human rights with all its normative righteousness weight is what makes human rights really human rights. And we must all understand that. In the evolution of human rights, how Europe became a society that started respecting human rights. The first thing is that they like to say not to king. In those days of kingship, if you could say no to him, that would have been your last words. But the idea of human rights evolved from your courage to assert no, your courage to criticize. If the ruler is wrong, we have every right to criticize. That is how human rights, human civilization progressed and evolved. And I would say that must go in your head. Otherwise, there is no meaning in talking about human rights. So with this normative idea of human rights, which makes it really substantive and content-oriented, you can go through the evolutions of human rights. You are all, I would say, is very much aware of human rights and evolutions at the different stages through different periods. First generation human rights, which are civil and political rights, you are all very much aware of it. Second generation human rights, which talks about socio-economic rights. We all are aware, we have so many lists of socio-economic rights which are equal to our directive principles of state policy in the constitution. Or civil rights, civil and political rights, which are equal to, kind of fundamental rights in our constitution. Then what you call the third generation human rights, which is group rights. Group rights, now the speaker before me have been talking about the collective rights of people. So people enjoy certain rights as a collective entity. So this has been traditionally the three generations of human rights. Now there are fourth and fifth generations of human rights. Now what I would be little talking about the fourth and fifth generations of human rights, which some of you may be knowing, but some of we have not discussed much. Fundamentally, human rights have been in the initial first three generations have been accorded only to human beings. Now the idea is that human rights are given not only to human beings, but it is a holistic concept where the nature, the living beings, the fauna and flora, the entire universe comes in the definition of human rights. That is how we give rights to all kinds of people, living beings. That is why we talk about the rights of animals. That is where actually we talk about the rights of women. You must know that lesbians, homosexuals, and transgenders were not considered as human beings. They were cursed births. Now, how did we progress in that? We have learned that all are human beings. It is not only the idea of human beings, what is central to the idea of human beings, it is the idea of human beings being living in harmony with the rest of the world, rest of the living beings, non-living beings constitute what the fourth generation of human rights. So, even tribal rights actually comes in the fourth generation of human rights, where tribal identity becomes, culture becomes the definition of rights. And that is why most of the tribal cultures began to be recognized as groups of people having rights based on their identity. And you must know, identity defines our rights. Identity defines our interests. That is the significance of human rights as far as I would say in a tribal context means, because it is this evolution of human rights that have placed the rights of human beings, rights of tribals or Adivasis at the top of the idea of human rights. And similarly, I would also say that there is a fifth generation of human rights in the context of the information revolution that is taking place across the world. Now we live in an information age. Our idea of rights are quite different, quite changed. So we need to redefine. Do we have the right to post anything in the Facebook and WhatsApp and sit home harmoniously? No. So there are certain limitations. Some people say this is the fifth generation of human rights. Now I do not have nothing more to say. Of human rights, through its evolution, is the idea of rectitude, is the idea of righteousness, is the idea of the right to assert, is the idea to actively enjoy human rights, is to enjoy it equally. And that is why we say modern idea of human rights constitute the grammar of governments. The governments are created on the basis of how they govern on the basis of human rights. That is why there are innumerable cases in the courts on human rights. The idea of human rights is emancipatory, is liberating, is juridical, constitute, I say, the grammar of what we all should behave and conduct in our society. With this, I stop. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So next from Kerala.
So good afternoon all. I am Eddie from University of Kerala. I am doing my Masters in International Relations. And today I am going to present a paper on the topic Artificial Intelligence, India's National Security and the Evolving Geopolitical Environment. This paper tries to study how artificial intelligence penetration to India's national security will alter the current global geopolitics. To understand the challenges and how we can overcome these challenges, to investigate the implications of AI technology for regional and global security. And finally, we'll also study the importance of AI in modern warfare and technology. So I'll give you a brief introduction on AI. AI just means that a machine trying to imitate or mimic human thinking capabilities. AI has an indispensable role in every civilian industry, be it from corporate to individual aspirations. It has infiltrated every sector of living and every sphere of work. It occupies an important role in our daily lives. It has altered how people function and people think. And this is also a matter of national importance because it affects how militaries function in the 21st century. Modern militaries are actively investing in research and development of AI, especially in the use of autonomous vehicles, cyber operations, information operations, command and control, and autonomous decision-making technologies. Its development has opened up possibilities that will directly impact military tactics. These changes will have an impact on the variety of military standards, including knowledge, surveillance, and the identification as well as balance between defense and offense. This field have witnessed tremendous technological evolution in the past couple of years, especially with the rapid boom of internet this technology, that is intelligence of machines, have also evolved. If we go through the recent budget, 3 centers of excellence of AI was announced by our Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, with the aim of make AI for India and make AI function for India. These suggest that AI is the thing of future that need to be more emphasized on. Next, I will go through. So we don't have recent examples of AI used warfare, but in the this AI automated technologies have not used until date, but some technologies have been in development. I will go through that. The US military have a project Maven, and it was employed in the fight against ISIS. This technology uses machine learning to analyze drone footage in order to identify targets and attack them. Then, in 2020, the Turkish military deployed a fleet of autonomous drones in a conflicted region, and these drones were also able to identify the targets. And the Chinese military, Russian military, and Israeli military are also said to have AI capabilities and have invested hugely on this technology development. And in the Syrian conflict of 2019, the BBC reported that Syrian government was using facial recognition technology to identify and track potential descendants of opposition members. And the technology was reportedly supplied by a Russian company and used machine learning algorithms to analyze surveillance and footage and identify potential targets. And this type of technology was also used in Yemen in 2019 by the Houthi rebels against the fight against the government. Then autonomous vehicles were used in Iraq. And another and the most important thing is US Air Force Skyborg program. This is a program that develops a fleet of autonomous drones that can operate without human pilots and make its own decision making. So, if we look at India's case, we don't currently have a technology that can be compared with the Western world or that of China. So we have to invest further in this field. Next, I will go through the developments in India's defense sector. India has been working in the development of AI-enabled technologies for military applications, but it is not known to have any operational technologies right now. The Indian military have been exploring the use of AI in a variety of ways, such as autonomous vehicles, drone swarms, facial recognition technologies, and robotics that can be used to employ in a warfare. Similar to that of Boston Dynamics, where it provides an exoskeleton to the soldiers, and it will further enhance their effectiveness. The central government has set up as National Center for Artificial Intelligence to support the development of AI technologies for both civilian industry and military applications. However, it's not nothing that the use of AI in warfare and national security is still a relatively new and rapidly evolving field, and many countries are still in the process of development and testing these technologies. It is possible that India may develop operational AI-enabled technologies. So the DRDO is working keenly to develop this kind of technologies. Another important thing is not that this technology can be studied from a realist perspective, but it cannot. From a realist perspective, it will be to enhance or strengthen a national security scenario, but it can also be used to solve a common problem. It can be used to irrespective of the national interest, it can be used to do something for the common good. And next is AI startups and India's roadmap. A joint study conducted by Microsoft and International Internet and Mobile Association of India estimated that the market of artificial intelligence is expected to grow by 20% in the next 5 years. So, Art Park, the AI and Robotics Technology Park, is a non-profit organization set up in accordance with IASC Bengaluru and AI Foundry. It's a public-private model. This emphasizes on AI development. And from the government side, we have CAIR, Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. It is a premier laboratory of DRDO involved in research and development in the areas of AI. The research and developments are mainly done in IITs and Indian Institute of Science and Technology. So, apart from that, Indian National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence was started in 2018, and we have a national program on AI. It emphasizes on 9 priority areas, that is healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, transportation, cybersecurity, energy, finance, and Indian languages. So the problems that is faced by the Indian authorities is that we have a shortage of the AI talent, and infrastructure and data investment is also low. So another thing is like countries like USA, China, Saudi Arabia, etc. are rapidly investing in this field, but we cannot compare our investment with theirs. In India, TCS, Data Consulting Service, Wipro, Infosys are some MNCs that are like rapidly investing in AI. India has a long way to go, but this technology cannot be like sidelined as it is necessary to like enhance our geopolitical balance. Also, regarding the development of this technology, India has signed many memorandum of understanding with other countries. That is, India has signed with Japan, France, Germany, Canada, and Singapore. In the recently SEO summit, we have had a discussion with Kazakhstan and Tajikistan on enhancing this technology. Uh, and regarding the relevance of AI, it's an ever developing field of study, and the changing nature of security makes it an indispensable part of technology development. Higher accessibility of AI-based tools, and unavoidable presence of AI. From our Google Assistant to national decision-making technologies, artificial intelligence have penetrated into every sphere of warfare and every civilian life. And we have a long way to go in this technology. AI is increasingly becoming a critical component of national security strategy, as I said earlier. India's geopolitical environment depends on how this technology is developed, and it will also affect the regional cooperation rivalry. As you know, China is rapidly investing, especially in Saudi Arabia. It's just one example. They have invested in 5G technology and also in AI technology. Uh, so this is like their foreign policy to strengthen their reach. Then AI is expected to transform the traditional landscape of national security by providing decision-making support, early warning system, and surveillance capabilities. However, it also poses a significant challenge, that is increasing the potential of cybersecurity threats, privacy concern, and the need for ethical guidelines and regulations. So we do not have any rules or guidelines to how this can be functioned. So the demerits or negative aspects are not clearly mentioned. So it can be used for bad things. India has made significant strides in developing AI capabilities and building a robust ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship. So to leverage the potential of AI for national security, India needs to address the challenges of AI governance, cybersecurity, talent development, and strategic partnership. Overall, it's likely to play a critical role in shaping India's national security strategy and its regional and global aspirations in the coming years. So the time for traditional warfare has been gone, and now a modern warfare age is emerging, and we have to adapt with these new technologies to maintain our stability in this region, and to also to have a balance of power between our neighbors, and to strengthen our position in the Asia Pacific region. So that's all about the topic AI, India's national security, and the amidst the changing geopolitics. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Will someone want to check with the paper presenter? Anyone, if any? Yeah, even in the previous paper also. If anyone want to check with him, you are allowed. If no one, let us proceed. Thank you very much. We have two topics here. One is human rights and another one is peace building. Now let us switch over to peace building, and we can revert to human rights. Peace building, I'd like to call upon Dr. David. Please come forward and present your paper. After that, human rights again. Please be here with us. Simultaneously, we have two topics. Sir, please try to conclude within 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, let me thank Dr. Jonin, Dr. Professor Sangam Mitra for giving me this opportunity to stand in front of you and share a few things that I know about this building. In fact, listening to the previous presentation on artificial intelligence, I was a little scared I might be fall off the next. And this is what exactly happened, and I'm lost because after listening to AI technology, everything that I prepared it becomes useless. So that's the kind of dilemma that I have. But since I have put in something on paper, I just want to run through with you. Right? I mean, application of AI in this building. Definitely. So, all right. So I'm just looking into the whole idea of peace building and how, in our own context like Northeast, in particular, Bodoland, which is just limping back to normalcy, in a stage called post-air couple, and what are the problems that we might come across? So I just highlight these two aspects, and so that I know that a lot of peace building processes are going on in Bodoland, involving the people and the government together, which is the most beautiful thing that is happening here. So that we are able to check, do a check time to time, where things can go wrong. Okay, so a few fundamentals on this idea of peace building. The first thing is, indigenous people's right over territory. I mean, these are some of the dilemmas and fundamentals that we need to consider first. And some of these I have listed higher because we just heard about human rights also here. Indigenous people's right over military versus individual right to mobility and settlement, which is provided in the Constitution of India, and how these two categories work and interact together. We'll talk about peace building. Second thing is, now there is this declared position of India in the international community, which says, when the question was asked who are indigenous people in India, it was declared at the international forum by the government of India that all Indians are indigenous. So this puts it a different question again, is to consider how indigenous are few people compared to others. All right. The second thing is need versus wants, about which we have much spoke about. Professor Yunus, in fact, hit the target on this question. And we had Sonam Wangchuk also on the inaugural function, who spoke about the Buddhism philosophy on how you look at these desires. And then success is in controlling. Yeah, this is what Buddhism would say. Success is in controlling the human desire rather than accumulation of wealth or power or something like that. And then another fundamental thing about this building is Atmanirbhar. It's a dilemma for us. 5 trillion economy that the present government is talking about on one hand. On the other hand, we also have to talk about sustainable development. So how does these two categories work together? The last point here is growing wealth of the rich, it's still growing, versus growing number of farmers suicide on the other side. So how these two things work together when you talk about peace building. Second last point, human rights versus community rights. How do we make a balance between when we talk about peace building? Whose responsibility is a fundamental question I raised. Whose responsibility is peace anyway? Is it the government's responsibility, my responsibility, or the community's responsibility? Depending on these answers, we'll be able to make head on that. All right. So, little background to the whole idea of peace begins with wars and violence are this idea, this concept in our mind which says wars and violence are rooted in human culture.
war is a social invention. We almost thought it was inseparable from our past, but it has been discovered that war is a social invention for survival and supremacy. I have to have war to prove that I'm supreme power over the others. The second thing is national interest, which overweighs the civilizational values. There are we can talk of many civilizations which has reached a spiritual level and have been trying to do justice to all. But then on the other hand, the national interest that we have to work on does conflict with this civilizational value. So therefore, we end up, when you are even to national interest, where we end up dividing ourselves as us and versus them, and then we get into unending wars and violence, just in the interest of my nation or our nation. Individuals and groups changes do not change the national politics. This is another fact that we need to know. I might change by believing that peace begins with me. I might change myself, I become very peaceful, but it doesn't change the politics, okay, which runs the state. Only one nation can survive. This is another belief that we have. That's why we have to continue to have war, even when we talk about peace. In the United Nations, therefore, came into being in 1945 following the end of Second World War, with the sole purpose of ending all wars on this planet. But it's still struggling. We still have Ukraine and Russia bombing one another at this point of time. So that's our reality. It's little slow, I'm sorry. All right, it's gone. Now, the journey to culture of peace began. Sorry to background again. Signing of peace accord is to start a more challenging and arduous journey of constructing systems and institutions for peace in society and the state structures. So signing of accord is just the beginning of this arduous journey. So the celebration of peace will come much later, not at the signing of the accord. We have invited much challenges in signing the accord. Peace can be built only by peaceful means. This is principle for peace building. So Indian cultural civilization, with the birth of Mahatma Gandhi, can already develop this technology to make peace by peaceful means, and that we often talk about ahimsa, satyagraha. So these are the social invention and technology that Gandhi has given already. All right, so let me go to the third point. People means alone will create a culture of peace, which is the agenda for UNESCO today, starting from the year 2000 till 2010. It's still continuing, it doesn't end there. And 2015, we also have this UN starting to take a new direction, and that new direction we know as Sustainable Development Goal, which is also a framework for this knowledge festival. This is the last attempt to save the planet from total disasters of conflict and unnatural disasters. The site of peace building, where do you go build peace is the question here. And this has been based on certain research, multidisciplinary research, tasked by the UN. And this is a multidisciplinary research finding which says that science, since war begin in the mind of the man, so the origin of war is here, not outside, not with the enemy country, but it is here in my mind. Since war begin in the mind of the man, it is the mind of the man that defense for peace must be constructed. It is based on this. UNESCO from the year 2000 started 1999, 2000 started the whole campaign for culture of peace. So this is a new discovery in laying the foundation for peace building. And I'll give you more background to that. Now, what happened in India during 1920 and 30, Gandhi invented, which I mentioned already, and practiced Indian technology for sustainable peace and development, powered by truth, to engage in ahimsa method, with ahimsa method, in all the problems that we have in our life, with others, and with whatever problems we have. But then we decided, the state or the government decided not to use this technology. They borrowed some other technology, and that's why we are in a difficult situation today. 1940, what happened? Anthropologists studied people around the world and came with this discovery that war is a social invention. War is not biological, which means. In 1950, Republic of India promised to its people justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. This is another way Indian Constitution also laid foundation for peace building in India, but it still continues to struggle. We have a lot of violence, war. 1948, my previous speaker has just mentioned about UN Declaration on Human Rights, 1948. So that's another foundation at the UN level, global level, which laid foundation for peace building to start with. 1986, a multidisciplinary team of scientists tasked by UN issued what is called as a civilized statement based in Spain, where they have come up with this finding which says war is not biological necessity for human beings. And it is already said by the anthropologists, it discovered that it is a social invention. So that means what? That means that war and violence is something that we can unlearn and learn new ways of life, new ways of building, new ways of solving problems without using violence. That's where this building is founded at. This building is to create conditions for positive peace. This is a concept given by Johan Galtung. Positive peace means it is a condition where there is a presence of justice and equality in the state and also in society, and a total absence of violence. So that means we are using a non-violent method to solve all kinds of problems, including wars and conflicts that we have. The fundamentals of peace building. There is another author called John Burton, is from Australia. He reviewed the Maslow's human needs pyramid, hierarchical human needs pyramid, and he was trying to work for peace building, and then he found out that human needs need not be hierarchical. So he break it down and said there are just two basic core human needs. If you fulfill that, you meet that, there will be peace. So that was his theory, human needs theory of peace, which says human needs are not hierarchical, is in social evolution. Evolution is hierarchical, right? Unilinear evolution of human society and all that. Darwin's and Herbert Spencer's. And so he comes down with this idea that there are only core human needs. That is, this is not hierarchical, this is not one after another, but both has to be met equally at the same time. And those are identity and security. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just give you this, very important, this particular slide, and then I come to that. There's another author called John Galtung who presented two models for peace building. One is called ABC, another is called violent triangles. And I'll show you the triangle here. These triangles are reinforcing one another. It keeps on reinforcing itself, strengthening itself in society. One is our violent behavior, which comes out of our attitudes, which is already there in the back of mind, pattern thinking. And this pattern thinking continues to be centered because wherever we come across a contradiction or contesting situation in our life, because I have to win over the adversary, so these attitudes of me versus others, us versus they, continues to strengthen in a cyclical manner, reinforcing one another. That's one basic theory. Second is, he has presented a model to understand how violence occurs in our society. He said there are three forms of violence. One is direct violence, in which you see people dying, being killed, shot, raped, all of that, burning, bombing, and all that. Second type of violence is structural violence. Third is cultural violence, and these are reinforcing one another again. And so if you have to come out of this cycle of violence, then you have to do these strategies, which are called, if you want to address the direct violence, then you have to have peacekeeping force, which is there in UN. Then if you have to address the cultural violence, you have to have peacemaking, another strategy. If you want to address structural violence, then you have the peace building, which is much more holistic and comprehensive multi-pronged strategies to change the structures and institutions in the society so that it does not function in the violent cycles, but in a non-violent another cycle called peaceful cycle. And I should end with this. Yeah, last slide. I'm not going to the problem. So, yeah, this is the last slide. Wait for what? Peace is possible. There are no problems which I have to just skip through, but peace is possible because peace is personal, is not it? Don't we, each one of us need peace. Our heart is every moment calling for peace, right? So this peace is personal and it has to emanate from here, right? If that is what, then if peace begins with me, then when we come together, it becomes a social thing, right? Peace becomes a social, right? And it becomes a social, it will become a political. So peace or peace building is political. It is not about meditation, self-healing and all that. But unless you take it to the political level, you are not going to have peace in the society. That's the point. And the third point is, indigenous people can and should define peace for themselves. Let no one from outside define your peace. And unless you do it, you shall never have your peace. Unless I define my peace and do it, how can I have peace? My peace will be defined by others, imposed. Third, fourth, set peace economy as agenda for election. The economy which runs, which is supporting the state and society today, is called capitalist economy, and this is also known as war economy. So therefore, when you talk about peace building, we have to think about alternative economy, and this is oftentimes named as peace economy, and which is what Gandhi talked about. It. We have to perhaps go back to Gandhian economy and development, sustainable development ideas. Fifth point, people's power and right to self-election agenda every 5 years comes. So every 5 years you have a chance to make peace by putting in this agenda. So these opportunities are ahead. People can set also right to recall bill which is pending in the parliament. If you have the right to recall bill, then if any government you send with your agenda is not performing, you can pull it down and send back another fresh government. This is a pending bill. No government wants to have this bill passed in the parliament. So this is something, if you for the sake of peace, your peace, my peace, we have to push, especially at the election time. We have to tell the candidates that if you take this bill, we will vote for it. Then peace will be there. That's why I said peace is politics. Now in Bodoland, there is a huge opportunity of peace building because I look at Bodoland as an opportunity for peace building together. Because peace building has been approached from two directions. One is the government of the state trying to build peace for you, top down. There is another approach which is very rare, which is very weak, where communities come together and try to make peace or build peace from bottom-up process, from the community onward. And these two have never met together. And here in Bodoland, I am seeing this opportunity, and I am excited to this process going on here. And thank you everybody for listening to me.
Thank you, sir, very much. Peace building, top down and bottom up, both the sides. Beautiful presentation. Will anyone come forward to check with the scholar? If any. Now let's switch over to human rights again. Our friends from Canada, please come forward. Please. We are allotting 10 minutes time for you, sir. Please try to
Respected Chair, faculty, my dear friends, good evening one and all. Myself Arjun, I am from University of Kerala. So today I am here to present the tribal village Mutanya, about the tribal issues in Mutanya. So Adivasis is the collective name used for the many indigenous people of India. Actually, the term Adivasi derived from the Hindi word Adi. It means the earliest times or the beginning, and the word Vasi. It means the inhabitant or the resident. Officially, Adivasis are termed scheduled tribes, but this is a legal or constitutional term. Under the constitution, uh, Muttanga is a border village in Kerala. It is a boundary territory sharing boundaries with Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Located around 16 kilometers far away from Sultan Batheri, Wayanadu district. It is a forest area, mostly Adivasi people. They have their own culture and it's a unique culture, Adivasi culture. So the family is the smallest unit of society. It is nuclear in structure. The married children establish separate families. The sons look after the old parents because they have shared the parents or father's property. The girls do not have any legal right to get a share in the father's property or their house or anything. After marriage, they live in another village with their husbands. The relationship between the husband and wife is very cordial, and they live together, work together, eat together, everything they together. Very compromising attitude for the smooth functioning of the family. So, some culture, marriage culture. Marriage is considered a very important ritual which comes into the life of every individual. Leverage marriage and widow remarriage are acceptable, but cousin marriage is not permissible in our Mutanya Adivasi culture. So, their main source of income is agriculture. In the Mutanya, there is an issue with the government and the Adivasi people. On February 19, 2003, the gunshot echoed through the forest of Mutanya in the Wayanad district of Kerala, as the area witnessed men in uniform setting fire to the tents and huts set up by the Adivasis, who were fighting for the land that was promised to them by the state government. In 1975, the Kerala government passed a law promising to give cultivatable land to all the tribes in the state. But despite this law, the successive governments in the state failed to keep up with their promise. Also, there is a hut building or build agitation. It is also known as in Malayalam Kudilketi Samaram. The hut build agitation led by the Adivasi activist C.K. Janu demanded land for the Adivasi people. The protest was set up outside the Secretariat, Trivandrum. As the government did not implement the agreement, they moved into disused wildlife sanctuary at Mutanya in Wayanad district. The 2-month-old agitation ended with a bloody police action which held in Mutanya forest. In 2003, hundreds of tribes from various colonies in Wayanad entered the Mutanya forest region nearing Karnataka border. On February 19, 2003, the state sent the police to evacuate the Adivasis from the forest. Instead of any negotiation with the Adivasis, the police resorted to violence and forced them to drive the Adivasis away from Mutanya. Kerala police fired 18 rounds gunshots. The police violated the law. They said in the Forest Act 5E, as per the Forest Act 5E, the police violated the law, as well as human rights, even after the February 19 police operation. In 2014, they done a standing strike at Trivandrum. The Adivasis protested by standing in front of the Kerala Secretariat Trivandrum. social activists Mehndra Patkar mediated with the state government on behalf of the Adivasi Gautam Mahasabha. The chief minister agreed to provide land to 1,500 landless people. For the right, the Adivasis stood on the ground for 2.5 months. So there are also so many constitutional safeguards for Adivasis, Article 29, Article 350, Article 244, etc. But they are still. So what is the present situation in Mutanya? In the last 19 years, among the families who have not received their deserving land, 9 years on and no development yet in Mutanya. Still, they are fighting for their own land. It is not a issue in Mutanya, in Vayana district. There is also so many issues in Kerala, like Adippa incident and much more. There are so many undeveloped areas in Kerala. Thank you.
Again, switching over to this building, Dr. Jitish Sharma, sir. Sharma. Again, we are allotting 10 minutes time for you also, sir.
Hello everyone, my name is Pratyushman Sharma and I'm a PhD scholar affiliated with National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore and registered at TU, which is also in Bangalore. I'll be talking about my dissertation topic, which is the remapping the conflict of Bodoland and the necessity of a multi-stakeholder approach in conflict resolution. So the structure of the presentation goes as I'll introduce the topic, while talking about the feasibility of conflict and the Bodoland conflict itself, and the Indian experience, and finally the necessity of a multi-stakeholder approach and how my topic has relevance in the current situation in Northeast especially. So thinkers such as Marx or Lewis Kozer or Althusser, they talk about the inevitability of conflict. The conflict as an entity, it stays, it lives in the society. While that is very much true, and while that is very true for social change to happen, it is extremely important that these conflicts are resolved. So, along with that, the presence of diverging ideologies of multiple stakeholders, when there are multiple stakeholders in conflict, especially in ethnic conflict, it becomes very, very complex. It becomes very difficult to understand which issues are in play and which issues these actors are pushing for. To top it up, there has been an inadequate response to these multi-actor conflicts. For example, they're unable to identify the various stakeholders, and they haven't been able to properly engage with them. And that is usually done to make the negotiations processes faster and easier, and to resolve violence rather than resolving the conflict. And these are the fault lines in conflict resolution mechanism right now, that we look at the manifestation of conflict rather than the underlying conflict that exists in the society.
And that's why these unresolved conflicts keep on piling on top of each other, and it gives rise to what we call as protracted conflicts. These conflicts do not end. They keep on going, and with this, the re-emergence of violence becomes a big possibility. Going ahead, I talk about the visibility of conflict in order of these studies. Johan Galton talk about latent conflict and manifest conflict. So latent conflict is the divergence of goals, then bad communication between the actors, and then drives for autonomy. Like one certain minority, it wants to go for majoritarianism, and that's how they want to get their voices heard, and that's how segregation within segregation happens. And this kind of conflict is underlying in nature. We do not see it because it does not escalate to violence, but it's still there. And it is often overlooked as the absence of conflict in the region. And on the other hand, manifestation of conflict is this phase of activity where the conflict finally escalates to violence. And that's when especially in ethnic conflicts where the state is very much a very major actor, the government, they think that violence is conflict. They do not look beyond it. They do not look beyond the de-escalation of violence. So in these situations, the re-emergence of violence becomes very possible. Now, looking at the borderline conflict, which we all know has been a demand for a separate state, segregation from Assam has been an assertion for the Bodo ethnic identity. It has been a movement for the protection of the Bodo culture and tradition from the Assamese mainstreaming that was happening right after the Assam Accord of 1985. And right now, not as of now, but in the past 20, 30 years, it has developed into this protracted militancy, and as you can see, there has been a relative success of the negotiation in the peace process. The response of the Indian government has been first of the security response, using bills such as laws and bills such as AFSPA and EADA. There has been three Bodo Accords. One has been with All Bodo Students Union. One has been with the BLT. The recent one has been with the different factions of NDFP. It has been an absolute, yes sir, yes sir. What I mean to say is, at one point of time, they have engaged with one party with satisfying one party. So it has been an emphasis on the Bodo cause, which is totally fine, which is what we were supposed to do. But along with it, there has been an indifference to the minority groups. And the peace process that followed after that, there has been surrender and rehabilitation that has been the highlight of the entire conflict. It has been the biggest surrendering of like the there has been a huge number of surrendering during this peace process, and it has been one of the largest in Asia. But there has been disruptions and continuance of violence by other militant groups. For example, the minority groups, they have their own protection units. There's Birsa Commando Force, there's the Adivasi Cobras, there's the National Santhal Liberation Force. So the research problem here comes that the negotiation process has been a non-inclusive negotiation process. And along with it, we can either look at the desired outcome and the protracted conflict that is still there. And the Indian experience along with it has been that of the carrot stick policy, where they have given the stick first, the armed forces, and then the carrot, which is you can have your so in this case, the Indian experience has seen only manifested conflict, which is being regarded as conflict. Only violence is regarded as conflict. It's like waiting for the pot to burst. And with that, there has been an inadequate identification and further engagement with other stakeholders in the conflict. And the Bodoland experience has been something similar. It has been tripartite, and it can you can see similar negotiations everywhere. The Khalistan movement, the Kashmir insurgency, the Mizo insurgency, everything has been negotiations with one party and one party only. We can also look at the Naga peace talks. It has been just with NSC and IM and not with Konyak Nagas who live beyond the border, who live in Myanmar. They do not have representatives in the peace talks. So the formation of armed groups after 1993, the NDAB continued its violence well after 2003 accord, and the presence of armed groups, which I already said, armed groups of the military, of the minority groups, and the recent mass protests which happened in Sonitpur district after the talk about the new villages being incorporated in Borland. So looking at all of that, I propose this. My paper is a conceptual note on how manifested conflict is not just the only form of conflict. There is there are underlying conflicts going on. There is a sense of fear and insecurity among the people even now. The countless refugees that have been displaced during the entire period of violence and conflict in Borland, they are still afraid to go back to their places. So this sense of insecurity, the underdevelopment in the border areas of Bhutan, that has been an example of how the multiple stakeholders in the conflict, they need to come in to the negotiation table. So first, the identification is extremely essential. The entire conflict has to be remapped. Then the formation of a dialogue-making process where everyone can put in their own what are they feeling, what their grievances are. Their representatives will come up using the diverse cultural identity that these groups have as a converging point for the stakeholders, and the sharing of grievances that each stakeholder faced through dialogues. And at last, the most important point, that although the negotiations will be much longer, it will not be finished in 1 year, 2 years, but it will definitely give us the sustainable peace that we are looking for, the positive peace. The idea that you can go out at 9 o'clock at night and not be afraid of anything happening to you. That history, the collective history that a community went through, they do not, they are not afraid of facing of the history repeating itself once again. And finally, the relevance of my topic, which is investigating the importance of this multi-stakeholder approach, how it works in Boroland, how it can work in different parts of Northeast, in different conflicts, be it especially the Naga peace talks that have been going on for so long and unresolved until now. The paper will, the conflict resolution mechanism in itself will look at how different stakeholders can come together, talk about their grievances, talk about their problems, converge. If they have diverging ideologies, they can showcase their culture and converge together. And that's it. That's what my paper talks about. I would very much like questions on the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your open expression of your viewpoints. The reward everybody to support or oppose the efforts we have always have across the report of 1993 and 2023 and the 2020. Yes, sir. Thank you for your open expression of this. For sure. So anyone would like to interact with us further?
So as long as we're not open about it,
Yeah. Free. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So human rights, anyone from Kerala? No?
Friends for Kerala. Again.
If not, we'll scale down to, okay. Abhijit Dihedar, one of our ex-students. One of the product of Guwahati University Kohrazar campus. So Abhijit, key batch as a second. Second batch. No, third batch.
I think I'm audible. My name is Abhijit Dihidar. I work in a college in Assam, Gorisha College. Quite proud to be here. I studied here. Donin sir used to teach us. I know Garo Gaji sir. I passed out in 2010. Then I did my MPhil and PhD from JNU. And again, back to my native place. I am presenting a paper on human trafficking. The paper is partly narrative and partly factual. Why it is not fully factual, I think everyone will get bored. Narrative in the sense, somehow, even around last 15 years, I have been to certain cities, certain cities, Delhi, Kathmandu, and Goa. These are the 4 cities I've been, I've been staying there. And then I came to know about this, human trafficking thing. How dangerous is it? Why it is happening? So when I was in Nepal, that one news came, and it was very shocking to me that through BTR, a lot of girls, from Nepal were being trafficked to Myanmar. They changed the route from Nepal to Myanmar, Myanmar to Vietnam, and from here to Dubai. Now, when I talk about, let's say, human trafficking, that's what the traditional definition is. We don't go there. We don't want to go read word by word. I would rather say it is an illegal activity, which means transporting someone from one place to another. It can be through various forms. It can be for domestic servants, for slavery, for bonded labor, all those sort of things. Talking about the magnitude of the problem, why are we presenting a paper on that? Well, it is one of the fastest growing transnational activity across the world. Assam is topping the list on many occasions. Assam, if you look at the population size of Assam, is not much higher in compared to the other states like UP or be it Maharashtra. But if you look at the data here, 2018, Assam was in the second list. In 2021, Assam was the 3rd highest. Okay, so and in Assam we say the 4 districts of BTR. Let's say now this just coming with BTR, the 4 districts of BTR has become the main transit point. It is not a destination point, to be honest. Source and transit, as I was mentioning. A total of 126 cases of child trafficking itself was found out in the year 2021. Now, why this BTR is so much significant? If you look at the geographical setting, one of the main reasons for human trafficking in BTR is this region's close proximity to the chicken's neck. Shiliguri corridor, the narrow stretch of land which connects India to the northeastern part. The region also shares international border with Bhutan. That's another problem. The Bhutan, I'll be talking about Bhutan, how the Bhutan works, because I was in Center for South Asian Studies. Then again, the Bangladesh border, it's very nearby. I mean, if you look at the southern districts of BTR, it's very close to the Bangladesh border. Now, what are the main causes? If you look at one of the foremost causes was ethnic conflict. Actually, when I say ethnic conflict, what happens after ethnic conflict? There is homelessness, displacement. So these traffickers, what they do is they have, lured those victims from IDPs, internally displaced people, by providing them money or, just giving them the promise of getting a better job, all these sort of things. Second is natural calamities. Now, when I talk about natural calamities, there is a big mistake that there are floods. When we talk about floods, according to the World Bank, Assam has lost around 3,86,000 hectares of land due to erosion. So around 8 lakh hectares of land are affected by flood every year. So that is a very serious issue that is happening. Third cause is the high poverty and unemployment rate. The per capita income of Assam has significantly remained lower than the national average. All those kind of rosy picture which we have been seeing about India, Assam, sometimes, the data are contradictory. Where is our per capita income? That's very less compared to the national average, okay? The employment scenario is not good. There has been massive migration of people to Gujarat. Let's accept the fact. to Kerala, to Goa. I see Assamese people everywhere. Security guards working in restaurants and all. So so when I say migration, a lot of people who migrated, they got trafficked. The connection is between migration and trafficking, right? Second, the fourth thing is human-elephant conflict. Although here we don't see it, but where I stay right now, it's a, daily affair. Okay, it's a daily affair where elephants comes. I stay near Bogamachi area, that Baksha district. Every day there are problems in Odalguri and Baksha districts, right? And if you just remember, there are two national reserves here. One is Manas, the other one is the newly declared Raimana. There are a lot of villages which are adjacent to these national parks, and there are always man-elephant conflict. Even you can say tigers come out of the jungles. A lot of things happening there, right? Then this is a new form of human trafficking which is happening through online technology, through job fairs, recruitment centers. They just take the numbers and then let us the contact. They promise to give better jobs in metropolitan cities like Bangalore or Mumbai, and then they get trafficked. And then, of course, social networking sites like Facebook and all, which is very common nowadays, right? Okay, then, of course, this is not my data. This is the data given by an NGO working in Kolkata, a very famous one, Nidan, run by Dr. Digambar Najari, Mr. Digambar Najari. So he has mentioned here that the data, that after COVID-19, what has happened, while the lack of seats for higher education, around 50,000 students passed class 10 exam, but the seats for class 11 was 21,000. So where do you fit the rest of the 20,000? So many of them went outside the SAM, right? They migrated, they got trafficked. So this is the data given by him, who works in an NGO here. Now, this is I won't take much time, but this is the modus operandi of the traffickers, how the traffickers work. Traffickers have used abject poverty of the victims and lured them with hopes of employment, better wages and steady income. A large number of these traffickers are former victims of human trafficking themselves. This is what I noticed in Nepal when I was doing my field work. I did my PhD in Nepal. So former traffickers trafficking, the new recruits that happen in Shudul Pachok area, that happen in Palanchok, all these areas where known for those former traffickers. Then there is another one. Because of the skewed sex ratio, there is a demand for brides from the northeastern part. Because in Haryana and Rajasthan, the ratio of male and female has changed. Because of female infanticides and this and that, other reasons. Now, the last one is alcoholism, which is very much prevalent in the tea gardens. I want to specify the tea gardens. So here many parents have sold their daughters to traffickers in the tea gardens for money. Very common among the tea gardens. Okay, on many instances, the daughters themselves are migrated and they're trafficked as they were suffering from domestic violence at home. Now, these are the measures. What are the measures? Just 4 points. Now, the existing laws are not stringent enough. Many of the traffickers have been released within a few months after they were arrested. Now, the government of Assam has opened anti-human trafficking unit in all its 33 districts, but they are suffering a big challenge with lack of funds and human resources. Half-hearted approach, we can say. Now, the rising poverty levels. There is a connection between human trafficking and the poverty levels. So the government should ensure that there is no in-mass migration, because most of the migration is happening because of employment, and these migrated people are getting trafficked. So there is a connection between poverty levels and migration. Now, the fourth is NGOs working in the field of human trafficking, such as Nidan, Nessin, and others, has to be encouraged. The government should establish a proper mechanism to work with them. The superintendent of police, DCs, other time of affairs. Now, this is something which I learned from Nepal. As I was mentioning, I did my PhD on Nepal. So there is an NGO which I can proudly say it is one of the most successful, Mighty Nepal, run by a lady named Anuradha Parela. Now she has been highly successful in the field of human trafficking. Now, what does she do? Now, field of dedicated workers and former victims of human trafficking, they have succeeded in lowering the curve of human trafficking cases. Their methods include visiting villages regularly to identify missing people. They just go to villages to identify missing people. They have also established checkpoints. There are checkpoints at every border point, crossing India. Yeah, Mighty Nepal has their own people would check, the workers which are mostly women interviews any suspected victims of human trafficking who is trying to cross the border knowingly or unknowingly, which we don't have. I mean, being this, that's the, I should not be saying the only gateway to Northeast. There is another one, Chagolia Gate, but this is more, this is more popular. I mean, where I stay, I am a resident of Kusaigaon. So that's what I want to say. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Beautiful presentation. Now I call upon Tibet. I would like to give this opportunity to share a part of my research on the topic that is perspective of Tibetan refugees on human rights violations in Tibet, a study of Darjeeling Hills. Okay. So basically, there are a few problems, that have, dominated serious concerns in international area. And cross-border refugee movement is one of those topics. Okay. This movement of persecuted people has become a dominant issue in contemporary times. As per the report of United Nations Human Rights Commissioner for Refugees, more than 68.5 million people have uprooted from their homeland as refugees. Most of these people have no other option than to escape the threat and danger back in their home and seek refuge in a completely different environment and in a different culture. So currently, 3.5% of the world population are displaced from the place where they are actually born. So therefore, we can say that human rights, human migration as a problem or as a result of violation of human rights have become a global phenomenon over the past centuries. So, Homo sapiens first started to explore the outer edges of this planet. So, these human rights violations is sparked because of several reasons. Sometimes it is due to religious disagreements, sometimes because of conflicting ideologies, and sometimes even the governments against their own citizens, and sometimes even the governments, sorry, sometimes even the governments against their own citizens and minorities within a country demanding self-determination. So these are the things actually which causes human rights violations. So now similar is the case of Tibetans who had to flee their own country after the takeover or after the annexation of Tibet by the People's Republic of China. So, about 80,000 people, 80,000 Tibetans fled along with their spiritual and temporal leader, the 14th Dalai Lama, and they began to pour into border states of India like Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. And now within a decade of this, these Tibetan refugees have settled in places like Dharmshala, Dehradun, Arunachal Pradesh, Karnataka, Orissa, and in Sikkim and in Darjeeling Hills. Okay. So now, if we go by the words of People's Republic of China, according to them, with the establishment of People's Republic of China, a dawn of new era for people's rights as they claim began in China. And there are several articles in the Chinese constitution like Article 37, 35, 36, 41. All these deals with civil and political rights. But the question is that if these articles and if these rights are equally given to all or equally provided to all its citizens, and trying to find out the answer for these questions, I made a study of those Tibetans studying in Darjeeling Hills.
And the overwhelming weight of evidence points out that China's disregard for international law and how Tibetans in Tibet are denied the most fundamental human rights guaranteed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So, in context of this, during the course of this study, I collected several perspectives of Tibetan refugees residing in Darjeeling Hills, and it is evident from the research and the data that I collected that the Tibetan refugees in Darjeeling Hills have no uncertainty that huge human rights abuses are taking place in Tibet, and the situation there is still spiraling downwards. So, therefore, it's very crucial that the international community keep an eye on events in Tibet, pressuring the Chinese government to preserve human rights and ensure responsibility for transgressions of international law. And the best course of action, for PRC is to cooperate with the Tibetan people in upholding its own rules as outlined in the constitution and finding a durable and a practical solution as opposed to allowing the human rights situation in Tibet to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jipan Papa. Next is Ritura Sosutu. Please come forward.
Good evening. Now I am going to present a paper on the title Bodoland Movement and the Philosophy of Live and Let Live. First of all, I would like to speak the introduction part. The next, I belong to the so-called Bodo community, and the meaning of Bodo is that different scholars have given different opinions on the name. One of the NDFP leader, Govindo Bosnotari, who is at present the deputy chief of BTR, he has said that Bodo means great. It's derived from the Assamese word Bodo, which literally means great. On the other hand, other group of scholars like Vidyasagar Narsari, they have given a different opinion. According to Vidyasagar Narsari, the word Bodo is derived from the word Bod, which is the ancient name of a country called Tibet. So there are different opinions on the name of our community. And if we speak about the history of the Bodos, as we all know that our community have migrated into this region of northeastern part of India since time immemorial or during the prehistoric period. That is before recorded history. So we don't know who was our first king. We have no idea about the first king of the Bodos since our community have migrated in this place before recorded history. But we have idea about our last king. The last king of Bodos, he was Raja Iradao, who later changed his name into Govindo Sondrom Narayan Hasnu. And we all know that Khasar, it was the last independent kingdom of the Bodos. And the kingdom of Khasar, during that time, as a result of the divide and rule policy of the British, it was divided into North Khasar and South Khasar. While Govindo Sondro was the king of South Khasar, the northern part of Khasar, it was under the control of Tularam Senapati. And in the year 1832, after the death of Govindo Sondro, the British annexed South Khasar into their imperialism as a result of the doctrine of left policy. And apart from that, in the year 1854, after the death of Senapati Tularam Hasnu, North Khasar was also made a part of the British Empire. So in that way, we lost our kingdom. And after that, our Bodo people, they also took active part in the freedom struggle against the British. And the Bodoland movement, it's not a new thing. we have the different phases of the Bodoland movements, and the phases of Bodoland movement started right from the very beginning of the 20th century. The socio-cultural awakening of the Bodos, it took place with the preaching of Brahmo religion or Brahmo Dharma by Gurudev Kalisaran Brahmo in the year 1905. So this can be regarded as the first phase of the social awakening of the Bodoland movement. And after that, different freedom fighters took part in the freedom struggle against the British rule. In 1935, when the government of Assam was formed with Sir Sabdullah or Sir Muhammad Sabdullah as the first Prime Minister, during that time we have only one Bodo minister in the ministry led by Sir Sabdullah, and he was Rupnath Brahmo. And when Sir Sabdullah formed the government in Assam, then the British, they announced the cabinet mission plan in the year 1946. And according to this plan, India was to be divided into three groups. That is Group A, Group B, and Group C. Group A consisted of the mainland India, today's mainland India, and Group B, the present day Pakistan, and Assam was placed in Group C along with Bengal. And however, the cabinet mission failed in SCB's plan because of the strong opposition by the tribal leaders like Gopinath Bogolo and Rupnath Brahmo. And because of the failure of the cabinet mission plan, the British adopted, when Lord Mountbatten became the Viceroy of India in February 1957, then they have adopted a new plan, which is known as the Mountbatten Plan or Partition Plan or the Third Zone Plan, since it was adopted on 3rd June 1947. And according to this plan, India was to be divided into two parts, that is India and Pakistan. And during that time, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, he made strong claims for the inclusion of Assam into Pakistan. However, it was only because of the strong opposition by Gopinath Bogolo, Rupnath Brahmo, and the other tribal leaders that Assam was prevented from becoming a part of the erstwhile East Pakistan, which is presently known as Bangladesh. And in that way, India became independent on 1947. After India's independence, still our community faced lots of deprivation. In the year 1952, the Bodo Sahitya Sabha was formed as a literary body of the Bodos, which took the lead in the development of the Bodo language and literature. And the year 1967 was one of the most remarkable movements in the remarkable year in the history of the Bodos, because in this year, two organizations were born, namely the Plains Tribal Council of Assam PTCA and the All Bodo Students Union (APSU). And the PTCA took the lead in leading the movement for the first time for the Plains Tribal people in the name and style of Udayaswa. However, the PTCA movement, it fell miserably because of many reasons. In the year 1974, the Roman Street movement for Bodo language was launched under the leadership of Bodo Sahitya Sabha. And because of the failure of the Udayaswa movement, in the year 1987, it was replaced by the Bodoland movement under the leadership of Upendranath Brahmo. And the Bodoland movement, it was based on the philosophy of live and let live. Just like the French Revolution was based on the ideas of liberty, equality, and fraternity, in the same way, the motto of the first phase of the Bodoland movement was live and let live. That means you should live in your own way without violating the rights of others. And as everyone must be entitled to live as a human being. So it was one of the philosophy of the Bodoland movement under the leadership of Upendranath Brahmo. And from 1987 till 2020, 3 accords were signed as a result of Bodoland movement. The first accord was the BSc Accord in 1993, which failed miserably. And after the failure of the BSc Accord, from 1996, the second major wave of Bodoland movement started. And it ended with the signing of the BTC Accord in 2003. However, the third phase of the Bodoland movement, it started from the year 2010 and it lasted till the year 2020, and it ended with the signing of the BTR record. Now at present, we are under the third wave of the Bodoland movement. The ideology of Bodoland Donald Brahma is still alive in the hearts of millions of young Bodo people. So at present, the Bodoland movement is still going on under the banner of different organizations, different student organizations, non-political organizations, and so on. So with these few words, I would like to conclude here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritulas, for your nice presentation, and we'll move to another. Okay, Hassan. So you have to conclude within 5 minutes. We are running 3 hours late, just like Indian Railways. So we'll wind up within 15 minutes. So there are another 3 papers. We have to wind up within 3 minutes, 15 minutes. And after that, we are going to distribute the diploma certificates. So all members, those who have presented the paper, are requested to be here for another 15 minutes, and after that, we are going to distribute their certificates.
Okay, good evening. I think it might be a very hectic, so I will be very precise now. So myself, Pasang Chering, a PhD scholar. So I will be talking about healing practices among the lecture community. Glimpses from lecture. So I will be very precise. Like the lectures are the indigenous tribe of Himalaya state of Sikkim, Darjeeling, Kalimpong, and Ilam district of Nepal. So the lectures people of Northeast India were recognized as the indigenous tribe by the United Nations Charter 309. The lectures are known as a Matanchi Ramkuk, which translate to loving the children of Mother Earth. They are also noted for being very joyful, straightforward, friendly people who dislike always conflict and discord. They are satisfied to live in or near nature, seek to avoid crowded areas, and also the lectures have their own language as old as any classical language in the world. So these are some pictures I've clicked. The red strap, it's like a female lecture dress, and like the brown strap, it's like a female lecture dress. So I will be just I will be very precise. I won't be going anything in detail. So Namto Namta, it's a secret text. The lecture manuscript. It's called a Namto Namta lecture text. Here Nam means a year, and a means a state. It's a Tho means a registrations of the record. So there are 182 lecture manuscript, known as Namto Namta texts, as in John Van Lennon collections in the National Museum of Ethnology in Kent Institute of Leiden, Netherlands. So, talking up to the healing practices among the lecture community, I will be briefly talking about Oxylum indicium, which is basically we call it pagori. This is a very secret plant, and lot of medicinal plants are used in lecture community, amongst the lecture community. For example, I said that time, when lecture community, since the time immemorial, we possess lot of indigenous healing practices. For example, when you have got, my mom, my granny, my granddad, even, we possess lot of indigenous healing practices. For example, when you have got, my mom, my granny, my granddad, even my own family, we practice the healing. Healing practices. Kind of like we use organic thing. So among this, I am just briefly talking about Oxylum indicium, which is a pagor leaf. The seeds, which is covered with the white things, it is a broad, strap and short, sharp, flattened and winged. Oxylum indicium flower at the night. It has a varieties of medicinal values. These bulb flowers are used as a medicinal for curing various ailments. Pagor is, usually in a cultural functions of the lecture, one can process the query why this plant or other plant is so important in a lecture community. So I will be jumping, directly to my major findings. So in major findings, I will be talking about the lectures, shortly, the herbs that are grown facing north are based for the, the medicinal use. For example, it is believed that the plant facing our mountains are more, potent on account of clean and pure, very pristine wind that they receive from the mountains. So other point I will be talking about the leaves of the plant, the leaves of the plant that shine during nights are mostly medicinal purposes. It is interesting to know that many herbal species used by the lecture bear smooth shining leaves from plants that bear smooth shiny leaves used by the lectures for the medicinal purposes. So other thing, I will be discussing about the secrecies maintained regarding the names of medicinal plants. They believe that if the name of the plants are made public, the sacrosanctum of the medicine will be lost and become ineffective. So I will be just talking about the lecture have an indigenous knowledge of architecture exhibited in the constructions of earthquake prone house. Kadomoli constructions of Cambridge. For example, now the people are become very materialized. Okay, so when we talk about the lecture community, we are very simple. We live in a very simple constructed house, But nowadays, recently we see that in Syria there was a recent earthquake. The many due to earthquake, many people will dead. So people are, as far as I know, the desire are endless, they're endless. So desire takes lots of, kind of like a negative impact on a society. For example, constructing big buildings, people will, always think about the, materialism. They want more. So because of this, there is a lot of problems. So lectures since the time immemorial constructed the house called Kazamoli, which is a very odd, earthquake prone, since our Sikkim is a very seismic area. So it is very hard to construct a very high story buildings and all, but the people nowadays, they are not listening because they are constructing on and on. So they are getting. So sorry, I will be winding up. So lectures are the indigenous people of Sikkim and Darjeeling and nature lover. This strong symbolic relationship between nature, lecture have given the indigenous knowledge of making use of those nature give for benefit, advantages of life. They respect the nature as a result of nature has provided them with the indigenous knowledge of making use of this nature give, especially herbal medicines for their good health. Thank you so much for, it's been a very hectic schedule. So once again, thank you so much everyone for being patient, for listening me. Thank you so much once again.
Okay, thank you, Hassan, for running like Rajdhani. And it's the need of the hour, actually. So we'll go for ladies side. Anyone volunteer to go there? And be quick within 5 minutes.
Respected chairperson and all the dignitaries present here. We are going to present a paper and it's completely different, I think, because I have seen most of our friends, they have given on the human rights and then and also on the peace building. But our topic that we have taken is completely different. We are going to take a that means we are going to analyze transgender and its challenges in the present society. So transgender are those individuals whose appearance or personal characters does not match the gender identity. They are also commonly known as Hijra. In different parts of India, they are known with different names as follows, like Kinnar in Delhi, Aravini in Tamil Nadu, Kochi, and many other names they are being present. And even in 2011 census, there are 4.8 million transgender people in India. So, coming to the challenges and issues faced by the transgender, so we can see here the many discrimination in the educational institution and workplace. lack of family support, lack of medical health, and social exclusion and victims of crimes, and even poverty, lack of employment opportunity, lack of legal protection, harassment and stigmas has been seen in the transgender community. And now we are coming to the existing government policies to address the issues of transgender. In 2009, the Election Commission gave the restriction to include option of other. And in 2014, Supreme Court gave the recognition as third gender. Even Justice K.S. Radhakrishnan observed that recognition of gender is not social but it's a human rights issue. So in 2009, even gender persons protection of rights Act has been enacted. Here we have given some of the sub-points here, like prohibition against discrimination, rights to be recognized as transgender, right of residence, and health care. And even to make our presentation more beautiful, we have given some of the pictures that the queer pride that are organized in the Guwahati. So here we have given some of the pictures. Yes. And some of the other, my friend is going to present.
Other initiatives taken by government for transgender, National Portal for Transgender Persons. This is all about to issue certificate and identity card for recognition of the transgender people. And SMILE is all about medical facilities, counseling, education, financial assistance, skill development, training and livelihood to transgender. And new education policy 2020, it is also all about the quality education for the transgender. And Garima Play, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment inaugurated this scheme for the shelter home for the transgender persons. Now, loophole in the existing policies, they are not defined transgender properly, and the criminalization of begging is a major drawback. Absence or reservation in government employment. Now, way forward. Government should provide basic health, economic, educational facilities, especially increase literacy rate is very important. Vocational training, loan facilities are very important, and also government should provide any other technical institutions for capacity building for the transgender people. Now we are going to show some pictures. This is Mandama Tobaki, first Padma Shri Award winner from the transgender people, and Manabi Bandyopadhyaya, first transgender college principal, and she is Padmani Prakash, first transgender anchor, and Madhu Kinnar, first transgender mayor, and she is Lakshmi Narayan Tripathi, first transgender to represent Asia Pacific in UN 2015. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. And now, Ratnadeep, are you ready? Okay. Then after that, we have two more, but they will be telling only their research work. দুজন আছে যদি টপিকটো ক'ব আৰু কি কিহৰ ওপৰত ইন্টাৰেষ্ট সেইটো ক'ব বাস because sir is waiting, he has to go to the Bongaigaon, and we are very much thankful to Sataram Rabha sir for being here. Actually আমি লাস্ট লগা কথা আমাৰ ষ্টুডেন্ট বিলাক সব গুছি গ'ল কিন্তু আমাৰ এক্সপার্ট স্যার ইয়াত আৰু স্যাৰৰ আমাৰ কালি আৰু লেকচাৰ সেশন আছে
Okay, so good evening to one and all. I would like to try to break the momentum, and because my title of my paper is "The Way of Music: A Means to Conflict Resolution," so I might be singing in between, so don't mind. So this is what I want to say. Like conflict and music, they are both present in society. So if there is conflict, there is music. And making music is an innate human trait that dates back to the beginning of civilization and knows no limit in its reach to this day. Because back then, our ancestors used to beat stones, they used to make rhythms with that. But now, with the help of electronic instruments, we're trying to make it more entertaining or more developed. And we don't know still how far we will go with these melodies. And my paper will focus. Also try to understand the role of music, especially Indian classical, to understand human psychology and the impact of music on human psychology. So I will not go for this because if you can just Google it out. I'll make it short. The role of music in psychology. There's a song that is called Mile Sur Mera Tumhara To Sur Bane Hamara. That means when your song and my song it gets combined, it becomes our song. This song gives us a message of unity. So the research has shown that early experience of life, infants begin to categorize and differentiate tones, notice changes in the tempos and rhythms, and can recognize a melody even if it's played in a different key. So you can literally see how how music can impact in our psychology. For example, it also gives diversity to the personality. For example, if we take example of Ramayana, the epic of Ramayana, both Ravan and Ram, both of them are devotees of Shiva, but both of them has written songs on Shiva. While Rama's song goes Nagendra Haraya Trilochanaya Hasmanga Ragaya Maheshwaraya. But when you listen to the Ravan song, it is Jata Katak. So it goes very word. The song that has been composed by Ravan portrays the fierce picture of Shiva, whereas Ram he goes for the calm, composite, meditating part of Shiva. So you can literally see how music helps us to understand psychology, how it diversifies individuals. So Hindustani classical music has psychological impact on humans. The ragas of Hindustani music expresses various modes of music, where some expresses peace, while others expresses strength or sorrowness, etc. For example, the raga Yaman that is sung during the morning time because it's very peaceful. The Megh Malahar rag. It is said that if you sing this rag with proper tune, proper pitching, you can even bring rain to this raga. And ragas like Malakans, Shri, Malavar, these ragas expresses sorrowness and very strong emotions. I would just give a little bit gist of it. That is, music has always been used as a solution for conflict resolution. And out of all art, music can be chosen very easily, because if you go for art paintings, it's very difficult to interpret. Whereas in music, we are all connected to music, so it's very easy for us to understand. And as because through music we can express our feelings, it is easy for us to understand and helps to go for conflict resolution and peace building. So this is one of the case of Song of Peace in Manipur, where I will just give a very brief summary, where in Manipur there were always conflicts and insurgencies. During that time, these people, a Delhi-based organization of poets and musicians, they came together and they went to the orphanages, where they saw that back in the outside there were curfews and everything, but and there were fights between the Meiteis and Nagas, whereas in the orphanages, the Meiteis and Naga children, they're living with peaceful and with peace and harmony. So they got inspiration from that, and they started teaching them songs so that it can be portrayed in the world at large. So another one is the case of Zora symbol from Afghanistan. So Zora is an orchestra group that is being performed by the Afghanistani women, and it has been they have been performing it to the various countries to show that Afghanistan is not just a place of war; it is much more than that. So, as we all know that the recent takeover of Taliban that has been restricting a lot of things for women, and especially they're trying to cover women in a specific box where they don't have any kind of freedom. So you can see the current situation of this Zora people, the women orchestra of Afghanistan. They have no freedom to sing and not to mind anyone's sentiment. But in Muslim, they believe that really music is not their religion. So women, they're not supposed to dance. They're not supposed to sing. So those are the barriers they have set forth for the women. So in conclusion, I would like to say that it is important for those working in conflict settings to understand that individuals, communities might not always have the capacity to take on the healing work necessary, and the multiplicity of interest is likely to present a significant obstacle to collaboration and reconciliation. So we should be very careful in choosing music and giving it to our next generation or to use it for conflict resolution, because we are individual, we have different ideologies, we have different tastes, our taste varies from each other. That's why someone's favorite music might not be favorite for someone else. So we should be very much categorical and technical while choosing music as a means of conflict resolution. So that's what I want to. I would like to conclude my paper with this, and thank you so much.
So thank you, Ratnadeep. Now we are okay. Vikari Boro, and after that, Selen. Because we are already overrun by the main panel. Music.
Respected chairpersons, respected sir and and respected house. Actually, today my presentation paper is entitled on the issues of human rights violations during the Bodoland movement. But Sarif said to us, due to the short times, we should finish within a few minutes. So we know that the Bodoland movement, 1987 and 1993, this Bodoland movement was led by the under the leadership of the Bodo Upendronath Brahma, under the banner of ABSU. This phase of the Bodoland movement was started by 1987, 2nd March, and came to the end with the signing Bodo Accord of on the 20th February 1993 in the 1993 in between the EXO and DPC and central state governments. But this 6 years long Bodoland movement has unprecedented history of the human rights violations by the government in the name of passing down the democratic peaceful mass movement. But we know the social movements are the lands basically to the promote and protect the basic human rights of the people. But the history has witnessed that it also brings the several members of the violation rights of the people. And Bodoland movement was also launched basically to protect the land cultures and customs, traditions, and ethnic identities of the Bodo people. So, with reference to the rights of the self-determination of the universal declarations of the human rights, the Bodo started the movement for the internal self-determinations of the Bodos. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last but not the least, Segam Sar Bosamatari, one of our research scholars.
Respected chairperson of today's technical session and respected house. As time is very short, I will just elaborate a few points, and this topic title of my presentation is security of women in the ethnic conflict area affected area of Kokrada district, BIKF, Assam. So, what is security? We know security has two concepts. One is narrow and one is broad. Earlier, protecting national boundary or national interest was considered as security, and nowadays, after 1994, the human security concept has come up, and with this concept, I have studied my paper, and while studying, by taking human security concept, in the ethnic conflict area, I found that many women's human security are compromised. That's all I want to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Sugam sir, for your brief and beautiful presentation here. And here comes the end of the presentation by our scholars, teachers, and others. Now we again allot some more time for the interactive session. If anyone wants to interact with the paper presenter, any paper presenter here, we are allotting some more minutes. Please come forward. So faculties from outside the state, you want to have some sort of observation and all about the programs, especially Devin sir.
our friend from Kerala. Yeah. You want to say something?
Suggestion and observation, sir.
Observation, organizing of the program, your participation. Shall I come from here? If you don't mind, please come over. Sir, you are having all the way from Kerala to
For us people from Kerala, the entire northeast is as far away and as higher as the Himalayas. You know. So my purpose and of my students who came from Kerala, the primary purpose is to get open to the community. So it's a different life, it's a different culture, and I think the northeast has more diversity than the entire rest of India taken together, because the number of tribes, the number of culture, each tribe has their language, though not most of them scripts. So these things are quite fascinating. So my purpose of coming here was to get open to this region, and this I find this the entire festival knowledge. It is a kind of festival. We celebrate Onam, which is a statewide festival with all the activities, culture, discussions, food discussions, and so on going on simultaneously to different venues all over the state. So I also find such kind of a cultural, gathering where people come, share, and also this is one way of consolidating one's culture. This is one way of defining oneself. And defining oneself is very important for your identity and your interest. I appreciate the effort taken by the organizers, the government, the departments, the academics, and all others have put in their effort and made it a great success. I am deeply impressed by it. Thank you so much for the opportunity and also the great opportunity to meet you all. And please keep it up and have more such, nodal sections and more people from the rest of the country so that we all grow as one with our own identity, getting mixed up with the diversity that we celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful words, sir. Last but not least, few words from Sir Deven.
In fact, I'm still amazed that you could organize such a mega event. And I have been making effort to comprehend the entire scale of academic as well as social event that you have organized. It is indeed a very historical event that has taken place. Perhaps it's the first time, perhaps in India, to actually organize a festival on knowledge here in Borderland. And I see a lot of purpose involved in doing this. Yeah, of course, there is this whole care of, I don't know how this kind of knowledge festival here is connected with the whole concept of knowledge economy, which has got its own problem there. And so there has been effort somewhere in some corner academic circles to move from knowledge economy to knowledge democracy. So that's yeah. I mean, these are some of the things that have been troubling me in the back of mind. How this knowledge festival is going to take us to the next step forward, and whether we are kind of aware of those risks and dangers of knowledge economy, and how this is further going to contribute to peace building in Borderland. That's my own kind of limitations that I have been able to, I've been grappling with to understand that. But it is highly impressive that this scale of event has come about. I said I'm still amazed, and I look forward to follow up with the entire process, how things work out. And I'll be happy to be accompanying the process. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Now, only 2 items we have concluding remarks from the chair and distribution of certificates and vote of thanks to be offered by Dr. Zanin Musahari. A few words from Share. I am not uttering more words. Just I still have to thank you very much only. It is Department of Political Science of Government University, led by the Department Professor Songumitra Chowdhury. I thank very much. Only my thanks to our faculty members, Gayatri, Dekaduli, Indira Basumutari, Jyotirani Devi, then Professor Solomon in his absence here, Dr. Zanin, and research scholars doing the research under the supervision of the faculties and the Department of Political Science of the Government University. This beautiful knowledge festival, supported by the government of each year, we are enjoying, we are meeting together each other and one another, exchanging, sharing knowledge, and trying to produce more knowledge. As the mother of the political science told us that knowledge is meant for transformation. If knowledge is not transmitted, it dies. That's why those who do not want to transmit knowledge, they don't have moral right to acquire knowledge. I repeat, those who do not transmit knowledge, they don't have moral right to acquire knowledge. So it is called thus. So that's why we are trying to exchange, share knowledge. We are trying to produce knowledge to get existing amount of knowledge and to make this planet a bit more better place to live in. So with these few words, I will conclude few words from the chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir, for taking the pain of running the session as well as the paper presentation. So sir, Bello sir and Rabba sir was there since 1 p.m. up to abhi kitna hua? 7:39. So without any break, imagine. So thank you very much. So now I would like to take the opportunity to distribute the certificates for diploma for the painstaking trouble that we have, that all of the guests are taking to write your paper, but has been getting the minimum amount of time to present. So in further time, I think we'll get more time. And before going for the diploma distribution, I'd like to offer my sincere apology for not being able to give proper accommodation from the organizing side, as well as you have to go for the trouble to have even food, because in such a large gathering, it becomes very difficult for us to maintain, to give proper accommodations, because we don't have proper well-furnished hotels and accommodations in Kokrajhar. And there are 2 or 3 hotels that are well-furnished and well-equipped infrastructure, but all those limited hotels have been booked for those Muhammad Yunus and all other dignitaries, and the rest has been remained for us, like for us. So I again offer my sincere apology on behalf of the organizing committee for not being able to give proper accommodations and all the kind of mess that you have to face while coming in this knowledge festival. So anyway, sorry for that. And now we are going to, I'd like to request our madams, please students, please volunteer to come here to offer this diploma for the presenters and the chair. Okay, I would like to please come for in line so that we can distribute the diplomas. So first of all, certificate of appreciation presented to Mr. Soktoram Rabha for the keynote address. So please give a round of applause. Yeah.
Sabdaram Baba. Next, certificate of appreciation offered to Dr. Badlav Kongur Karze for chairing the session. Yeah. So thank you, sir. Next, we have Dr. Deven. So I find it very difficult to pronounce your title, sir. So anyway, let me try. Basaspatimayam. Is it correct? Yeah. So next we have Ratnadeep Singha, research scholar, Bodoland University. Hasan from Bodoland University. Then Palmu Bhutia, Central Sikkim University. You see here, Bhutia. Then Hasan will collect. Yeah. Then Rohit Magar Thappa. Okay, again Hasan will take. Then Dr. Josukuti CA from Kerala. Please, sir. Abhay MS from Kerala. Arjun Kadi, Kerala. Dipen Tapa from Sikkim Central University. Jamali, Bodoland University. Dr. Abhijit Dida from Goreshwar College. Tuturani. Tuturani. Sugam sir. Osok in absentia. Soler in absentia. Rituraj. Rituraj. And lastly, we have Vipari. Anyone left? Huh? Anyone left? P.P. Sharma. Okay, just left out. Yeah, P.P. Sharma. He has traveled all the way from Karnataka, Bangalore. Although he is from Assam, but he stays in Bangalore. Yeah. Now I request all the diploma holders, please gather here for a photo session. We'll again have a photo session with the certificate in hand.
Please come. Sir, please come forward with certificate.
কি করিবা আৰু উপায় নাই ইটো হাতি যোৱাটো
Everyone in the hall can come. Please, from the back side also. Quickly. Last.
Can you cover all of us? Okay, I'm so sorry.
One job, one minute. One side.